This was a fantasy world, and it was full of powerful people who could cut mountains with a flick of their hand. These men and women were known as cultivators, and were highly respected in this land. Their goal was to become immortal, after cultivating the Tao. The strong were worshipped and could get everything they desired. This is the story of a boy named Li Fan, who became a legend in this world. One day, a boy named Li Fan, from the 21st century, traveled to this strange world, by accident. Instead of being sad, he was happy to enter the immortal world. He had read countless novels and knew that this was the start of his protagonist's journey to the top. The first thing he did was to test his spiritual roots. He thought, as he was the protagonist, he must have the golden roots, which were the rarest. But reality came crashing down, as not only did he have a crippled spiritual root, but also the worst talent in cultivation. His body was a total waste. He couldn't bear this shock and cried continuously. For 3 days and 3 nights. People started teasing him, bullying him, and looking down on him. He got even more depressed from this. But one day, something magical occurred. He heard a voice. "Congratulations. You have triggered the God-level cultivation system. After binding with it, you could follow the system tasks for training. And after completing 666 tasks, you could become an unparalleled powerhouse in the world." Li Fan became happy hearing that. He had finally activated his cheat. From now on, he would become invincible. Once again hope rose in his heart. As he was looking towards a bright future, the system's voice was heard after the binding was successful now. He was proud and he thought of slapping the faces of all those who ridiculed him earlier. But once again fate was cruel with him. The first task he received was to deliver sows to the neighbor. And Wong, even the gift package he received from the system, didn't have any fighting or cultivation techniques. Instead, it was a skill for farming. He became full of rage and cursed the system. Why was his luck so bad? Every other main character got a system with overpowered skills. But he got one for farming, and even more, he had to complete 666 tasks of farming. As he had no other option. He had to complete the system's tasks to survive. Thus days passed. And 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these past 3 years, he chopped firewood, fed grains to the chicken. He was forced to practice calligraphy and painting. And he even had to defend the melon field of the neighbor uncle's house. He was too exhausted in these 3 years. At this moment, as he was feeding the chickens, a man came and asked him, "The festival is coming soon. Can you write a couplet for me?" As Li Fan had a helping nature, he hurriedly went with a middle-aged man. After Li Fan disappeared, the 2 chickens transformed into mighty phoenixes. "Guys, the master has left. Come out for dinner." And from the calm pond emerged a terrifying sea dragon. The dragon then said, "To be honest, our master is getting more and more terrifying. He washed his feet in the pond and I almost grew a top-grade backbone. And a fish grew to this size today. A tree near the pond." Then said, "Could it be that the master's power has grown so fast because of abstinence? After all, in the past few years, I have never seen him get close to any girl." The dragon then said, "But the master is so busy every day. How can he meet girls?" At the same time, outside a village in the mountains, a group of people stood there. Leading them was a woman named Mu Qian. She was also known as the Saintess. One of the disciples stopped her and said in a shaking voice, "This place is a forbidden area. Even our ancestors were lost in it. Do you really want to risk yourself?" The woman gritted her teeth and said, "No way. This is a question of survival for my sect. As Saintess, I am duty-bound." She had to do it. She then took out the treasure of her sect and alerted everyone to use their qi to protect themselves. She continued, "After I break through the barrier with the formation disc, follow me in immediately. Follow me in." She then activated the formation disc, which was the treasure of their sect. The formation disc activated and a huge crack appeared in the barrier. From within the crack strong qi erupted and attacked everyone. The formation disc broke in pieces, and the woman Mu Qian, who was nearest to the activation, suffered heavy injuries. Mu Qian cried because she couldn't even pass the first obstacle. This way she would never be able to find the divine water beads. Slowly her consciousness sank and she fell down. But before she could touch the ground, she was caught in a man's embrace. The man became surprised, seeing someone fall out of nowhere. This man was Li Fan. He then asked what happened to her, but soon realized that she was unconscious. He realized that because of so much smog and lack of oxygen, the girl might have fainted. He then casually fanned his hands. But what happened next was that all the smog near that area got cleared. The woman had regained her consciousness, and seeing all this was shocked, as this was no ordinary smog, but a formation spell, and no one could dissipate it like that. Just how high was this man's cultivation? The woman hurriedly bowed along with all of her juniors. She then introduced herself as Mu Qian, from Lihua sect. She then explained him about her situation, as how she along with her juniors were stuck in a formation, and the only way was to break it. She even apologized the man for disturbing him. She referred to him as a senior. Then she thanked him for helping her. Li Fan was embarrassed and said he was not a senior, but just an ordinary person. He then remembers something and says, "This Lihua sect sounded familiar. By the way, how could I help you?" The woman then responded, "Senior, this junior came here to find a dark green bead." The woman was thinking, even though she had met an expert, it was much better to speak less about this matter as it contained the secrets of the sect. Li Fan suddenly remembered and asked. He had seen that green bead many times. Did it belong to her? The woman was surprised and hurriedly bowed once again, and requested him to take her to that place. The man then said it was no problem to take them to the place, but as there were so many people and horses, they had to make sure not to trample the corn that he planted. The woman replied in a desperate voice, "Then senior, please take me alone. As long you are willing to help, I am willing to pay any price." The man felt awkward, seeing her suddenly close, the distance between them. He then agreed. The disciple came and whispered something in her ear. "Saint, as this place is dangerous, do you really want to go alone?" The scientist replied calmly, "Needless to say, for the sake of the sect, I will go no matter how difficult it is." Li Fan, seeing the disciple dressing her up, thought this woman might be some rich young lady, from a prestigious family. Then Li Fan looked towards the village, and there erupted a huge fire in between. This was the Samadhi's true fire. The woman then thought, could her armor protect her from this fire? The man then said, "Come with me." He entered the fire and continued walking. Seeing this, the disciples were shocked. Even the woman knew Qian was shocked, because wherever the man put his step, the flames disappeared from that place. It was like they were dodging. The man Li Fan then turned around and asked her why she was in a daze. Should she 999 follow him? The girl then also stepped into the fire, and it didn't harm her. The anxious disciples gritted their teeth and prayed for the saintess to win the senior's favor, and fins the water divine beads, as that was the only lifeline for their sect. Li Fan then told her that those water beads she was referring to were spotted by him while he was chopping firewood in this grove. On the other side, the woman's surprise turned to shock, because the thing this man was referring to as grove was the legendary everlasting tree. And did he say he was cutting firewood from this precious tree? The woman almost fainted after hearing all that. The man caught her and asked what happened. She replied that she felt a little dizzy. Li Fan then told her to rest under this tree. He began thinking this girl's body was way too delicate. She got dizzy just after walking a few steps. The girl realized something. This place felt like a wonderland. It was no better than heaven, described by the ancestors. Just by resting here, she could feel all the surrounding spiritual power gush into her. Li Fan then came and asked if she would like to drink water. The woman thanked him and took the gourd. As soon as she looked inside it, she was astonished because she felt that this water had some mystery to it. After drinking a sip of it, She realized that she had broken through from the second level to the third level of cultivation, from third to the fourth level, and from fourth to the fifth level. She had directly jumped 3 levels in cultivation, which otherwise would have taken her at least 4 years to reach. She was so dumbfounded that she just stared at the gourd bottle. Li Fan didn't know what was happening as he couldn't sense any qi, so just seeing her look at the gourd made him realize that she must be feeling more thirsty. He then tells her not to worry, as there was plenty of water for her to drink. The woman, hearing all that, thought, the senior must be testing me, so I shouldn't be greedy. She then hurriedly thanked the man, and returned the gourd bottle. The man then looked somewhere and said he remembered seeing a dark green bead nearby, so she could search for it. The woman thought after her cultivation had improved, her spiritual sense and perception had greatly increased. She could already sense the breath of the divine water bead. She then suddenly pointed towards a direction as they reached there. The man smiled and said, so it turned out to be here. The bead floated towards the man in a friendly manner. Seeing this, the woman thought, the divine water beads have spirits, and they would always be attracted towards the strong. Li Fan then handed over the bead to the woman. The woman was surprised seeing the senior directly handing it to him. She had thought he would demand something in return, but he was too generous. She then bowed and expressed her gratitude. Seeing the women still bowing like that made the man embarrassed, and he then told her to relax and change her clothes before leaving. The woman was full of gratitude for him and bade him farewell. She hoped to meet him in the future someday. As she walked out from the village, one of the disciples stepped out and said with a flustered voice, Saintess, it is bad, the sect sent an urgent call. The flame sect is here to destroy our sect, we should hurry. The woman was shocked hearing this. They quickly left. On the other side, inside the Lihua sect, a middle-aged man with a mustache came along with his entourage. He then spoke, in an arrogant tone. Sect leader, from today onwards your Lihua sect won't exist. You are the only one, in the nascent soul realm in your whole sect. Whereas we have 3 of them, do you still think you could fight against my raging fire sect? It is better you surrender. The sect leader spoke in a determined voice. As long as I am breathing, you guys should never even think of destroying my Lihua sect. The other middle-aged man then smirked and charged his energy. He coldly said, if that is what you think, then I would have to stop your breath first. At this moment, a loud voice was heard, everyone stop. The woman Mu Qian hurriedly came and said, report to the sect master. The most precious treasure of the Lihua sect, the divine water bead, has been recovered. The sect leader got excited hearing that and said, now that we have the divine water bead, we could win this fight, as the divine water beads had the power to increase the strength of the cultivators several times. The disciples of Lihua sect cheered. The man with a mustache trembled seeing this and shouted, how was it possible? This bead was lost many years ago in the Forbidden Land. How could she possibly get in and retrieve it? Muqian then smirked and said, it was a senior whom she met in the Forbidden Land, and he was the one who gave this to her. The man then laughed and said, wow, even Lihua sect is good at lying. You just found some random fake bead in order to receive the people of your sect. But in the next moment, the man was shocked. The woman then replied, Elder Gong, the beads might be faked, but could the cultivation also be faked? While saying so, she revealed her 9th level cultivation. The man was horrified and shouted, she was only at the 2nd level, how could she get to the 9th level? The woman then coldly said, it was just that the senior in the Forbidden Land gave her some pointers. She then thought, under the tree, while resting, her cultivation had improved to the 5th level, and while coming here, she used the divine water bead to increase it even further to the 9th level. Even though he saw the truth, it was hard for him to accept it. As he was slowly retreating, he fell down. His disciples asked if he was all right. The man was so embarrassed that he told them to shut up. The man then said, don't think that I am afraid of you. Lihua sect, now that you have a bead, I'll come again, just live a little longer. After finishing his third-rate cliché speech, he along with his disciples retreated. The sect leader, seeing their retreating figure, said, I never expected to get the help of some mysterious expert. Whoever he is, thank you for saving me, sect. The sect leader then hurriedly went to call the old ancestor, who was meditating on the mountain, as now they were going to go meet that mysterious senior. After a while, the sect leader's old ancestor and Mu Qian had finally reached the entrance of the village. Where Mu Qian had met the senior, the old man then asked if this was the right place. The woman replied that she was not sure if he lived here, but she definitely met him here only after entering the village. The sect leader was astonished to see a village and people living in it. He then said the Forbidden Land was very near to this place. Then how could people live in here? They soon spot an old couple. The old ancestor spotted the Hoan, the old couple's shoulder, and asked them to stop. He then asked the old woman, did anyone use her hoe recently? The old ancestor asked it because the hoe was emitting terrifying amount of qi and it was by no way ordinary. Only the person who last used it must have left some of it on it. The old woman then said, only I have used it. Who else would use it at this moment? The old man intervened, dear, how could you forget? Didn't little Li Fan help you? Read only then did the woman realize. She had forgotten, because of her old age, it was indeed little Li who helped her this morning. The old ancestor then politely asked the location of Li Fan's home. The woman pointed to the stone house and said, just behind that vegetable field is his home. As they walked there, they were shocked seeing the vegetable field, because they weren't vegetables, instead elixirs. The quality of these ingredients were legendary. There were 5 categories: low, average, high, excellent, and legendary even. In their sect, they used average quality ingredients. High quality ingredients were very expensive, and only top sects used it. Excellent was very rare, and no one had ever seen legendary quality ingredients. They couldn't contain their excitement, and started chewing the grasses as it contained too much spirit energy. There wasn't even a need to purify it to create an elixir, as this was the purest form. After eating, then sprinted towards the stone house to greet this mysterious senior. The old couple looked at them in surprise and wondered if these were 3 beggars. They looked very happy while eating the grass. It was really a pity that the old woman said that this girl was very beautiful. It would be great if younger Li married her. On the other side, Li Fan, because wood was short today and it would not last long. At this time, someone shouted, Senior Li Fan. He turned around and was surprised to see the girl. Then he asked, who were the other 2 people in the form of a girl? Because the girl was tired, she was not able to say anything, but before that, both the men said, in a surprised voice, what kind of wonderland it was, of peaches, trees, and chickens. There were all the chickens in the void area became angry at being called and looked towards him. The aura was so brilliant that the man felt unimaginable pain in his head and he fell down. When Li Fan saw this, he quickly came over and asked him if he was all right. The old man could not answer, because he was by himself. In another shock, she thought how powerful this boy was. He touched me lightly. All the aura of cock disappeared. The girl came running and said in a happy voice, Senior, these 2 are the elders of my sect. They want to meet you. They were there. That's why I came here. Suddenly the boy was surprised to hear this. At the same time, a task window appeared in front of him and a task was generated. Keep the guests for a meal. Li Fan smiled and then asked them all to come in and have a meal. The 3 were he was happy to hear that. They were well, and Li Fan quickly came in and arranged everything in his room and began to prepare fresh food for them. But the ordinary food he prepared seemed like heaven-level medicine in the eyes of the 3 of them. The 2 old men whispered among themselves that the senior intended to enlighten them both and that they should not disappoint the good intentions of the senior. They quickly ate and finished the meal. But something magical happened to all 3 of them. The old man never thought that he would break his limit. Cultivation. And even his talent had improved a lot. Li Fan came and picked up the old man. He wondered why this old man was so excited. After the meal, could it be that he came from a poor family? Li Fan looked at him pityingly and asked, So why don't you drink some tea and calm down? The old man thanked him and drank the tea. But this tea was even more incredible. It not only did his cultivation talents soar, but also his previous internal injuries disappeared, which the old man could not take. He bowed directly to Li Fan anymore, saying that the great kindness and virtue of the superiors is that Kashri took it. We'll never forget. The three knelt down and shouted in unison, the great kindness of the senior, these juniors will never forget it. The fans were amazed by this, and thought how poor are these people, who get happy with a bowl of porridge over a cup of tea. At this moment, he got a notification from the system that it was time for drawing. He immediately asked the kneeling trio to get up, because it was embarrassing for him. Then tells them that he has other things to do and will not be able to see them off. The girl asks in a happy tone if she can meet him again in the future, seeing that the girl was so excited that Li Fan agreed to her request. But she agreed. After a while, the three of them came out of the house and were heading towards their sect. The elders thanked Qian for his quick-witted question, as they would be able to visit this heaven again. But this time, a terrifying energy appeared in front. Granted, it was a man with a mustache. He was burning with fire. He said in an arrogant tone, towards the two old men, "You two made it easy for me to find." That man in the sky laughed and said, "Yukashui, it doesn't matter where do you run today. You either submit to my raging fire sect or die." The old man replied angrily, "Did you really think it was easy to bully my Lihua sect? Our cultivation earlier today is different in comparison." The middle-aged man was surprised and said that this is the same breath of perfection. How could this man master it? The man in the sky laughed and began his attack with burning fire. Two horrible-looking skeletons emerged. These skeletons sent chains towards the three on the ground. The three of them became alert. The middle-aged man was shocked to see it and shouted, "Gong Sunchi, how dare you practice this evil cultivation method?" The old man made a golden shield to save them, but it all went in vain. The shield broke into pieces and blood came out of both of their mouths and they fell down. The woman screamed loudly and got scared seeing this. The old man, the skeleton, said, in a weak voice, "I'm afraid it's the highest grade magical weapon of the evil faction. Even if we combine all our powers, it won't be able to move." The girl was shocked to hear this and couldn't believe that it was from the righteous faction. One member was using such unconventional techniques. Sun Chi laughed, saying that the more his skeleton absorbed power during battle, the stronger he became now. If he were to absorb all the people here, including this isolated village, he would be entering the 0 stage of cultivation. The woman tearfully begged him not to do so, because the people living in the village were innocent. Li Fan, on the other hand, he was worried seeing the weather suddenly became strange. The winds were howling and probably it was going to rain. He sighed and muttered, "Oh God, it's the weather, just don't harm my crops." This sentence of his was unaware of the bad weather. Walked towards the source of skeletons were formed. The sound echoed. A thunderbolt occurred and the skeletons were crushed into pieces by it as golden light colored the sky. Gong Sun Chi was shocked to see this. He couldn't understand that what happened, but that was just the beginning, as it wasn't long before the golden light struck straight at him and knocked him down from the sky. He was seriously injured, and as soon as he fell on the ground, he started coughing blood. He realized that he was going to die here. He immediately took out a light green medallion and put a drop of blood in it. He chanted weakly, "Burn my blood and save me." Suddenly his body turned into fog. As he disappeared into thin air, the woman, seeing all this, realized that it was Senior Li who had saved them. The old man too, looking in awe. As he heard Senior Li's majestic voice, he also said that this place will always be invincible as long as Senior Li is here. But before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up blood. Because he was seriously injured, the woman asked him to calm down, because his injury was serious, on behalf of the old man, and said, "I don't think so. I don't know why there is a mark of chains on my body. It cannot be removed." The woman immediately said, "Should we ask Senior Li for help?" After a while, the three of them walked towards the village. Once again, the old man felt helpless and said, "It wasn't like that long before we left, and now once again, we had to go and ask for help from Senior Li. I hope the senior will not bother us." The atmosphere of the village was lively as many children were playing and adults were going to the fields. Old people, the sun was sunbathing and women were cooking food for their husbands. A small child was running away from the girl, who insisted on showing him the painting too, but the boy said that it was his and his painting would be finished tomorrow. The old man suddenly felt something and looked towards the children who were fighting. He stopped and asked them politely, where they got this painting, the boy said, that Brother Li had given it to him. He became excited and opened the scroll to show him the painting. He proudly said that Brother Li made it. The best painting. The old man saw this painting fell. But it was not because of pain, but because of joy. He moaned like a girl and said that in front of this sacred picture, the sun had such a powerful way that all the evils turned away. It seemed as if all his wounds were healed. The middle-aged man asked if it could be that Senior Li calculated that he would be hurt by evil. So he deliberately asked the child to bring the painting to us asked for. The old man said that nothing could happen to a character like Senior Li. By avoiding his sight, Gong Sun Chi was able to escape safely. Perhaps it was because Senior Li had deliberately let him go. The woman asked in a worried tone, but what was Senior Li's purpose in going towards the old man, and said that he was afraid he did not do it. It is not qualified to know yet, the old man continued, but Senior Li gave so many blessings that he must repay her with all his heart. The woman blushed and said that she understood that he was thinking of something else, because he said whether Senior Li needed it, she was willing to give him everything. On the other side, there was a fan of Li painting on a mountain top, she said in a disappointed tone. This system was too strict with its searches, she had to sit here every day and draw. Unknown to Li's fan, there was a cat and a mouse chasing down the mountain, a tiger cub running at high speed and 2 bird animals chasing him. Shouted one of them, "Be sure to catch him, the white tiger's blood can help us turn into humans." The tiger cub shouted angrily, "Stop chasing me, if you eat me, my father won't let you go." Because the tiger cub was running, she saw a golden energy from above. She saw a person with a painting brush. She was shocked and wondered how the Tao well could have such a strong flow. Now was not the time to think that maybe I should go and ask her for help. She jumped straight from the ground towards the mountain, where Li Fan was. Li Fan on the other side was in a dilemma about what to draw next. She had just finished drawing the mountain waterfall, thought that something was missing. All this time, he saw some bird animals flying towards him. Seeing this, he suddenly realized what he was missing. He quickly picked up the brush and started drawing bird animals in it. What happened next was even more surprising. The birds behind him all got inside the painting. Li Fan was happy to see his painting completed. Then he turned back, but was surprised finding that the birds had disappeared. He thought that perhaps they had flown away. The white tiger was frightened after seeing this and thought that this was impossible. Those 3 divine beasts that had crossed the realm of the void was actually drawn into the painting. Will she be the next? Li Fan turned and said, "It seems there is something else here." The tigers got into a fighting position after seeing this and thought, "I have no choice left. I have to use that trick, which no human could ever resist." He opened a blue invisible portal in front of him and walked across it. But what came out on the other side was not a scary white tiger, but a cute little cat Li Fan was looking at, because it was just a small cat. She was surprised to see such a beautiful cat in the forest. The cat felt proud of her appearance. But the next moment, she was shocked to see that the man in front of her was extending his hand towards her. Li Fan. Then she hugged the cat tightly and started playing with its fur. The cat was screaming in fear. Li Fan then touched a sensitive spot on the cat, happily expressing that this very moment was on Li Fan's mind. A notification rang and a new task was generated: adopt the white cat as a pet. This made him even happier since he had already decided to take it home. Sometime, the cat was inside Li Fan's house and was shocked to see the normal-looking chickens and trees, because on the surface, they might seem like normal things, but in reality, they were very scary and powerful. A chicken suddenly realized her sight and he looked at her. The cat immediately got scared and stepped back, but due to the sudden jump, she lost her balance and fell down. But before she could touch the ground, Li Fan cut her off. Then he asked in a worried tone, "How do you feel? Are you hungry?" She hugged the cat again. The cat and took her away. As the cat was leaving, she smiled towards the animals. The cat was happy, because she had discovered the secret of how these ordinary trees and chickens became so godly. The more they were with their master, the more powerful they became. But from today onwards, she will always be with him, and will keep absorbing the Tao energy left by him and will become invincible. Li's fans smiled at the excited cat and asked him to eat this thing. hearing which the cat became sensual and started licking his hands. And swallowed the food. Li Fan blushed and immediately held his hands, he thought. Maybe, what it was because he was alone for too long, he started to have strange fantasies. Then he got up and left the cat smiling and thought that it happened when you were embarrassed, that your energy flow has become uneven and a lot of spiritual energy has leaked out. I will continue to absorb it and grow stronger. Time passed, and soon it was night. Li Fan was in deep sleep, but the cat was awake. Suddenly, something magical happened. The cat transformed into a beautiful girl with silver hair and cat ears. Then she quietly climbed on top of him and felt spiritual energy seeping from her. Then she whispered softly into his ear, "Sir, dear sir." Li Fan slowly opening her eyes, she looked at him with half-open eyes. And he realized, he was dreaming. He blushed in the dream and muttered, "What a beautiful dream, please come true." The cat girl became happy, as she felt her aura become uneven, causing her spiritual energy has grown several times. Then she softly hid in the blanket and wondered, if she had to live in this neighborhood, sleeping next to her every day would turn her into a pure-blooded animal. The cat girl eventually got a scar on her face, fell asleep with a satisfied smile, inside a large decorated hall. On the other side, the atmosphere was tense. The woman asked the old man, "Master, do you really want to do this?" The old man said, "Okay, I believe Senior Li. Tiger game playing, he helped us to give us a chance, he wanted us to be his pawns." Gong Sun Chi, the people of Li Fan sect, would have angered Senior Li, and it would be shameful for Senior Li to kill him directly, so we have to play the role of pawns and declare war against Li and the sect. Everyone in the hall was shocked to hear this. They couldn't believe what they heard. Declared war, that too with Lian's sect. The next day, a flying ship comes over Lihua's sect, and from inside it, a beautiful girl comes out, and this girl is Hualinger, the third princess of Kingdom Fire. And Linger's servant is saying, "The third princess of Kingdom Fire is here." Princess, Lihua's sect is just a weak moon-grade force. Is it necessary to come here in person? Besides, they declared war on Lai Yan's sect not long ago. Will our visit this time offend? And Linger is wondering. Rumor has it that Saintess of Lihua's sect came back from Wonderland with the supreme treasure. Now they have the guts to declare war on Lai Yan's sect, so they must have obtained some secret techniques from some masters. And Linger tells them, Hualinger from Kingdom Fire is here to visit Lihua's sect. And the old man says, "Welcome, Princess. Could third princess tell us what you are here for?" And Linger says, "Elders, you must know it. Recently, there has been a beast tide in Mount Sunli. Many people have suffered greatly from it. And this matter is related to Lai Yan's sect's worshipping of evil gods and practicing of sorcery." And the old man says, "It is true. I wonder what the princess wants our sect to do." And the old man is thinking, "Thanks to Senior Li, I survived from that sorcery." And Linger says, "Lai Yan's sect has been domineering for many days. Lihua's sect dared to declare war on it at this moment, so I think you must get some help from some masters. Master, can you introduce us to meet them and save the people of my kingdom?" Hearing his words, the old man is thinking, could it be that my declaration of war against Lai Yan's sect was also predicted by Senior Li, just to ask me to bring the princess to pay a visit? What a sophisticated game. And the old man tells Linger, "Of course. Lihua's sect should do its part for common people. I'll ask Saintess Mu Qianing to take you there to meet the master." And Linger becomes happy after listening to the old man's words, and says, "Thank you, master." After this, Linger is saying to the woman, "Oh, now I know. By the way, Qianing, do you know what Senior Li likes to eat? Wouldn't it be impolite to visit him without bringing anything? Should I bring some Kingdom Fire produce?" And the woman tells Linger, "It would hardly be necessary. Sister Linger, take it easy." And then another flying ship arrives at that place. And seeing that flying ship, all the soldiers say it's the second princess. Is she here to cause trouble for our princess once again? And there's this lady, the second princess of Kingdom Fire, Hua Xuanfei, and the girl says, "Hualinger, hand over ruby ring to me immediately." But Linger asks the girl, "Second sister, why are you here? What do you want ruby ring for?" But the girl says, "Stop being innocent. The evil god caused turmoil in Mount Sunli, and the treasure of Kingdom Fire buried in the mountain is about to appear. You are here also for this." But you are so useless even with ruby ring. It's best to let me have ruby ring, and I can reward you with some leftovers. Linger does not want to give the ruby ring and says, Ruby ring is my mother's legacy. You can't take it away. And the girl's subordinate says, I only borrow ruby ring for a short while, and I will definitely return it afterwards. I don't want to hurt you, so I hope the third princess can give it up. And Linger is surprised to see that girl and says, You are the saintess of Longxian sect. And this girl is the saintess of Longxian sect, Long Xin. And the woman comes in front of Linger and says, Longxian sect, so what? If Sister Linger doesn't want to, will you rob her? And seeing this, Xuanfei says, How dare you stand up for others? And then an old man attacks the woman, seeing which the woman gets surprised. But Linger comes in front of the woman, and that attack hits Linger, and that attack hits Linger in the eyes, and blood starts coming out of Linger's eyes. And seeing this, the soldiers say that is ethereal grade. Merely the guard protecting the saintess can be that powerful. And the woman thinks, a guard of ethereal grade, I'm afraid it will be difficult even when two masters of Lihua sect working together to resist it. And Linger says to Xuanfei, Second sister, you are my only sister. Why do you always have to make things difficult for me? And Xuanfei laughs and says, Because now my mother is the queen, and I can do whatever I want. Hand over the ring immediately, or your crew will be destroyed in minutes. And Linger says, No, Qianing has nothing to do with this matter. Don't hurt her. Princess, let's endure it for now. Okay, I'll give you the ring. And Linger gives that ruby ring, and the girl holds that ruby ring and says it would have been better if this had happened earlier. The weak should accept his fate. I heard that Lilo sect has a new backer recently, so you are now more arrogant dash. But no matter what backer you have, it's like nothing but an ant facing Longxian sect. And Linger is saying, it's been like this since I was a child. Since my mother passed away, my belongings have been grabbed in this manner. And the woman says to Linger, Sister Linger, don't worry. Longxian sect is not even worthy of being Senior Li's opponent. Senior Li will definitely help us find all the lost justice. After this, the scene shifts, and we come to Li Fan's house, and Li Fan is saying, although I painted it myself, I still have to say that the painting is really fucking good. And then the woman and Linger come to that place. And the woman tells Linger that this is Senior Li Fan, and Linger goes in front, and bows before Li Fan and says, Master, it's my honor to meet you. I am Hu Linger. And Li Fan says, No, don't be so humble. What's wrong with this girl? Did she get sand in her eyes? And the woman tells Li Fan, Sister Linger was just bullied by some villains, and her mother's legacy was snatched. And Li Fan thinks, villains, robbers, the outside world is really dangerous. How can such a weak girl gain a foothold? And Li Fan tells Linger, don't be so sad. Wipe your tears. And gives her a handkerchief. And when Linger wiped her tears from that handkerchief, a lot of spiritual energy comes out from inside that handkerchief. And seeing this, Linger is surprised and thinks, how can it be? I just wiped my eyes with this handkerchief, and my wound is healed. Besides, my eye skills have also been promoted from fire eyes to ruby eyes. I can see clearly that there are thousands of strands of spiritual power flowing here. Senior Li's residence is totally a wonderland. And the woman says to Linger, Sister Linger, did Senior Li just bless you? And Linger says, it's more than just a blessing. It just makes me reborn. Thank you very much, Senior. And Li Fan says, it's just a handkerchief. You're welcome. But Li Fan is thinking, how miserable this girl's life is. Is it too much just because of a handkerchief? And Li Fan asks both of them to come inside. Then they both go inside and Li Fan says, I'm sorting out my paintings. It might be a bit messy. And when both of them see the paintings made by Li Fan, they are very surprised and think such powerful flowing spirit of Tao. This painting is definitely a holy object. And when Linger touches that painting, she feels so much power. I feel countless fragments of Tao calling me. It's a sense of stability like returning to my mother's womb. And then Linger's eyes are upgraded, the 3rd grade holy eyes. And the woman asks Linger, Linger, how are you feeling? So Linger says, Senior Li is really the strongest master I have ever seen. And Li Fan looks at both of them and thinks, it's just a few paintings. Why are they so surprised? Or is it that my painting skills are really superb? And then a notification comes from the system, new task, give Hualinger a gift. And Li Fan thinks, gift? A sudden gift. I have been farming in the mountains for 3 years. How can I have money to buy any gifts? Oh, I know. And Li Fan tells Linger, since you like my paintings so much, take one with you. Take it as a gift. If you meet any difficulties in the future, this painting may be helpful. And Li Fan is thinking, this is totally a system reward without cost. So nice. And the woman says softly in Linger's ear, Sister Linger, Senior Li always has a plan. He must have foreseen that you will use it in the future when he wants you to have this holy object. And Linger tells Li Fan, then I will accept it. Thank you for your generosity, Senior. But Li Fan is thinking, I think they must be quite poor. They can sell this painting to get some money and support their family. I help people and complete this system task at the same time. I am so capable. And Li Fan tells Linger, just keep one thing in mind, it is better to keep paintings for a longer time. And Linger says, don't worry, Senior. I understand it. And Li Fan says, just keep bargaining when you sell it to close the deal in a higher price. And Linger says, the Senior is reminding me that this painting should only be shown at a critical moment, so as not to be too ostentatious. And Linger asks Li Fan, Senior, you've entrusted me with such a valuable painting. I'm curious as to what your next request will be. So Li Fan says, didn't you say that your mother's legacy was taken away? If possible, it's better to take it back. Li Fan is thinking, I don't know if the money for one painting is enough to redeem that legacy. Maybe I should give her more? And Linger softly says to the woman, get back what was stolen? Does Senior mean? And the woman says, we should declare war on Longxian sect? And Linger says to Li Fan, Senior, I understand what you mean. And the woman says, don't worry, Senior. We will follow your orders. And after listening to both of them, Li Fan says, what? You understand me? Well then bye. After this, the woman and Linger leave by flying ship, and the woman is asking Linger, could it be that Senior Li wants us to go directly to Longxian sect? And Linger says, but I am more worried about the people of Kingdom Fire. And then the flying ship starts moving, and when Linger and the woman look ahead, there are many flying ships in front, and seeing this the woman says, why are there so many cultivators heading towards Mount Sunli? And Linger says, could it be that there is a beast tide again in Mount Sunli? I have to go and see. I can't let them attack the people of Kingdom Fire anymore. After this, all the flying ships come down, and there are a lot of cultivators at that place. And when the woman looks ahead she is shocked and says, why did the mountains experience such significant collapse? According to legend, the Supreme Master of Kingdom Fire passed away in Sunli Mountain. As for the movement of the mountains, it seems to be a sign of the appearing supreme treasure. If treasure hunters enter this dangerous wonderland or encounter fights and robberies, they should take responsibility for their own deeds. Longxian Sect, Xianin Pavilion, and the royal family of Kingdom Wind, it turns out that these people are here for the supreme treasure. And then the ground starts shaking, and a lot of chains come down from the sky. And a coffin comes out from that place, and seeing this everyone gets surprised and says, it's the unexplored territory. It appears. On the top, could it be the coffin of the Supreme Master of Kingdom Fire? Where the Supreme Master is buried. The supreme treasure must be there. What a fulfilling journey today! Once you get the treasure, you can become immortal in one step. But Linger looking at that coffin says, no, there are more than just treasures in the coffin. And the woman asks, Sister Linger, what did you see? So Linger states, I'm not sure, but it's definitely not that simple. Perhaps Senior Li gave me the painting to let me stop all of this. After this, everyone is saying, Longxian sect is so fast. They have broken through the first realm of the territory. Follow up. Don't miss this great opportunity. And the woman asks, Sister Linger, shall we go too? So Linger says, yes, but be careful. The treasure here is attractive but also extremely dangerous. Every realm of the territory is tightly surrounded by chaotic flames. If you are not careful enough, you will, and then something starts falling from the sky, And seeing this, the woman says, "Be totally wiped out, Sister Linger, let me help you guard the flying ship. You can use your eye skills now." And the woman creates a protection barrier over the flying ship, and says, "Linger, don't worry. Fortunately, Senior Lee helped me upgrade to holy eyes, so I can now clearly discern the safe path, passing through the chaotic flames easily." After this, we see a scene of another flying ship. All the soldiers in this place are burning to death. And seeing all this, Xuanfei is saying, "Damn it, my eye skills are still weak, and the territory in front is getting more and more chaotic. Even with Ruby Ring, it is difficult to see it clearly." And when Xuanfei touches the lock of that chain, it starts burning. And asks the girl for help, but a man says, "Stand back." And now Xuanfei is falling down from that burning flying ship, and seeing this, Linger says, "Wait, sister." But the woman says, "Sister Linger, don't set yourself on fire." And then the ruby ring starts falling from the sky, and Linger sees the ruby ring, and the ruby ring flies and goes directly into Linger's finger. And now that ruby ring comes on Linger's finger, but I don't know what Linger thinks. And she says, "I see, Senior Lee knew that the Xuanhua ring would recognize its master, so he didn't immediately help me retrieve it." And the woman comes behind Linger and says to her nervously, "Sister Linger, can you still hold on?" And Linger tells the woman with confidence, "Does not matter. As for Senior Lee's plan, I will break through the secret realm no matter what." After this, we see a man, who is trying to break the last circle, but it is very difficult for him to do this. Then he comes in the flying ship and says to the Saintess, "With the power of several major sects, there is absolutely no possibility of opening this last level of the magic circle." And after listening to his words, girl tells him, "As long as the elder is alright, for the final hurdle, we can't force it." And all the people there at that place think that it is very difficult to enter this secret realm. But when someone says something, it's too early to say that. And everyone gets surprised after hearing this, and we see Linger, which is trying to break that last circle, and she breaks that last circle. And whatever power he has, he goes towards that coffin. And seeing this, everyone gets surprised, and the old man says, "The highest level coffin. This is a great opportunity. If I can get my hands on the secret treasures within, the Manhwa sect will surely prosper. Road open the casket." And the man, seeing all these things, tells Linger, "Don't go near that coffin." And hearing this, the old man also gets surprised and says, "According to the unwritten rules, the first force to break through has priority to choose. Besides, it was the last seal we opened. What if none of us were standing in front? Can you guys come over here?" But the man gets angry and says to all of them, "I will give you two choices, die or leave." And after listening to his words, now all three get ready to fight. And that guy and girl summon something and say to them, "If you guys don't go, don't blame me for being rude." And as soon as they say this, all three get angry, and the old man says to them, "A broken spirit nail can lock the cultivator's spiritual power, so that the cultivator's spiritual power gradually turns into black ice, and finally dries up. What a cruel method!" But the girl tells them, "You are much stronger than your good-for-nothing brother, and I respect you too, but you shouldn't be here." And Linger gets angry at girl and says to her, "You seize an opportunity like this. If you destroy Senior Lee's arrangement, Senior Lee will not let you go." But the girl doesn't care at all, and she directly grabs Linger's neck and says to her, "Senior Lee? Even if it's the Emperor, you can't restrain me today." After this, the man goes to open the coffin. And gathering his power at one place, he puts it inside that coffin, due to which a huge explosion occurs inside that coffin. Seeing this, the girl gets scared and blood starts coming out of her mouth. And from inside that coffin, anything comes out, which is very dangerous, and at the same time the person also gets hurt by that blast. And then that evil person catches that man. And the man asks the girl to help him. And seeing this, everyone gets surprised and says, "This is Emperor Manhwa." "What? He's not dead yet?" "No, this is the Emperor who turned into a demon, second only to the existence of the evil god." And now we see the evil Emperor, who is emanating very dangerous energy from his body, and that energy is going directly towards the girl. And then someone comes to that place and says to that evil Emperor, Don't be arrogant, you devil. Ling Xian, from the Holy Land Taiyan, is here. And the girl says to the man, fellow Taoist, save me. I Long Xuanzong, and am willing to give up all the secret realm treasures this time. And the man says to the girl, Long Xuanzong? Retrieve your sex secret treasure, and I'll help you quickly. And after listening to both of them, Linger gets angry and says something to them. But then, someone slaps the woman and Linger, who is none other than girl, and she says to them, the treasure itself has nothing to do with you, Long Xuanzong. Why did you let him take the treasure? Senior Li, how come I didn't see Senior Li coming to save you in this situation? You just happened to break through the secret realm and want to affect the overall situation. That's ridiculous. The treasures of this secret realm can never be yours. After this, the man starts gathering his power in his fingers and also takes out a talisman, and points the talisman directly towards that evil energy and says, evil spirits are everywhere. It looks like it really is a newborn monster. And then an old man comes to that place, seeing whom the man salutes him, and girl gets surprised to see that old man. And she says in surprise, it turns out that His Highness is second only to the Supreme One, and that sword that is. Now the old man steps forward and says this sword was the last sword the Taiyan immortal had before becoming an immortal. It already contains a trace of immortal energy. It is a pride to die under this sword, but this makes no difference to the evil emperor. He becomes even more angry and takes out his evil dragon. And at the same time, the old man moves his finger and attacks the evil emperor's dragon. And the old man says to that man, you don't need to worry, kid, pseudo-sword and new demon lord will suffice. But then something happens at that place which the old man had not imagined. That evil energy goes directly towards that old man and starts burning him. And also due to the effect of that evil energy, the man starts vomiting blood, and the evil emperor appears and says to them, even the Taiyan Holy Land's elders couldn't do anything about it. Unlucky! Are we doomed to die here? I don't want to die here. Don't want that. And seeing this, girl goes into shock. She gets very disappointed, but then Linger comes in front of her, and she takes out the painting given by Li Fan and says in a serious look, you're right, I'm not the protagonist of this world, but I know better than you who the protagonist is. And when the evil emperor looks at Linger, he thinks, Sacred Fire Eye? Follow my way, since you inherited my power, you must become my slave. And then with the help of his eyes the evil emperor does something that Linger had not thought of, the feeling of hopelessness, this truly powerful power. But Linger takes out that painting and a lot of light comes out from that painting, due to which whatever evil energy is there goes away, and a phoenix also comes out from that painting, seeing which the evil emperor gets surprised. And thinks that a power that doesn't exist in this world. I won't lose. I'm going over the edge. But just as the evil emperor is about to use his power doesn't work because the painting starts pulling the evil emperor inside itself. And within no time the evil emperor disappears. And seeing this, Linger gets surprised as to what just happened. And at the same time the woman comes behind Linger and tells her, Sister Linger, you did it! Senior Li will definitely reward you. And now many people congratulate Linger, but the girl is very scared and she says, the demon king, that even the Taiyan Holy Land is devoured by the scroll. I'm ashamed to have ruined her practice with such a broken spirit. And the girl directly bows down and starts apologizing to Linger, and Linger tells her, do you know that you almost ruined Senior Li's event? You even made insulting comments on Senior Li. It was so easy for him to erase your cultivation. And Linger summons something and gets hurt by it, and apologizes to Linger, and goes away from there. And also Linger finds a treasure. This is the supreme magical weapon of Supreme Lihua. City of Gods Tianhlo. It is said that it is made of 10,000-year-old Xuanhua wood, and the Tao Yun of Supreme Lihua's life is smelted in it. And all three become very happy after holding that treasure. After this the scene shifts and we see Hua Imperial Palace. And we see the Emperor of Kingdom Fire. Who is Linger's father? And also Linger's stepmother is there at that place, and she angrily says to the Emperor, Your Excellency, it must be the lowly maid who killed the concubine clan. You must take revenge on the person who killed the concubine. There was an invincible existence behind him. And after listening to the Emperor's words, she becomes quiet, she is unable to say anything. Then the Emperor puts his hand on his head and says, "Go, take my will and invite Princess Linger back. I want to make her the Empress of the next generation of the whole empire." After some time we see Li Fan and Linger has come to that place, and she says to Li Fan, "Thank you Senior Li for the painting. Linger has finished wearing it, and now I am returning it to Senior, and this item is also taken to Senior." But Li Fan tells him, "The painting was originally given to you, so you don't need to return it to me, but this block of wood. Rather interesting, much better than regular firewood." And Li Fan catches that treasure, and looking at it he is thinking, "If you look closely, this is a good material for carving. Come to think of it, my carving skills are considered impeccable, and they must be worth some money if I were to sell them. This is a good material for carving. Just help them again, after all, they are already so pitiful." And all three become very surprised and look at Li Fan very carefully, and Li Fan takes out a knife and says to them, "Now that you know that I have a little understanding of carving, and I will give it to you again. I will help you again. The carving knife that this system provides is still very strong, and it's still easy to carve wood." And the middle-aged man gets surprised after seeing that knife and says, "The carving knife is a wonderful product. It wasn't even weaker than a painting scroll." And the old man also says, "Incredible." I clearly sensed that what the carving knife seemed to be carving was the Tao, heaven and earth. And now Li Fan starts designing that treasure with the help of that knife and blows on that treasure. And he turns the treasure into a beautiful palace, which everyone is shocked to see. They all start crying. And finally Li Fan makes that treasure in the form of a palace. And about this we are told, a truly invincible treasure. It could become a supreme tier power. This thing should only exist in the sky. Senior Li just gave it away? And Li Fan wants to give that treasure to Linger, and everyone gets surprised to know this, especially Linger. And Linger takes that treasure, and thanks Li Fan. And also Li Fan gives something else to Linger and says, "Here are some more decorations, I'll give them to you." And Li Fan gives it to him, and the old man says thank you to Li Fan for doing all this. And at the same time the middle-aged man is looking at that thing and thinking, this time, what Senior Li gave was definitely a treasure that could accompany the two of them in their lifelong practice. And Li Fan picks up that cat and tells them, "It's not that serious, it's just a gift. If you want to thank me, why don't you guys tell me something interesting about the outer world of immortal cultivators? I'm a human living in a village, and I've never even been outside." And after listening to Li Fan's words, all three get surprised and they start thinking, "Senior Li, it's finally time for the mission." Senior Li asks Li to be his eyes and ears. And the old man says to Li Fan, "We'll go through fire and water for Senior Li. We'll do whatever it takes." And everyone greets Li Fan, and seeing this Li Fan is thinking, why do these cultivators have to behave like that at every turn? I just want to hear the story, it's embarrassing. And Li Fan asks them all to leave and tells them that I am going to the mountain to paint, but Li Fan looks at them and thinks, unfortunately, poor people like them don't think they're doing well in the world of immortal cultivation, so it's better for them to master their cultivation, and Li Fan now leaves from there. And now all three also start leaving from there, and the woman asks Linger, "Sister Linger, what are you looking at?" And Linger tells the woman, "There seems to be a crane in this heavenly palace." And then something magical happens at that place, and the palace starts becoming very big, seeing which everyone gets surprised. And seeing that thing they say, "This must be Senior Li's instructions. Let's go inside and take a look." And now everyone goes inside that palace and becomes very happy to see that place and says, "Is this the interior of the heavenly palace?" Here the sound of his great Tao boomed with long Tao implications, at least at the level of the Pure Land. And the old man says, "Good. It is comparable to a holy object. It can be big or small, and one day of practice in it is worth hundreds of years. I think Senior Li gave us this so that we could grow lip quickly and build up a force capable of doing things for Senior Li." And Linger now sits at that place and starts cultivating and is thinking, "It's amazing how quickly I was able to train here, in just a few days my domain." And then we see a man who is looking to Linger. Is happening. And he becomes aware of Linger's breath, and thinks that she must be nearby, and he says loudly, Emperor Hua's edict has arrived. Third princess, Hua Linger has come out to welcome the edict. And they all hear that man's voice. And they all get a little puzzled, and the man says again, where is the third princess? Third princess, hurry out to receive the edict. And Linger recognizes that man after seeing him and thinks, Golden Armor Commander? And that commander tells them all, by order of Emperor Hua. Third princess is summoned to return to the imperial capital immediately, and Emperor Hua will crown you as the heir to the throne. Third princess, why don't you accept the decree and thank the emperor? And Linger says in a loud voice to that commander, accepting the edict? How dare a golden armor guard in front of the palace be so cruel? Are you looking down on me? And the commander gets angry and emphasizes his point by saying, Third princess, even though you have noble status, the Hui kingdom has never judged your status since birth. If you don't have a big force behind you, and you only rely on your own strength, I'm afraid the third princess won't be able to take the position of Hua royal inheritance today, right? Even though I'm just the commander of the golden armor in front of the palace, but still a great cultivator from the cave void realm. Even His Majesty Emperor Hua never listened to the word mere to insult me. And Linger starts laughing after listening to that commander's words, and the woman asks him, the cave void realm doesn't seem to be out of reach? And Linger directly comes behind that commander, which the commander did not even notice when Linger came behind him. But that commander attacks Linger, but Linger kills that commander very easily. And starts laughing and says, Today, it's time to avenge my mother's death. And the woman becomes happy after seeing Linger's power and says, Sister Linger, you are so powerful now. Even the void cave realm is easily killed by you. Then Linger tells them, Emperor Hua is ruthless, and this time he seems to have ceded his throne to me, but actually he has a conspiracy in mind. I plan to take this opportunity to kill him completely and make the entire Hui kingdom available to Senior Li. And Linger is thinking, it's time to do it. It is also time to lay down the first power for Senior Li. And on the other hand, Linger's stepmother is very angry, and she is saying to the emperor, how dare they, mere members of the Li Hua sect, dare to want to kill His Majesty. But the emperor gets angry with him and says, if you think you have the protection of an invincible master, if so, let's try. And now the emperor is sitting on his throne. And then a soldier comes to that place, who is very nervous, and he tells the emperor, the third princess has entered the palace. I can't stop her. And as soon as the emperor comes to know about this, he becomes very nervous. And his advisor tells the emperor that it is not too late. You can go from here. But the emperor's wife, she says to the emperor, Your Majesty, please do something to kill that bitch. Even if she is blessed by great power, Her Majesty is at the Mahayana stage, so it will be easy to kill her. But the emperor says sadly, Invincible immortal power, I regret to say that all military soldiers. Unfortunately. And now the emperor starts going to Linger, to meet her. And opens the door and says with great enthusiasm, My son! I would like to congratulate you today on your ascension to the position of Lord of Luo Kingdom. But Linger does not like the emperor's behavior, and Linger tells him, That's why I don't like coming to the palace. You're always on top, looking down on others. And the emperor says to Linger, You will soon become the ruler of Hua Empire, and you can change all these unpleasant rules, and we can change everything in Hua Empire. You can follow the look your mom likes, remember when she told me. And when the emperor talks about Linger's mother, Linger gets very angry. And she asks her to shut up, and she says, You don't deserve to mention my mom. It's not 15 years ago, and I'm not a little girl anymore. My mom died because of you, but today I can't stay silent anymore. And the emperor asks and says to Linger, Do you remember? Your mother was my true love, and she also loved me very much. Otherwise how could she die for me? Linger, I know you have hatred, so today I will prove it to you. And the emperor grabs his wife's neck and tells her, all this has happened because of her. And the emperor kills him and says, He killed your mother back then, and I've long wanted to kill him, but it was only because of the stability of the empire now. It's time to avenge your mother. And the emperor softly says to Linger, Come, my son. I'll put this robe on you. Starting today, you are the emperor of the Hua Empire. Father will help you to manage this empire well. But Linger knows the Emperor's intentions and says to him, shameless. No need to put lip an unnecessary fight. Today, you two will die, and be buried with my mother. And the Emperor asks Linger, can we both talk together? But Linger refuses. And hearing this, the Emperor has no option left, and he says, I've counseled you well, but you're so stubborn. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being cruel. And now the Emperor starts charging himself, seeing which even Linger becomes alert. And the Emperor angrily says, because here, there is a vein of earth fire. For generations, the ancestors of the Hua imperial family have nurtured it with their lives. The bones of the corpses buried within have long given spirit to the earth's fire veins, and when they come together, they are powerful enough to burn immortals. And now the Emperor's eyes turn white, and he continues, I am the true fire dragon, even if it's an immortal. Even if the person behind you comes in person, it won't be enough to defeat me. And then Linger takes out the heavenly palace. And the Emperor attacks Linger with fire, but the heavenly palace destroys the dragon, due to which one of the Emperor's hands gets cut off. And seeing this, the Emperor cannot believe, what kind of magical weapon is this? And now Linger comes forward and says the most important rule to change in the Hua Empire is the rule of your incompetent Emperor. And within a short time Linger kills that Emperor. And she picks up her crown and says, Mother, I have taken your revenge today. After killing the Emperor, preparations are now underway for Linger's coronation. And then two old men come to that place and call Linger congratulations. And also one of the elders says, Emperor Hua, I won't beat around the bush anymore. This time we came here, we also want to see the senior who gave the painting. This is related to the survival of the Zanshin realm. And the second elder also says, we discovered that there is something hidden in the depths of Tsungli Mountain, which can change the existence on the mountain, and it is precisely because of this that the demon master was resurrected this time. What's more, 3 days ago, an evil god's messenger descended on Mount Tsungli, and his purpose seemed to be that artifact. Once the evil god succeeds and loses Tsungli Mountain as his base to transform everything on the mountain, it will be disastrous for the entire southern region and even the Zanshin realm. Therefore, our two holy places would like to join hands with that senior to protect the Zanshin realm. And listening to the words of those two elders, Linger is thinking, I thought Senior Li only wanted to subdue demons, but it turns out that such a thing exists in Tsungli Mountain. Now it seems that the world in Senior Li's eyes is far from our imagination. Senior Li's chess game is too high, too big. We ants can only see a part of it. Then Linger says to those two elders, I can take the two of you to meet Senior Li, but whether or not you can meet depends entirely on luck, and both of them elders says thank you to Linger. 2 days later, two girls are going towards the mountain by flying ship. And those people are saying, worthy of the old ancestors' testimony. At first glance it looks like a sleeping dragon. Sister Nafong, I heard that the demon that appeared here was pressed to death by a painting. I really don't know what kind of person can paint like that. And the name of this pink-haired girl is Xiling. And the name of this black-haired girl is Nafong. And then they feel spiritual power, seeing which both of them get surprised and Xiling says this is the Taoist realm of the Holy Pen. It rises to the sky. How is this possible? To be able to influence a spirit-class flying boat from such a long distance, how terrifying this Taoist realm is. And Xiling asks Nafong to follow her to that place, but Nafong tells her, I trust your perception of Tao paintings, but if there really is a supreme master painting, it would be too dangerous to go there rashly. That's all. After all, the Tsungli Mountains are full of dangers, so it doesn't matter if it's more than that. Spirit boat. Fly low and don't be rude to the creatures in front of you. There are too many unknowns in this beam of light, Xiling. Are you sure you want to go? And Xiling is surprised and says, Sister, just by getting close, the secret method of painting on my body will work automatically. This is the Tao calling. If only I could go up there and see it, with just one look. I would die with no regrets. Nice. Let's check it out. Next, we see Li Fan painting a mountain. And both the girls are secretly watching Li Fan while he is painting. And thinking, this is a real saint painting. Man and Tao are one. Every stroke is a carrier of the great Tao of heaven and earth. What kind of figure painted this? Even if we look at the paintings left by the sects when the old ancestors painted, they are not as shocking as this. And Li Fan puts his signature on his painting, and at the same time the cat puts the stamp with its paws. Seeing this, Li Fan becomes happy. And he says that you are very smart, you know how to put stamps. And then Li Fan feels something and thinks, damn it! Why did two beautiful women suddenly appear? Oh no, no! The stupidity of cuddling my cat being seen by others. Li Fan asks them, who are you all? So Xiling says, seniors. My name is Nan Feng and this is my sister Xiling. We were passing by this place and were intrigued by the senior paintings, so we couldn't resist coming to see them. And listening to Xiling's words, Li Fan thinks these two little girls came to climb the mountain with painting boards on their backs. Maybe they were art students who came out to make paintings. So, they were impressed by my excellent painting skills, so I deserved to be called a senior. And Li Fan tells both of them in attitude, so that's it, you're also in the same line of work? Then, this is fate. And Xiling says to Li Fan, can I see that painting from closer? So Nan Feng says angrily, why can you ask such a question? And she says to Li Fan, my sister is not involved in world affairs, please seniors to forgive her, if she is rude. But Nan Feng is thinking, Xiling is too stupid. This is an unfathomable great being. Moreover, his paintings definitely contain Tao and are considered to be the greatest treasure. How could a senior be able to easily? And when Nan Feng saw that painting, when she looked at it carefully, she enjoyed it very much, she liked it very much. And within no time its levels start increasing, 5th level of Yuanying, to the 6th level of Yuanying, to 7th level of Yuanying, to 9th level Yuanying, to enhancements. And Nan Feng feels immense strength inside herself, and she says, what a blessing! This painting, oh my god! If he didn't enter the Tsungli Mountains himself, how could he paint it so vividly? Could it be that this senior? And also Nan Feng is thinking, it is said that there is an immortal platform hidden in the Tsungli Mountains, and since ancient times, those who step into the depths of the Tsungli Mountains will either ascend to the immortal realm or die. There is no turning back from the immortal platform of the ages. If not for the reappearance of the three immortals, who has such a skill? This senior. And Li Fan is also thinking, it's worth getting 2 fans at once, but it's too dangerous for 2 young girls to be in the mountains at this late hour. And Xiling thanks Li Fan for letting her see that painting. And Li Fan tells them that there is no need for you to be so polite. And coughing, Li Fan tells them, it's getting dark and you two are in danger if you stay here, there's nowhere else around here, so if you don't mind, you can return to the village with me. And both the girls become happy after listening to Li Fan's words. And she says, can we really follow you? After this, we see that there are dark dense clouds over that village, and thunder is also happening. And 2 demons come to that place who are evil. And one of the demons says, since we are messengers of the evil god, we must remove all obstacles for the evil god. This place feels like a forbidden place. There is no special aura in it. And the second demon says we should go down. And now both those demons are going down fast. And as soon as those demons reach the ground, they feel something. And the first of them, the demon says, what a powerful feel. So powerful that it was difficult for Li's knight generals to get close. And the second demon says, even scarier than the Lord's closed retreat. But then due to the pressure of that power, that first demon sinks to the ground and says, we are supreme beings. Can't we go in? Just 10 more steps. This seems to be the limit. And the demon looks towards Li Fan's house and says, what kind of place is this? No matter how hard I try, I can't. We must see it. Such an existence, hiding here, is too great a threat to the evil god. And he gets angry and says, even if my demon's soul gets burnt, I will stay ahead. And both of them start increasing their power very much, and move rapidly towards Li Fan's house. And the other demon says, even if I burn my demon's soul, I'll go in. Keep. It's worth dying to send back the things that were left behind at a glance to the evil god. And as soon as both of them are about to reach that place, a very bright light emerges from the front. And a claw comes out from that place which looks very dangerous. And a few moments later, we see the bones of those two demons lying at that place, and some people are flying fast towards that village. And the elder is telling them, this mirror can sense monsters thousands of miles away, the messenger of the evil god. I'm afraid he has arrived at that senior residence. And the other elder says we should go quickly. He first elder says, it's too late, I'm afraid the two of them should have already fought each other, and judging from the reaction of the magic-seeking mirror, the envoy of the evil god is stronger than you and me. I can only hope that senior will survive for a while longer. I'll speed up to help him. And they all quickly reach that village. And the elder is telling them, the magic-seeking mirror shows that the envoy of the evil god has arrived, and there has been an explosion of immortal-level demonic power here. And now they all reach near Li Fan's house. And as they all look ahead, they are surprised to see the bones of those two demons are lying in front of them. And the elder tells them, this is a demon yiksha bone. A what? Demon bone yiksha? Could it be that the two demon generals, but the woman and Linger are unable to understand anything after looking at those bones? What is this thing after all? And the elder tells them, the yiksha bone is something that the yiksha demon general will manifest after he dies. This means that both yiksha demon generals are dead. Dead in front of this senior's door. But both of them still cannot understand anything. So the second elder says, this senior's strength not only surpasses the supreme level, even the immortal level is hard to match. And the first elder also says, it exists like this. No wonder it dares to design and wait for the evil god. And those two elders are thinking, as supreme being in the Holy Land, we are not unreachable immortals, but this. Killing an immortal is easy, one must respect and must not fear. Fellow Taoists, can you introduce the two of us to the seniors as soon as possible? And then Li Fan comes to that place. And says the woman, what are you doing here? And we see Li Fan who is coming with those two girls. And the woman and Linger grid Li Fan, and Li Fan tells them there is no need to be so polite. And also when both of them look at elder Li Fan they say, no, this senior seems to have just returned from outside. Besides, there are no traces of battle at all. Could it be that Demon General Yiksha did not meet this senior? So, how did they die in front of the courtyard door? But then Li Fan gets very angry when he sees the bones of those two demons. And he starts cleaning the bones of those demons and says, who put this trash here? Don't you know how to separate trash? The trash is right in front of my door. And Li Fan cleans the bones of those two demons. And seeing this, both the elders get surprised and think, trash? The immortal level demon General Yiksha will be trash. Then both the elders grids Li Fan. But Li Fan is confused. Who are these two elders? Then Li Fan asks both the elders, what have you all come to this place to do? And also Na Feng is thinking that both these elders are from the highest holy land. Then that second elder says, seniors. Great Tao Sun Map is a powerful work of art in the southern region. Everyone knows about it. We came here to meet you so much. And Li Fan becomes very happy after listening to that elder's words, and is thinking, it seems that Hualinger gained popularity at an auction or somewhere with this painting. Maybe these people came here to buy paintings. Then Li Fan says to both the elders, then, please come with me to the courtyard for a moment to talk. And both of them say to elder Li Fan, please, senior Li, go in first, we dare not leave before you do. And listening to both of them, Li Fan is thinking, these two are very polite. And Li Fan goes ahead and says, it seems that today, the wind is quite strong. And after listening to Li Fan, the second elder thinks, the wind is quite strong. Did this senior mention anything? And as soon as those two elders go inside, they feel a lot of pressure. Feeling this, both are surprised and both are thinking, very strong terrain. Scary. Fortunately, we followed behind Senior Li. If we had barged in, we would have died without a burial place. The terrain here gave me the feeling that it was even more terrifying than the immortal level sect protection formation of the Taiyan Holy Land. The first elder then starts coughing, and the second elder says, why do I feel those two Yiksha demons? Perhaps they were simply killed by the fields here? And as soon as both of them go inside, and see the inside, they become very surprised and say, Is that a flat peach? Really, isn't the flat peach a sacred relic that grows in the immortal realm? And when both of them see that tree, they are very surprised to see that tree. A lot of energy is coming out from inside that tree, and seeing that energy the other elder becomes unconscious. And then Li Fan asks those two elders to sit, and he goes inside his house. Then the second elder says, just one glance almost shakes the foundation of the Tao. This flat peach is truly a divine fruit of the immortal realm. And the first elder says, I'm no better. It's really scary. This flat peach tree most likely already has a spirit. Then Li Fan makes tea and brings it, seeing which both the woman and Linger become happy. And Li Fan gives them tea, and looking at that tea the other elder is thinking, the strongest person like Senior Li actually offered us tea. And both the elders calm down a bit after seeing the woman drinking tea. Then after that the first elder drinks the tea, and a lot of spiritual energy comes out from that tea, due to which a lot of energy starts flowing inside him. And after drinking that tea, both of them become very happy and say, Fellow Taoists, this is the rule. This is a fragment of the rule. Our supreme realm is being perfected. And after drinking that tea, both the elders start crying and say, Our 100 years of suffering is one step ahead today. 1,000 sails on the side of a sinking ship and 1,000 trees in front of a sick tree. And seeing those two elders very happy, Nanfeng gets surprised and asks, What happened to these two? And then both the elders thank Li Fan for his kindness. And Li Fan says to both of them, No need to be so. Meeting each other is fate. What's more, we are all in the same boat. And Li Fan says while taking out the painting from behind him, This is today's work, and you've come a long way to see it, so let's see it. And at the same time Li Fan is thinking, I will show the importance of this painting and sell it for a good price. And Li Fan, while opening the painting, says that everyone should look at it carefully. And everyone gets ready to see that painting. And Li Fan says that I have made this painting today, and as soon as Li Fan opens that painting, it is a very beautiful painting. And when both the elders see that painting, they are very surprised. He bows down after looking at that painting and says, Is this the full view of the Tsungli mountain range? At a glance, the entire Tsungli mountain range is painted alive, and its potential is shown in all its glory, and this painting alone is priceless. And also the both elder are thinking, it seems that Senior Li had known for a long time that we were coming. So, he prepared this painting. No one has ever come out alive after entering the Tsungli mountains, and this painting must have been made by tracing the entire mountain range. Senior Li was able to come out of the Tsungli mountain range in one piece. And Li Fan seeing those two elders like this he thinks, judging from their expressions and reactions, they should be satisfied with this painting, and they can't talk about the price right away, they are afraid that the price will not be what want. Li Fan picks up those two elders and asks them, Do you want this? So the second elder says, With this painting, it will definitely help us stabilize the big crisis. And after listening to that elder Li Fan thinks, a big crisis? Could the two open a painting and calligraphy shop? It seems that the other party's business is in danger, that's why they need a real treasure, to go forward to help. Then Li Fan gives that painting to both of them. And those two elders taking that painting say, It seems that Senior Li intentionally gifted this painting to Lise, so that we could do something? Since the senior has an order, there must be a purpose, we attend it. And listening to those two elders, Li Fan thinks, they both took this painting and didn't pay or ask the price, a bit outrageous. And Li Fan, moving his hand forward, says to the elder, Pay with one hand, deliver with the other, no credit. And after listening to Li Fan, both the elders come a little distance away. And both talk among themselves, and the first elder says, Seniors definitely don't want to get involved in karma. And the second elder says, Yes, the scarier a person is, the more he worries about karma. The Tsungli Mountains is a complicated place for karma, so Senior Li definitely doesn't want to get involved in it, that's why he needs what is called money. In this way, cause and effect are resolved. And the first elder asks, But are spirit stones useful for Senior Li? And the second elder takes out a box from him, and the first elder also. And both of them together start giving those 2 boxes to Li Fan, and he says that this is all we have. And Li Fan becomes happy with that box and thinks, not light. Is it silver or gold? Both are very generous. And Li Fan sits down with both those boxes and says to them, thank you both for coming, and if you need anything else in the future, you can always come to me. And after listening to Li Fan, both the elders think, in the future? It seems like Senior has already predicted what will happen later. He prepared the big picture. And both of them say to Li Fan, thank you, seniors, I am very grateful, and I bid you farewell. I will come back again to pay my respects to seniors next time. And Li Fan says to both of them, okay, then I won't hold you back. And now both those elders are leaving that place. And first the elder says, this senior is really scary. My back is already drenched in sweat. And the second elder says, at first, we underestimated Senior Li to this extent, but now it seems that he is really an immortal, and even the immortal realm is not low. There's even a flat peach, she's probably senior to Xianyu. And both the elders start imaging Li Fan. And think, immortal realm. Throughout history, there were only a handful of heavenly beings who could enter the immortal realm. Now that a master of the immortal realm descended into the mortal world, he must have a big conspiracy. And the first elder says to the second elder, Brother Dao, in his eyes, our 2 holy lands are just pawns. And the second elder says, and not just us? Didn't you see that the 2 girls who followed the seniors with lutes and painting boards on their backs? They are from the 3 supreme holy lands in Zhongzhou. Fellow Taoists, the holy land is a pawn, this chess game. Not just for the southern region. It's hard to imagine how big the handwriting is, and the first elder thinks, the Holy Land is a pawn. After both of them leave, Linger says to Li Fan, Senior, thank you for the treasure, we are now already in the Hua Empire and have already established our foothold, so we came to report to you. And Li Fan is thinking after listening to her words, standing firm. It seems like they got a good price for the painting I gave them? Maybe they've even opened a shop or something and have a place to live. And Li Fan smilingly says to Linger, that's good for you, work hard, your life will always get better if you are willing to fight. The woman and Linger become very happy after listening to Li Fan. And at the same time both of them are thinking, Senior Li asks us to work well for him so that we can have a bright future. Then the woman says to Li Fan, by the way, Senior, when Luo Ming and Hong Xian get their hands on that precious painting, they will definitely create a storm in the southern region. When the time comes, shall we go? And listening to the woman, Li Fan is smiling and thinking, haha, these people's little thoughts. Luo Ming and the 2 won my painting, they will definitely publicize it. Maybe they will hold calligraphy and painting exhibitions, auctions and the like. They also definitely want to show their face on such occasions and expand their business. So they only ask because they want to get some calligraphy and paintings of themselves to calm the atmosphere. And Li Fan tells them, if you want to leave, you can leave. If you need anything, I will help you. Then Li Fan fills the cup of tea and asks both the girls, what are you guys planning to do today? So Xiling blushes and says, can I learn to paint with you? But Na Feng gets angry after hearing Xiling's words and says to her, bullshit. Xiling, how dare you be so bold? It's a great honor for us to be entertained by seniors today. How could you make such a disrespectful request? And after listening to Na Feng, Xiling becomes silent and lowers her head. And listening to them, Li Fan stands up and thinks, did it bother her? Was she worried that learning to paint would delay her sister's training? It's true, my family listened to worry that I would fall behind in my studies if I kept reading novels. And Na Feng apologizes to Li Fan saying, I'm sorry, senior. Just because Xiling is still very new to this world, she made an excessive request. So please don't take offense. And Na Feng is thinking, Xiling, don't you understand? This senior is the one who killed the Demon King with a painting a few days ago. And then a system notification appears in front of Li Fan, and it is written in it, System Task, Accept and Teach them. Take 2 people as interns. And Li Fan gets a little surprised after seeing the system notification. And Li Fan looks at that task and says, this, can I refuse? But if it really delays their studies. Let's try. And Li Fan coughs and says to both of them, I actually think that learning skills like music and painting outside of school hours is a good thing. If you two can, I would like to accept you both as disciples. And Na Feng gets surprised after hearing Li Fan's words and says, Senior, what you're saying is, accept both of us. And Xiling becomes very happy when she hears this. And Li Fan again asks Na Feng, Na Feng, are you unwilling? And Na Feng bows her head and says to Li Fan, Sorry seniors, it's not that I don't want to, but I'm practicing how to play the lute, while seniors are practicing how to paint. And Nanfeng's talk. Li Fan thinks, this little girl was worried that her major wasn't the right one. And Li Fan smilingly tells him, Can you play your lute for me to hear? And now Na Feng plays the sound, and she plays it very well. And listening to her play, Li Fan is thinking, this girl does have some ability in playing the harp, but she still has her shortcoming. And Xiling becomes happy hearing Nanfeng's sound, and says that you play very well. But Li Fan tells him, Your foundation is not bad, but you are too attached to your fingers, and you have corrupted the spirit for the sake of the FORM, and that is a big mistake. I'll use your lute to play. And after listening to Li Fan, Na Feng is thinking, Senior, not only do you know how to paint, but you also know how to play the lute? And Na Feng says to Li Fan, When I was in the holy land of Sandal, Master said that I was not good at strumming the lute, so I should continue to strengthen my strumming. Why did Senior Li say that I was too attached to the strumming of the lute? And Li Fan drinks the tea and says, Great dexterity, heavy sword, listen to this song of mine. And Li Fan plays a song, which is very melodious. And Na Feng gets surprised after hearing that. And she starts imagining that song and thinks, very smooth. This is the feeling of enlightenment. And Li Fan plays, a song that breaks my heart. Where can I find my soulmate? And after listening to that song, tears start flowing from Nanfeng's eyes, and she says happily, with this song, Na Feng will die without regrets. And now Li Fan asks Na Feng, How? Now will you be my disciple? And both Na Feng and Xiling agree. And with that Li Fan's task is completed. And tells them that from now on you all will stay here. And those people also say thank you to Li Fan. And Li Fan starts leaving and is thinking, this is one step closer to becoming a cultivator. I really don't know how long it will be before I become a cultivator. Perhaps, I'm destined to be an ordinary person. After this, we are shown a scene from another location. And this place is Taiyan Holy Land. And we see the same two elders. Those who are moving forward, and two masters come in front of them. And the first master is Taiyan Holy Land Master, Spiritual Supreme. And the second master is Xiang Holy Land Master, Yuanyang Supreme. And the first master says, looking at this Tao painting, I understand why the Sunli Mountains are a forbidden place. It seems like this is really a powerful immortal from the lower realms. Then the second master says, that's right. Viewed from a Tao painting, these Sunli Mountains are a magnificent immortal formation. 10,000 mountains fused together to form a dragon. How marvelous! What an incredible move! I'm afraid this senior is planning to explore the entire Sunli mountain range. But this senior has even given away Tao paintings. What exactly does he want to do? After listening to both of them, the second elder says to them, Two honorable holy masters. From my point of view, this senior was really calculating, as he had given us the Tao map. It must have been to make it easier for Lise to get into the Sunli Mountains. This also means that big changes in the Sunli Mountains are likely to happen. And then a soldier comes running to that place. And says nervously, in the Sunli Mountains, the earth cracked and beasts appeared, something undetectable had come out. And we see a dangerous dragon, which is coming out of the mountain. And a lot of thunder is falling at that place. And even the cat gets scared after seeing that thunder. And at the same time Li Fan wakes up after hearing the sound of thunder, and he says in his sleep, Why is there a rumbling sound? Is it going to rain? The next day, Li Fan wakes up and feels much fresher. And Xiling and Na Feng come in front of him, and say good morning to Li Fan. Na Feng comes forward and says to Li Fan, Master, we want to get some water to wash our faces, and Li Fan tells Na Feng, leave it to me. And Li Fan now goes towards the well, and at the same time a lot of spiritual energy is coming out from that well. And looking at that well they both say, "But I only saw a holy spring glishing from the ground in the courtyard, so I guess it was listed by the master for cultivation, and should not be polluted." Yes. The holy aura of the spring can almost solidify into a solid object, so I'm afraid only the highest level can enjoy it. And Li Fan takes out water from that well and tells them to heat this water before using it. Then wash your face after that. And both of them get very surprised after seeing that water. Both of them think this is holy spring water. And when Li Fan gives that water to the chicken also, both of them get more surprised after seeing this. And Xiling says to Na Feng, "Sis, the teacher said that the firewood he cut was not the black wood that was there. And when both of them wash their faces with that holy water, their skin starts glowing, and their skin becomes very soft." And Xiling says to Na Feng, "Sister, can I drink this water?" And hearing this, Na Feng gets angry and says, "Don't embarrass the master. Xiling, we must forget the poor life we lived in the Holy Land before." Then Li Fan calls both of them for breakfast. And when both of them come forward, they are very surprised to see the breakfast, and the facial reaction of both of them also changes, and Xiling says, "This is what the teacher said. A vegetable field? This is all holy medicine. Such a vegetable field, no wonder it needs to be irrigated with holy spring water." Now both of them come to Li Fan, and Li Fan is giving them chopsticks. Says, "The chickens haven't been laying many eggs lately, so we'll have to start eating with vegetable porridge first, since we don't have any eggs, so we'll make do with what we have." But both of them are shocked. And then Na Feng is trembling and she says, "A bowl of this porridge is a very potent medicine. Even a leaf or root would be treasured and considered a sacred object in the 3 highest holy lands." And the little white cat also comes to that place. And Li Fan caresses him with that love. And now Na Feng is ready to have breakfast, and both of them start eating breakfast just like a cat. And Li Fan tells them to eat slowly. "I have more." And when they eat that breakfast, it feels like heaven. And Xiling asks for more from Li Fan, and also does Na Feng. And seeing this, the little white cat gets surprised and thinks that he is very hungry. And after some time, both of them are very happy after eating breakfast. All 3 are full. Then when they see Li Fan, they get a little surprised. Li Fan is feeding the chickens and Xiling says to Na Feng, "Sis, why do I feel a bit strange about this free-range chicken? What the master is feeding is definitely not a mortal species, most likely some kind of beast, right? Did you not notice that what the master used to feed the chickens was all holy medicine?" Then Li Fan comes to Xiling and Li Fan has an egg in his hand, but it is not an ordinary egg. There's a phoenix inside it, and Li Fan says to Xiling, "Since you guys are full, it's time to practice. Xiling, your task today is to draw this egg." And Xiling catches that egg, and starts looking at it carefully and says, "I felt like I was holding something extraordinary." And Na Feng looks at that egg and says, "This egg contains boundless fire spirit energy, like a dormant volcano, and on top of the eggshell, there is a faint flame-colored phoenix pattern. What kind of egg is this? The master seemed to say that she often eats eggs like this." And Li Fan from the front asks Xiling, "How's that? Don't want to? Do you think painting eggs is easy?" Li Fan starts learning Xiling about painting and says, "The most important thing in painting is basic skill, and basic skill, in fact, is what allows you to see through phenomena to the essence. If a simple egg can be painted tens of thousands of times by you, then you must truly understand the subject. Then, you must be able to truly see the subject as if it were your own." Xiling starts bowing before Li Fan and says Xiling knew that Xiling was wrong. And just then, someone knocks on Li Fan's door. Li Fan goes in front and opens the door. And he sees that his aunt is there, and his aunt tells Li Fan, "Xiao Li, let me tell you, there was an earthquake last night. Many mountains have collapsed. Only our village didn't move at all. Amazing. Many birds and animals in the mountains die at the entrance of the village. It's all first-class animals, and the meat is delicious. It's just that the skin is thick, and everyone's steel knives are destroyed. Fortunately you gave me a kitchen knife before. The kitchen knife works. I'll cut it all off and I'll send you the hind legs." And when all three of them hear that an earthquake had occurred, both of them get extremely shocked. And Li Fan is also surprised. How can an earthquake hit this mountain? Next, we see a flying ship heading towards Sunli Mountain. And there are two people on that flying ship, who belong to Xiling and Nanfeng sect. And the first man among them says, Brother Tai Ming, when the Sunli Mountains are completely opened, the holy relics left behind by our ancestors will definitely come out. But the other man tells him, I said why old Ghost Mo sent his two female disciples here before. It turned out that they wanted to take the holy relic for themselves. And the first man smiles and says, Brother, you worry too much. What kind of storm can two small cultivators in the interference stage cause? Ao Ming, Zhu Xian, you two lead the people to find Nanfeng and Ziling, and bring them back to the sect, dead or alive. And now Li Fan and those two girls come to the village. And she is surprised to see the village, because a lot of disasters have happened at this place. Many spirit beasts are dead at this place, seeing which both the girls are very surprised. And is a little nervous. But Nanfeng tells Xiling, with a master around, even natural disasters won't dare to come close. Haven't you noticed? With a radius of thousands of miles, only the small mountain village was still intact. Even the villagers slept soundly through the night, not knowing what was happening outside. And many powerful beasts are dead at this place. And when Xiling sees that the villagers are cutting that big tortoise very easily, she is surprised to see it, because it is not a common beast. It is a spirit beast, which is a high-level beast. And all the villagers are cutting that turtle with the kitchen knife made by Li Fan. And seeing this, Xiling says nervously, This is too brutal, mammoth beast, great green rock Sanyuan turtle. These are all sub-level spirit beasts, and now, ordinary villagers can use them to fill their stomachs? And Xiling thinks about Li Fan, the blessing of absolute power. All beings are blessed and everyone is equal. I am enlightened. All this is because of my master. And Li Fan is in deep thought. He's wondering, how do these earthquakes happen? Similarly, where there are mountains, there are continental plates that can be crushed. Fortunately, this village is fine. It's a place chosen by the system, so it must be the safest place. And just then, the village elder comes to that place and asks Li Fan, You have a lot of knowledge, what do you think is going on here? Nothing will happen to us here, right? And Li Fan smilingly tells the village elder that there is no need to worry, our village is safe. And hearing this, both the girls become happy. And just then, Xiling and Nanfeng hear someone calling, that too loudly. And we see, a flying ship is coming to that place. And there are two cultivators on this flying ship, who have come to kill Xiling and Nanfeng. And seeing them both, the girls become alert. But Nanfeng says, Master, we were originally disciples of the three holy lands. Not long ago, our original master was framed, so we were ordered to come to Mount Sunli to seek help. And Li Fan also listens to Nanfeng and says, Three holy lands? What are they? So Nanfeng tells Li Fan, Our holy land. The patriarch of this sect was quite prominent in the three disciplines of music, painting and calligraphy, and all disciples practiced all three. And hearing this, Li Fan is thinking, this is a school made of literary and artistic youth. Why are they so angry? They're also yelling. Do they think I brought naughty children here to play around? I'm already a famous tutor at this level. I'll show them what I'm capable of. And now those two cultivators are moving rapidly downwards, to catch those two girls. But then, a woman cuts the beast with a kitchen knife made by Li Fan, and they both stop when they see this. And sweat starts falling from their foreheads, and both of them get scared, and run back to their flying ship. Both of them have realized a very dangerous power. And now both of them reach their flying ship and say, Start the ship, hurry up and get out of here. The cultivator is very nervous and says, That knife. Even the Sanyuan tortoise shell, which could not be broken by the so-called Supreme Being, was like tofu crumbs under that knife. This place is scary. It's not something we can handle. And those two cultivators start running away from this place in their flying ship. And seeing them going, Li Fan is also surprised. Why are they going? Seeing this, Xiling becomes happy and looks at Li Fan with great pride. And both of them are thinking, we have a master here. We need not fear them. With a master here, Even the highest beings can't do anything. Speaking of reasons, I'm afraid your majesty is not qualified to bear them. Then we see those two men. One of the men says, our two disciples are coming back. Then the other man says, guess the hidden danger has been solved and the items left behind by our ancestors are only available to our heirs. But those two disciples come very fast to these two from their flying ship and say, Master, something big has happened. And a disciple, being very nervous, says to both of them, Na Feng and Xiling entered the forbidden place. The forbidden place is too scary. The old woman cut the San Yuan turtle with one knife. That kitchen knife contains a great aura. Just by looking at it from a distance, it gives me a sense of deadly threat. If I get close, I'm afraid I'll be crushed. The Forbidden Land was not affected at all by the great changes on Mount Songli. This is terrible. Hearing that disciple's words, the man gets angry and says, what kind of useless things can you say? Looks like we'll have to do it ourselves. And the other man says, it's strange that this place is still undamaged when the Sunli Mountains have collapsed. And the first man feels something. I can't feel the slightest difference. So let's dive in and explore first. And the second man smiles and says, I want to see what kind of character dares to accept those two rebels and fight against our Sanju holy land. And that man sounds very loudly, Na Feng and Xiling. Two rebels, come out and die. And when they both hear that voice, they understand who it is. And Na Feng says, no. It was the Elder Shurtai's voice. And seeing both of them nervous, Li Fan asks Xiling, Elder Shurtai. It sounds like a high level, so it's an elder? And Xiling tells Li Fan that they are coming. And hearing this, Li Fan thinks the teacher is too aggressive. It looks like she's going to physically punish the student, which is not good. And Li Fan says to both of them, no problem, I will confer with them. What have they taught you too? Na Feng tells Li Fan about both of them. Elder Shurtai is proficient in calligraphy, and Elder Tai Ming, who is proficient in music and his instrument is the flute. And hearing this, Li Fan starts laughing and thinks, music? Calligraphy? That's all I'm good at. Then Li Fan takes out the brush and says, I got it, wait a minute. But Xiling and Na Feng get scared after seeing that brush of Li Fan, and Xiling says, why do I feel that what the teacher holds in his hand is not a brush, but a peerless sword? And Na Feng also says, what realm is this when the brushes are aligned? And Li Fan says to Xiling, Xiling, take this calligraphy and frame it above the courtyard door. And at the same time Li Fan is thinking happily, let's start by naming the page something that has a strong learning atmosphere so they don't get the wrong idea when they see it. And then, that other man comes to that place, and says through gritted teeth, it's him. The rebels are indeed here. Xiling, you're really here. Where's Na Feng? Why don't you two immediately follow me back to the Holy Land and apologize? But Xiling tells that man, Sister Na Feng and I have taken Senior Li as our teacher, so don't be presumptuous. And hearing Xiling's words, the man gets angry and quickly moves forward to attack Xiling, and also takes out his brush. Ridiculous. How dare you quit the sect today? I'll clean up the sect today. But as soon as the man goes ahead, Xiling shows the calligraphy written by Li Fan to the elder, seeing which the man stops there. And seeing that calligraphy his eyes start bleeding. And he says in surprise, thinking and learning? There is no limit to the sea of thought. And cultivators are all boats, struggling to seek the laws of this world. Seeking heaven and earth outside, and seeking a genuine heart inside. Is my heart genuine? Then the first man comes behind him, and seeing the condition of the second man, that man says, close your eyes now. This is the path of the saints, you don't need to look any further. If you look any further, you'll die. And the other man says, it's enough to die in the morning. Brother, I have seen the best calligraphy. And the second man starts running like crazy, and seeing this the first man says, has he gone crazy? Then he says angrily, Xiling, what kind of existence is behind you? And Xiling is putting that calligraphy on the wall, and she says to that man, you're not qualified to know who my teacher is. But then, the man hears a sound, hearing which he stops right there. And hearing that voice, he starts imagining, the great river flows to the east, and the waves sweep away all the romantic figures of all time. And hearing that voice, the man starts disappearing and says, brother, I hear the Tao in the morning, and I will die in the evening, I realize it. And in a few moments he disappears. And only his flute survives at that place. And on top of that, both the disciples are watching all this, and seeing this, both of them become very surprised and say, how is that possible? Here Tao Transformation Supreme Tai Ming, one of the most promising immortals in the holy land of Sandal, he has passed away. Then Li Fan comes out of his house, starts looking around and asks, have those people gone? And Xiling picks up that flute from the ground and gets very surprised to see that flute, and says, this is Elder Tai Ming's weapon. In general, that person plays the flute and... But Li Fan, he directly says to Xiling, throw it away, the weapon has already been blown by her, and it's full of her salivating aura. And Li Fan is thinking while going ahead, and what kind of flute is made of iron? It sounds like a whistle. A teacher like this, no wonder his student came here to make a scene. Then we see the cultivator holding the talisman in his hand, and he breaks the talisman. And seeing this, the other cultivator gets surprised, and says to that cultivator, brother, this is a jade talisman from the Holy Land. I will inform the patriarch and all the supreme elders of the situation here. But there the cultivator answers him, that's 2 elders. One dead and one crazy. Isn't that pretty serious? And now energy starts emanating from that talisman, and that energy takes the form of an elder. And the man says, what's the problem? So he tells the cultivator, patriarch, 2 rebels, Na Feng and Ziling, have rebelled against the sect and joined with others to kill Elder Tai Ming, and Elder Shirtai was nowhere to be found. I appealed to the great elders to provide immediate support to kill those rebels to avenge the death of Elder Tai Ming. And the elder says, I understand. After this, the scene shifts and we see Holy Land of Sanju, and there are some people sitting at this place, and one of them says, Chairman, with such a powerful existence, do we really want to avenge the great elder? And the chairman says to him, isn't it too early to launch an outright holy war before we know what is going on? And another guy says, did the 2 trash die at the foot of Mount Sunli? I remember that the Eternal Ascension platform in the Sunli Mountains is about to open, and underneath, there are tons of treasures left behind by our predecessors when they ascended into eternity. After this, the women, Linger and the old man come to that place. And read the calligraphy written on the wall, think and learn. So dominant, so spontaneous. And seeing that calligraphy, the old man becomes very surprised and says, just by looking at it, I feel an unimaginable aura. If a sword cultivator came here, I'm afraid he would be able to understand the supreme sword technique of this calligraphy. And now all 3 of them go inside Li Fan's house and bow and say, Senior, Qian Ning and the others come to welcome you. And Li Fan is happy to see all 3 of them, and calls them to him. And all 3 bow down after seeing Li Fan. And Li Fan says to them, I assume that your visit is related to what Luo Ming and the others are going to do, right? And Linger asks Li Fan, Seniors, do you have any suggestions for us this time? And listening to Linger, Li Fan tells her, it's okay, just calm down, don't be too nervous, things like this don't need to be worried about. But since you're here, I'll give you something. The last time I gave Luo Ming's 10,000 mountain dragon painting to them, I guess they were having a calligraphy and painting exhibition, auction or something, and now, it looks like that calligraphy and painting exhibition is about to start, so since that's the case, I'll just go along and help them out again. And in Li Fan's style, he pulls something out from beside him and says, this is the paper ink. The sword that shatters the sky. And both are surprised to see that paper. And also Li Fan gives the immortal palace, and says to them, this time, you will leave with this book and painting. Since they want to show the world this time, let's show the world what real writing and painting is all about. And the women and Linger take those 2 items, and start leaving from there. And Linger says to the women, with these 2 supreme treasures of Senior Li, even though the Tsungli Mountains are dangerous, we need not be afraid to enter. And the woman happily says, well done. Let's go and support the holy land of Taiyan and Xiang. After this, the scene shifts, and we see another place. At this place another elder sits down tiredly. And also the first elder is there at that place. And the second elder tells him, sacrificing the Holy Land's quasi-immortal weapon finally stabilized the situation. A few days into the Tsungli Mountains, our two Holy Land allied forces have suffered many deaths and injuries. And the first elder says, yes, and many of the great dangers in the Tsunli Mountains no longer exist after its collapse. But this remaining part is just as thrilling. And just then, the second elder's sword starts moving, which surprises the second elder. And then, some affair happens in front of them, seeing which all the people are shocked. And an immortal platform opens at this place, and a man is moving forward towards that immortal platform. And just then, a bright light emanates from the immortal door, which directly hits the man, causing him to turn into a stone. And we see, there were many such people at that place, who are now made of stone. And just then, the masters of the Holy Land come to that place, and the second master among them is surprised to see this and says, the next allied army cannot enter. Only the Supreme can step into this place, and the light of eternal tribulation ahead is the most real test. Even the slightest imperfection will be turned into clay and returned to dust by the light of eternal tribulation. All those here are dead supreme beings. Among them, there are even quasi-immortals. And the first master also says, the light of eternal tribulation is a great test for supreme beings, and only if you can withstand the slash of the light of eternal tribulation, can you ascend to the immortal platform and enter the immortal realm. Otherwise, in the end it will be empty. And then suddenly, an evil energy passes between the two masters, seeing which both the masters are shocked. And that evil energy starts gathering in one place. And at that place the evil god appears, and that evil god says to all of them, even you bunch of ants want to take the immortal chance, today, I will fulfill you. And using his evil energy, the evil god makes a menacing face over the sky. And he takes out a lot of his hands, and they all have different kinds of weapons in their hands. And the second master says to that evil god, do you want to eat us? And then, the first master is about to use his secret plate, and attacks that evil god with his secret plate, and the first master says to that evil god, today, all the supreme beings in the southern regions are gathered here. I won't let you leave so easily. But the first master's attack makes no difference to that evil god. And that evil god starts laughing, just like crazy. And then, the evil god attacks both the masters, seeing which both of them are shocked, and they do not understand that after all, what should both of them do now? And just then, Linga arrives there, and she has also brought the immortal palace with her, due to which both the masters are saved. And now because of that immortal palace, everyone is saved from the attack of that evil god. But when they all are in the immortal palace, they are very surprised to see the immortal palace. And they all say, what is this palace? Why do I feel? I'm so small myself. This palace contains the immortal Tao laws, and even more fire-related Tao laws are everywhere. Could this be a real immortal artifact? And at the same time, this immortal palace is also able to block the light of that immortal door. And seeing this, they all become even more surprised. And the second master says, what is this treasure? It can block the light of eternal tribulation. And Linger says to those two masters, everyone, the light of eternal tribulation has been shattered, we can go out and kill the evil god. And both of them turn back and look at Linger, then to her they both say, I had heard that behind the Hua Empire there was an existence that surpassed supreme beings, and now that I had seen it, it turned out to be true. May I ask you, girl, has such an existence become immortal? And those two elders are getting nervous and thinking, immortal? That person is a being who can kill immortals without even lifting a finger. And just then, a beautiful girl arrives at that place, whose name is Jiang Shui. And she says to Linger, can I see this holy palace? And by the way, where did you get it? And as soon as both the masters see that girl, both of them get scared and think, such a terrifying aura. Her realm is above supreme beings. Her aura is no less than that of an evil god. And the second elder comes to Linger and bowing down tells her, no, this is an immortal artifact, you can't fake it easily. And Linger says to Jiang Shui, this thing was a gift from my senior. And Jiang Shui says comfortably, don't worry, I don't have the guts to offend the owner of this artifact. And Jiang Shui sees that holy palace, looks at it carefully, then she climbs into the immortal platform. And while leaving she says to Linger, there are great opportunities on the immortal platform, but there are also great dangers. I want to prevent you from this. But since there is a supreme being behind you, I don't think there is anything wrong. If there is time, after becoming an immortal, I will visit this holy palace master again. Now Jiang Shui is walking on the immortal platform, and at a distance from her is also the evil god, who is just about to arrive. And he looks back at Jiang Shui and says to her, I'm just one step away from becoming immortal. Who can stop me? Jiang Shui stares at that evil god and says, You don't know anything about that senior power. And again that light comes from that immortal door, but that evil god does not care about it, and he says, I don't care. I'm an immortal once I'm on top. Can he still behead an immortal? The spiritual power within this throne transforms into immortal power. And when the second master sees this thing, he is surprised to see it. And he shouts, He can purify everything. He becomes immortal. And that immortal light also falls on Jiang Shui, but it does not do anything to Jiang Shui. And she says to Linger, Miss, my name is Jiang Shui. Please tell that senior that I'm willing to take the lead to kill the evil god. And now all the cultivators move forward to climb onto that immortal platform. And he all says, even evil gods can become immortal. Is this the opening of the path to immortality? This is the biggest opportunity in thousands of years. Finally, the heavens will not let us cultivators down. And now Linger and the women are a little tense, and the women says to Linger, Sister, what should we do now? The evil god has become an immortal. But Linger says to the women, Believe in Senior Li, even if he becomes an immortal, he is also nothing to be afraid of. And now that evil god has become immortal, and now he transforms and says, I will become immortal. The breath of the immortal Tao flows through my body, and then we see a man, sitting above the clouds, fishing, and he is saying, the fish are all in the net and ready to be pulled, and then, that man with that fishing rod, that evil the man starts absorbing God's energy, seeing which he starts shouting evil God, and at the same time the man also starts absorbing Jiang Shui's power. And it's getting really bad, and she says, this is not an opportunity at all, it is a trap. The immortal ascension platform is governed by the immortal domain. Are you not afraid of the sanctions from the immortal domain if you act in a reckless manner? And we see the man who is absorbing the power of all of them, and the old man who is missing a tooth. He smiles and says to them all, when all the ants in this world turn into Bonikaku, the world tree will become something rootless that can be easily obtained. This army of mine will completely conquer the border of the southern region of the Xiantian realm. And the man starts increasing his power further, which hurts Jiang Shui a lot. And his immortal blood, he starts flying in the air. And then, someone comes to that place and says, Who has alerted the lower realms to the immortal ascension platform? And a man tells the immortal, This person has set up a killer trap on the immortal ascension platform to kill us. Please, the immortal realm brings justice. And hearing this the immortal says, Who are you? Do you want to challenge the immortal realm by committing murder on the immortal ascension platform? But it doesn't make any difference to that man. And that man directly attacks that immortal and says to him, Just a small sect without a name, and worthy of representing the immortal domain? How dare a small projection of immortals behave like that? And because of that man's power, the immortal disappears from that place. And the man says, With my original body here, no matter how much projection there is, it's still no match for this immortality. What other tricks do you have against me? Take them all out. And seeing this, Jiang Shui gets very angry and shouts, Oh my God! How could such an evil person be an immortal? The foundation of our southern region is now extinct. Both the immortal realm and the Black Hand have appeared, and that one. Have you done anything yet? We see Linger, who is very excited, and she is thinking, Senior Li, we're ready. I thought Senior was trying to kill an evil god, but now I realize that Senior's target is actually an immortal. And the sword in 10 paper, given by Li Fan, surrounds the man, seeing whom he gets shocked and says, This was a powerful sword intent. How sect? And just then, a huge sword appears from the sky, seeing which the man becomes very nervous. And Linger comes behind that man and says to him, before kneeling down, Greet Senior Li's sword intent. But the man gets angry when he hears Linger's words and he says, I am truly immortal. Who can bring me to my knees? But just then, the man is brought to his knees by the pressure of that sword. And that sword kills the man on the spot. And at that place, only that big sword remains. And also that evil god is also dead, seeing which Jiang Shui becomes happy and says, the moment the sword intent came out, the evil god disappeared. After this, we are shown a scene from somewhere else, and this place is the southern region border of the Xiantian realm. And at this place there are many soldiers surrounding just one man. And that man is very injured by fighting them all. And he says none of the immortals are willing to support the southern border. The people at the border of the southern territory a blind eye to this. Just because one generation of southern region immortal kings had defeated them all. O immortal king! Why haven't you returned yet? And when that man says loudly, die. As soon as he says this, a bright light shines at that place, due to which all the soldiers present at that place are killed in one stroke. This power is none other than the power of sword intention, because of which all of them are killed. And the man cries and says, congratulations. The immortal king. Is that you? Apparently you still remember us, your subordinates. After this, we come back to Linger, who is very happy, and she is saying, immortal bloodshed, quasi-immortal kneeling. This is just one of Senior Li's words. Everyone greets Linger, and Linger says to all of them, please stand up, all of this is Senior Li's work, and I only work for Senior Li. And Jiang Shui comes forward and she says to Linger, the true god was punished, and the sword pierced the southern territory. What incredible courage! And Jiang Shui asks Linger, goddess, can you take me to see Senior Li? And the second elder also says, goddess, if possible, I would also like to meet Senior Li. And looking at that girl, the woman is thinking, these masters of the Holy Land and women are the generation that will become immortal. Then Linger asks the women, this Jian Ning, what do you think? And the woman says, Senior Li is very fond of quiet and ordinary life, and I don't think he wants to be disturbed. However, we can directly ask Senior Li if he allows it or not. And both those masters also say, of course. What that senior figure looks like we'll see. And that master comes out with a treasure and gives it to them and says, Holy Messenger, all these lands are the blood of true immortals. This is an incredible treasure, can we collect it? Second master says, Master, this senior. Aren't you asking for payment? And the first master smiles and says, Yes. That's right. If you can use true immortal blood to refine it, you might become an immortal directly. And Jiang Shui says, I have seen the peerless true immortal path, and the rest is dust. And then two lights shine at that place, seeing which both the masters are surprised. And when both of them look at him carefully, they get surprised. And the second master says, This is a lute and pen from the Holy Land of Sanju. Legend has it that after becoming immortal, the three immortal gods did not take their immortal weapons to the immortal realm, but left them in the Xiantian realm for future generations. And at the same time Jiang Shui is also looking at those two treasures and she says, No wonder the Sanju Holy Land in central Zhongzhou mobilizes its troops to come to the southern region. Here's why. After this, the scene shifts, and we see a different place. A whole army has come to this place, and one of them, a man sitting on a crow, says, I am from the sacred land of Sanju, come for revenge. Are the criminals who harmed the two supreme beings, Tai Ming and Shi Tai, at the front? And a soldier says to the man, Lords, the two supreme beings, Tai Ming and Shi Tai, are transforming in the small village ahead. After this, the scene shifts, in front is Li's senior residence. And everyone has come to that place to meet Li Fan. And Jiang Shui looks at the word written on that calligraphy and she says, Think and learn is dangerous. With a sword that shatters the skies of the southern region like lifting up the world. The domineering chi that flows into the universe is different, and contains the great wisdom of entering the Tao, which is mysterious and elusive. And the woman knocks on the door, and Li Fan hears a voice. And Li Fan says from inside, You guys come inside. Then both of them come forward and bow before Li Fan. And Li Fan says to them, How is it going? Did everything go well? And also Li Fan is thinking about looking at both of them, with his own paintings and calligraphy. I don't think this big exhibition auction is too bad. And the women and Linger say to Li Fan, Thanks for the calligraphy and painting, everything went well. In addition, we were also given 2 take-home items specifically for seniors. Next we see Nafone, whose lute's string breaks, then she appears in front of Li Fan and shows the lute, and she says, after the ancestors left thousands of years ago, we have been searching for this lute and pen. Our holy land has searched for them for years without finding them. Li Fan looks at a treasure given by Linger and he says, so this is an antique from thousands of years ago. It must be very expensive, right? And also Li Fan is thinking, it seems that Linger and the others have already started making money from their business, and they even specifically searched for antiques to give to me. Then Li Fan says to both of them, in that case, thank you very much, Nefeng Xiling, since these 2 items are destined for you, you may accept them. And he is also thinking, although it is an antique from thousands of years ago, the quality and texture. Really too ordinary. Li Fan gives both those treasures to both of them, due to which both of them become very happy and say thank you to Li Fan. Then the woman comes forward and says to Li Fan, by the way, senior, there are some people outside. They are also involved in this matter and they want to come and visit you. I wonder if you are willing to receive them? And hearing this, Li Fan starts thinking, it seems that by giving Linger calligraphy and paintings this time, it must have attracted their attention again at the painting and calligraphy exhibition. Is this considered popular? And Li Fan says to the women, all right, invite them in. And all 3 of them also become happy when they come to know that Li Fan has said yes to them coming inside. Then all 3 come inside, and Jiang Shui goes directly to Li Fan, and says to him, Immortal Tao. The Supreme Immortal Tao, here it is. And here both the masters are looking around, and those people are saying, what a frightening aura. It's as if everywhere is filled with such a terrifying presence, I feel like an ant. Then Jiang Shui kneels down in front of Li Fan, seeing which Li Fan gets very surprised. And he says to her, girl, what are you doing? And seeing this, Li Fan is thinking, what is this situation? Kneeling when we meet? These calligraphy enthusiasts are really exaggerating one after another. Both those elders also bow down in front of Li Fan, seeing which Linger and the women both are thinking, the identities of the 3 are among the highest in the entire Xiantian realm. A quasi-immortal and 2 holy masters. And Li Fan says to all 3 of them, I'm just an expert in some small things. How dare I accept such praise from all of you? And the second master says to Li Fan, Senior is a great master of his craft, a calligrapher, making me kneel down. Now that I can see Senior, even if I die, I won't regret it. And Jiang Shui gets up and says to Li Fan, Senior, can I follow you and listen to your teachings? And after listening to Jiang Shui, Li Fan is thinking, why are there other apprentices? Why are you interested in being my apprentice? Then the woman comes to Li Fan, and she says to Li Fan, Senior. This time, thanks to his help, they even let go of the great opportunity to come and ask seniors for advice. And Li Fan says to Jiang Shui, I will not accept any more disciples for now, but since you have a strong heart in Taoism, I might explain to you what you want to ask? And when Jiang Shui hears this, she gets shocked, and she is thinking, to get answers from such a person. What a precious opportunity. What should I ask? I have to think of something. And Li Fan puts his hand on Jiang Shui's shoulder and says, don't be nervous, meeting is destiny, just ask whatever you want. But Li Fan is thinking, I have the same mindset when I study, and if I have to ask a teacher, I have to think twice about doing so, for fear that the teacher will think I'm stupid. And Jiang Shui asks a question to Li Fan, may I ask seniors, immortals? What is that? And both the masters get surprised after hearing Jiang Shui's question. And Li Fan is thinking in a deep look, immortal? I am not a cultivator, and what they obviously ask about is the field of calligraphy and painting. And at that place, peace prevails for some time. Everyone wants to hear Li Fan's answer. Then, Li Fan answers, immortals are living beings. A blade of grass, a grain of sand, a chicken. Everything is eternal. To the naked eye, nature looks ordinary, but true transcendence, true eternity, is hidden within the ordinary. If you want to understand what is white, you must understand what is black. If you want to understand what is right, you must understand what is wrong. If you want to understand what is eternal, you must understand what is transitory. And after listening to Li Fan's answer, Jiang Shui says, is this the reason why the ancestors hide in ordinary places? And at the same time she is thinking, after I became quasi-immortal, I have been hiding in the deep ice waiting for a chance to become immortal, thinking that only in this way can I cultivate a pure and pure heart of immortality. Have I taken the wrong path? To understand what is white, I must first understand what is black. If I want to understand what is eternal, I must understand what is transitory. Well, I think I got it. Then, Li Fan tells Jiang Shui, this is the reason why I always ask Xiling to paint eggs. Calligraphy or painting, the only way to enter this Taoism is to see the laws of stone-skinned objects. And now Jiang Shui is satisfied with Li Fan's answer. And Jiang Shui thanks Li Fan, and Li Fan tells her, it's just an answer, no need to thank, don't just stand there. I have some new peaches in my yard today, so I'll treat you all. After this, when they see the peach tree, they are very surprised, especially the master. And Jiang Shui also gets shocked after seeing that peach tree. And the second master says, is this a peach tree? Such treasures only exist in the eternal realm, and we actually have a chance to taste them. And when Jiang Shui looks in front, the women, Linger, Na Feng and Xiling, both of them have sat near the table to eat that peach fruit. And Li Fan has brought lots of peach tree fruits for all of them. And he says to all of them, I planted this peach tree with my own hands, and this is the first time it has borne fruit this year. I don't know how it feels, so let's experience it. And everyone thanks Li Fan, and Li Fan tells them, it's just a plate of peaches, and we are told this. The peach tree planted by such people, although it is a fruit, is not. If the skin of the fruit falls into the outside world, it will cause earth-shaking consequences. And now everyone is eating all those peach fruits together, and enjoying that peach fruit very much. After this, the second master rejoices and says, fellow Taoists, I've become quasi-immortal. And the first master also tells him, me too. From the supreme realm to the quasi-immortal realm, we've finally advanced. Thank you for the profound blessings that Senior Li has bestowed upon us. The rhythm of the Tao flows, and the immortal spirit energy evolves into the rules of the Tao. And now Jiang Shui has become an immortal. And seeing this, both of them also understand and say, immortal? There has been nothing immortal in the Xiantian realm for thousands of years. Giving peaches at will make an eternity. Senior Li, what a generous gesture. Then Jiang Shui goes to Li Fan, and kneels down in front of him again, and said to Li Fan, Senior's great kindness, Jiang Shui will never forget it. And Li Fan makes Jiang Shui stand and tells her, just a few peaches, it's okay, hurry up and get up. And at the same time both the masters also say, Senior, this matter is over, I don't know what to do next, what more do you want? Even if it's a mountain of knives or a pot of oil, we will never delay if you give the order. Li Fan gets a little confused and says to them, thank you, there will be more things like this in the future, this is just the beginning, take care of Qianning and others. And at the same time Li Fan is thinking, Mu Qianning and the others are really too pitiful, they are almost beggars, and Huolinger has such a miserable life experience, I really can't bear to see them like this, so please if you can, there are many more things like this. Could it be that this time, the count of many supreme realm and quasi-immortal realm cultivators in the southern region will happen again? And when the first elder listens to Li Fan, he gets a little surprised and says, it seems that Senior Li's chess game is not over yet, and he told us to communicate with Mu Jianing and others in due course when we encounter such problems in the future. And then someone says, the holy land of Sanju has arrived, and hearing this the first master is also surprised, and Li Fan hearing this says, those literature and art lovers came again. So they didn't want to give up? This holy land of Sanju is too annoying. And Li Fan is thinking, it's understandable that disciples like Na Feng and Xiling get angry when their resources are taken away from them. But this once or twice, I don't know when it will end. And when Na Feng listens to Li Fan, she gets shocked and thinks, annoying? Senior Li actually said something like that? Holy land of Sanju. The end of your history. Then Jiang Shui comes to Li Fan and says to him, Senior, can I send them away for you? And listening to Jiang Shui, Li Fan starts thinking, Jiang to deal with them. Then Li Fan says to Jiang Shui, in that case, thank you, I really don't want to meet these people again. And when both Xiling and Na Feng hear this, they get a huge shock. And Xiling says to Na Feng's sister, how could the holy land of Sanju be so careless? And Na Feng says, this holy land of Sanju. It's over. Then we see the scene outside Li Fan's house, where a man has come. And he's saying, hey, you guys! Come out and die. And there is a huge army behind that man. And just then, both the masters come to that place, and the second master says to that man, is someone like you worthy of summoning the two of us? We'll wipe out your own cultivation, make you kneel down and make you beg for your sins, and maybe you can still save that holy land of yours. And when the man has seen both of them, he says to them, it turned out that Ling Chao and Yuan Yang, two fellow Taoists, hadn't seen each other for a long time. You two fellow Taoists, do you two have anything to do with the vandals who have damaged my holy land? Or perhaps you are here to search for the immortal artifacts of the ancestors of the Sanju Holy Land? And after listening to that man, the first master says to him, nonsense, immortal artifact! You have committed a heinous sin! You are really stubborn, Chang Sun Lianqing, whether you seek to seize the immortal artifact or intend to be on the immortal ascension platform. But you shouldn't have used that senior as an excuse. And now you're still speaking ill of that senior? Then don't blame us if we destroy your holy land. And when that man hears about a senior, he thinks, they both call it senior? Could it be that there are old undead monsters in the southern region? Then the man activates his power, and says angrily, you want to destroy my Sanju holy land, you too, what will you use to do it? I will become immortal. No one in this Xiantian realm can defeat me. And after listening to him, the first master says, no wonder you took the trouble to come all the way from the holy land of Sanju. It turns out that you are almost an immortal and are in desperate need of that lute and pen. Then now both of them also get ready to fight that man, and the first master tells him, sorry, I just broke through to the quasi-immortal realm. And hearing this, the man says to them, how can you two be quasi-immortal? I'm definitely the strongest of all the holy masters in the world. And the first master and second master say to him, thanks to the help of those seniors, we were able to enter the quasi-immortal realm with ease. Do you know that those two girls, Na Feng and Ziling, have been accepted as disciples by that senior? This is a fate so immortal that even we should envy it. However, you did the opposite. To label two promising disciples as traitors is to show no respect to that senior. The holy land of Sanju will be destroyed. And after listening to both of them, the man starts getting angry and starts thinking, I've planned my whole life, how can I accept a loss? Then the man gets ready to attack those people. And prepares one of his attacks. And tell them, I can't believe it. Today, a god will kill a god. Buddha will kill Buddha. Even if you two are immortal, you can't stop me. And the light becomes very bright there, due to which both of them cannot see anything. And the man moves forward to attack, but suddenly someone comes to that place, and in just one hit she throws the man far away. And Jiang Shui has come to that place. And she says to the man, just kill people like this directly, why bother making a fuss? Senior said that this holy land no longer needs to exist in this world. And when the man comes to know that an immortal has come to this place, he gets shocked and starts thinking, do you also want to act according to the wishes of those seniors? What really happened? Then huge explosions start happening at that place, and the man is thinking, no. The holy land of Sanju can never end just like that. I don't want to be a sinner to the holy land of Sanju. And now the man starts forming a formation with his blood and says, the 9th generation of the holy master of the Sanju holy land, Chang Sun Lianqing, begged the ancestors to descend and protect the Sanju holy land. And just then, a very bright light comes on that side, and someone comes out of the light, and that is, Immortal Sanju. And he says, after several years of ascension, will the legacy left in the lower realms be destroyed by humans? And when that man sees Immortal Sanju, he becomes very happy. And all the soldiers greet that immortal. Then Jiang Shui tells Immortal Sanju, in this case, there is no point in having the original body come, let alone having only one clone. And Immortal Sanju says to him, I didn't expect that thousands of years after I stepped into the immortal realm, there were others who had achieved immortality, so I wasn't too lonely. But why do you want to kill them all? Originally, I wanted to leave 2 immortal artifacts in the Xiantian realm for future generations, but I didn't want to cause such a big disaster. I want to know, what is the origin of the person behind you? And Jiang Shui tells him, you and I are not qualified to ask. And immortal Sanju laughs and says, haha, the original body can be regarded as penetrating the sky in the immortal realm. Even if a powerful person from the immortal realm descends to the earth, he may not have the qualifications to speak in such a way. And immortal Sanju gets curious and says to him, I wonder who that person is. And hearing this, the first master gets angry and says, how dare you spy on Senior? Miss Jiang Shui, please restrain him. But Jiang Shui tells them, no need, if Senior Li had wanted it, he would have been dead by the time he saw her. Don't forget, Senior Li's 2 disciples, in a sense, have a bit of a connection to the Sanju Holy Land as well. After some time, that immortal Sanju comes near Li Fan's house, and looks at the calligraphy written on the wall, and thinks, how is it possible? Think and learn. Step by step, and the path continues. This is definitely the mystery of entering the Tao. And that immortal Sanju gets a little surprised and sweat starts flowing from his forehead. Then we see Li Fan, who is now playing music, and when he hears the music immortal Sanju, he starts having pain in his heart, and he says, this is my dusty lute. How come? How can there be such a heavenly sound? This is just an ordinary Taoist rhythm. And hearing that sound, immortal Sanju holds his head. And right there that man is saying to immortal Sanju, Patriarch, revenge, revenge for us. The Sanju Holy Land has never experienced this much humiliation, and they disrespect you even more. You must not forgive it. Patriarch, please do something. And Sanju says to him while rubbing his teeth, revenge? Are you qualified to tell me to attack a senior? Today, the Holy Land of Sanju knows what true Tao is. Unfortunately, thousands of years of cultivation were wasted. And then he starts leaving from there. And the first master says, what has he seen? So Jiang Shui says, it's an honor for him to be able to kneel and bow to Senior Li. If he were here with his real body and took a glimpse, I'm afraid his cultivation would instantly rise to a higher level. Now the man starts banging his head and says, it's over. What kind of person have I provoked? Then immortal Sanju comes to Jiang Shui and politely says to her, this time the Sanju sacred ground has offended Senior. Can you ask Senior what I should do to make amends to my Sanju sacred ground? And Jiang Shui says to that immortal Sanju, Senior said that Senior never wants to see the holy land of Sanju again. And after hearing this, he says to immortal Sanju, today you are in big trouble, there is no way out, I will do it, you still have a chance to reincarnate, this is my last favor to you. And immortal Sanju prepares his attack to kill all those men. And immortal Sanju says to that man, it all started because of your greed. That one piano stroke was meant to be saved for fate, but you didn't know better from worse, and you brought the entire holy land of Sanju to this path of destruction. You, an immortal, cannot be reincarnated. And immortal Sanju kills that man right there. Then he comes to Jiang Shui and tells her, please tell Ziling and Nan Feng that from now on, as long as they are willing, they will be the lords of the Sanju Holy Land. And after listening to him, Jiang Shui says yes. And now immortal Sanju starts disappearing from that place, and while leaving says his last words, it's a pity that I was born in the wrong era and didn't have the opportunity to follow and learn besides such an extraordinary power. What a pity. And immortal Sanju disappears from that place. Then both of those masters say, Senior had never appeared before the world before, and the whole world was changed by him. The holy land of Sanju was completely wiped out, and Jiang Shui says to those 2 masters, remember the words of Seniors. The events on the Immortal Ascension platform are just the beginning. Seniors give us immortal destiny. We should never eat dry food, and pawns have the role of pawns. After this, the scene shifts and we see the world tree, and some people have come near that world tree, who are wearing black hoodies. And one of the men says, the world tree in the world is rooted in the southern domain. Zhang world tree will definitely be shaken, according to the time, it is almost time for us to do it. And another man says if we attack at the same time and destroy the foundations of each domain, the world tree will appear on its own, and then, that's our chance to obtain it. After this, the scene shifts, and we come to the western desert, and there are two people walking in this place, and a disciple says, Master, the Northern Star Holy Land in the Northern Territory, and the Xianyuan family in the Eastern Desert have been destroyed. Is the catastrophic extinction of the Xiantian realm coming soon? And his master says, come on, we'll soon reach the Lane Temple, where the great God will tell us everything. This can't be according to the road, Lane Temple is clearly here. And both of them are monks. And his disciple asks to look at the front and says, the Buddha beast statue at the top of Lane Temple. And looking at that statue, the master says, the Lane Temple's Buddha beast statue, the only such statue in the entire western desert, is placed above the main hall of the Lane Temple and is worshipped by the entire world. Does that mean, Lane Temple? There at our feet, among the sand dunes. And then strong winds start blowing at that place. After this, the scene shifts and we see another place. In this place there are many people talking and saying, the Northern Territory's North Star Holy Land is destroyed. The Lane Temple is buried and does not exist in this world. The Xianyuan family in the Eastern Desert was completely wiped out. The dragon spirits were killed by the fire, not a single survivor. The Zhongzhou Taihua Holy Land has disappeared from the Xiantian realm, leaving only a barren land. Fellow Taoists. This, oh no! I didn't expect Senior Li's words to come true so quickly. Have Saint Mu Qianning and the others already arrived? And both Linger and the women come to that place, and both greet the master. And Linger says to the second master, we are in the Hua Empire and have heard some news. It is said that more than 4 shrines have been wiped out? And the second master says 12, to be exact. In the entire Xiantian realm, there are no more than 20 Holy Land level powers, and now, nearly half of them have been wiped out. And Linger says a little disappointed, I never thought that someday the Xiantian realm would face such a disaster. Our southern region may be the only Holy Land in the entire Two Saints here just to ask if Senior Li has any instructions. And also the first master says yes. It was precisely because of Senior Li that the southern region was so safe. Now, perhaps, only Senior Li can save the entire Xiantian realm. And as soon as Linger and the women listen to those two masters, they both get surprised and the woman says to them, although Senior Li did not instruct, we should probably invite cultivators from other circles to come and take shelter. Otherwise, if not, they will all die. Then Linger says, I support Qian Ning's suggestion. It might not be wise to open up the southern region to provide shelter for cultivators around the world. But it's an act of justice and act of kindness. Moreover, I believe that the reason why we are favored by Senior Li may be precisely because of Qian Ning's kindness. And after listening to both of them, the second master says, the two saints are right. We shouldn't have closed the gate. And also the first master says, our two holy lands immediately unite to send a message to the outside world, telling them that the southern region is the only holy land. They are welcome to come to the southern region for refuge. And again the scene shifts, and we see the world tree, which looks like it is going to die soon. And at that place there are people in black hoodies and among them a man asks, what's really going on? Why are we still unable to step into it? Then one of the men explains, we have wiped out more than half of the supreme-level cultivators in the Xiantian realm, and where the world tree is rooted, it should already be covered in blood. Under such circumstances, the world tree could not possibly remain unharmed. It seems that the world tree in this world is a little tougher, and we may have to exterminate it soon. But the other man says, no. This world tree is only at the immortal level, something must be wrong. On Zhang Xian's side, why hasn't he returned yet? Is there something wrong with the southern region? But then another man comes to that place and says this is bad. Zhang Xian is dead. And the man asks, in the Xiantian realm, immortals are invincible. Not to mention us true immortals. Luo Ming, what's going on here? So the man tells, I found the ground covered in Zhang Xian's blood on the immortal ascension platform in the southern region. Judging from this, he had been cut off from life and his soul had perished. And hearing this the other man says, The only hidden danger of killing in the immortal stage is that it will be detected by the immortal domain. The existence of the immortal domain. According to the immortal master, we have destroyed a dozen immortal realms. It is inevitable that we will not be targeted by the immortal domain, so we should pause and scout. The ants in this region seem to be fleeing towards the southern region. It's easier for us to gather. Luoming, take 2 of your men and kill these ants. Contact another master and ask him to check what happened in the immortal realm. And finally we see a man's face properly, and he says, "This world seems a little interesting." After this, the scene shifts to Li Fan. And both Linger and the women had come to that place. And Linger greets Li Fan and says, "Senior, in the past month, in the Western Desert, Northern Region, and Eastern Desert, there have been natural disasters and many people have died." And listening to Linger, Li Fan is thinking, a natural disaster? An earthquake just happened on Tsengli Mountain, and something happened elsewhere in the Xiantian realm. This Xiantian realm was really hit by a disaster. Then the woman says to Li Fan, "Senior Li, Qian Ning suggested that elders Ling Chao and Yuan Yang accept refugees from all regions and take refuge in the southern region. Did Qian Ning do something wrong?" And Li Fan smilingly says to the women, "Of course there is nothing wrong. Stay good, do good things. There is nothing wrong, you have a good heart. It's just that saving lives is fine, but your strength is limited, so don't push yourself too hard." And then Li Fan gets a notification through the system. And in that notification it is written, "Take 10 disciples and teach them various skills to help them make a living in this chaotic world." And after reading that notification, Li Fan is thinking it's accepting students again? It is estimated that this natural disaster is talk serious. The system asks me to help more people. But, teaching 10 disciples with different skills, I taught some of them. Lute, chess, calligraphy, and painting are not bad. Some people buy them, but what about other skills? Postpartum self-care. Growing hybrid vegetables. The 14 iron hammer method. No one wants to learn it. Taking 10 disciples is a big deal. That's right. I had limited resources in this small mountain village, but Hualinger and the others had contacts with many people outside, so I could ask them for help. No! In their hearts, I am a master with extraordinary skills. I should be more reserved and show style like a real master. And Linger is asking Li Fan, "Senior, is there anything I can do for you?" "Senior, why are you looking at me like that?" And Li Fan smilingly says to Linger, "I guess." And hearing this, Linger starts blushing and says, "I will do whatever you ask." And Li Fan tells her, "Well, I still have some skills and would like to find some disciples, but I have lived in the mountains for a long time and know little about the outside world." And when Linger hears this, she is a little surprised, but the woman is happy, and Li Fan he further says, "Yes, chaos is happening and we must do something about it." And Li Fan is thinking, "Yes, chaos is happening," and the woman happily says, "Rest assured, Senior, we will soon spread the news of your intention to accept disciples throughout the Xiantian realm. I believe that the best people in the entire Xiantian realm will come soon." And Linger is thinking while shaking her head, how could it be just a small skill? The small skill Senior Li spoke of must be a supreme immortal path that is hard to find in the world. Seniors are free and unrestrained in the world, but still think of the world, and save ordinary people as their duty, but I. Then Li Fan coughs and says, "Stay humble, just go with the flow." And also Li Fan is thinking, joke, in this I'd rather complete tasks secretly. Then both of them leave from there. Then when both the masters come to know that Li Fan is looking for disciples for himself, they get a big shock. And blood starts coming out of their mouth. Then the second master says, "Then we can't tell the sect openly and formally, because that would attract the sect's curiosity, and it would interfere with Senior Li's cultivation. It seems like we can only get the news in various ways in private, but if there is a destined person, I believe we can get this opportunity." Then both the masters make cute faces and say, "That's the only way to stay humble and go with the flow." Do you think I still have a chance? And what about me? At the beginning of this part, we see a guy who is going somewhere with a flying sword, and he is saying, "Damn it, what kind of bullshit opportunity?" It's obviously a legend that catches wind and shadows. You have to let me check. And the guy comes down, and he says, the Divine Sword Sect. They have suppressed me as an outer disciple for so many years. I really don't want to serve you anymore. And this boy's name is Lu Rang. And he takes out a lot of fruits from his pocket, and says, with my skills in growing spiritual plants, why am I still worried about finding a home? And when he looks up, there are flying ships flying in the air. And looking at her, the boy is thinking, the roaring true dragon is a member of the Holy Dragon royal family? Unexpectedly, such forces also fled to the southern region. What are they doing here? The outlet is full of dangers, and you haven't escorted me in yet. And then something falls down from that flying ship, and we see that a boy has been thrown from that flying ship. And that boy is angrily saying to them, do you also know the dangers here? The queen asked us to send you off, but she didn't ask us to die. And Lu Rang is thinking while looking at that boy, is this the abandoned son of the Holy Dragon royal family with a broken dragon soul? And the boy notices Lu Rang and says, I'm here at Long Zishuan of the Holy Dragon dynasty. Brother Dao is walking with his sword behind his back. Do you dare to say that Brother Dao is from the Duga family? And looking at this boy, it seems that he has not slept for many nights. But that boy is thinking, the power of the Duga family is well known to the entire Xiantian world. It will be much safer if you can travel with the sword cultivators of the Duga family. And Lu Rang says to Zishuan smilingly, I am not from the Duga family. I am an outer disciple of the Divine Sword Sect in the lower north region. My name is Lu Rang. And Zishuan says to Lu Rang, Brother Lu, we can't control the air ahead. How about we go together? This Tsangli mountain range is full of crises, and one more person will bring more strength. Then now, both of them are moving forward facing many difficulties. And at the same time both of them are also talking to each other. Brother Lu Rang, are you also here for the legendary master who is recruiting disciples here? And Lu Rang says yes, but where are the damn experts in this place? Only the unpopular ones are sent as cannon fodder, and now both of them get very tired while walking. And Zishuan is saying to Lu Rang, you have also seen that although I am a direct prince, I was born with an incomplete dragon soul and it is difficult to practice. I am called a waste in the dynasty. I don't know how many people want me to die. But as soon as both of them look ahead, they see a village, and seeing that village, Zishuan says, what kind of holy place is this? And Lu Rang says, this place must be extraordinary. Able to be in a big preserved in the tribulation, there must be something extraordinary in it. And Zishuan is moving fast, and Lu Rang is saying to Zishuan from behind, we don't know the depth of this mountain village at all. How can we enter it rashly? Many forbidden areas in the Tsangli Mountains have been destroyed, but this place is intact. This is the forbidden area among forbidden areas. And Zishuan is saying to Lu Rang, Brother Lu, although I am the prince of the dynasty, I have long been no different from a useless person. Instead of living in the world and suffering all the cold looks, ridicule, and oppression, I would rather risk my life. What you said makes sense, but there's something wrong inside. Even if I am a Jedi, I am not afraid to bury my bones in it. And Lu Rang gets surprised after listening to Zishuan and says, risk your life, that's right. Just die. Brother Long, wait for me. Then as both of them move ahead, Zishuan's eyes fall on a pit. And he stops there and starts looking at that pit. And Lu Rang, Zishuan says it's just a ditch, why don't you keep walking? And when Lu Rang sees the water of that pit, he gets surprised after seeing that water, and Zishuan says to Lu Rang, Brother Lu, smell it. Then both of them start smelling that water. And they like its smell very much. Then both of them directly put their entire heads in the water of that pit, and start drinking that water. And Lu Rang is saying, if this water is used to nourish elixir, that will definitely work. And just then, the village elder arrives at that place. And he says to those two boys, what are you doing? How do you drink water from the sewer? Are you from outside? You must be tired from walking? But you can't drink this water. It's not good for your health. There are people growing vegetables upstream and they often apply farmyard manure. And Zishuan gets surprised after listening to the words of that village elder, and he does not know what to say. Then the elder, while leaving, says to both of them, young man, you are really careless. Come on, come home with me. And Zixuan tells Lu Rang, when there is a car ahead of me, I dare not obey. Brother Lu, this senior is unimaginable. The crutch in his hand seems to be of a higher grade than the quasi-immortal weapons in my holy land. This senior may be the legendary master who accepted disciples. Then the elder takes out water with a spoon and says to them, the water over there is not clean. Come on, let's drink a gourd each to quench our thirst. Then we can pick some fruits to eat along the way, and then we're on our way. And when both of them see that spoon, they become very surprised, and both of them are thinking after looking at that spoon, what kind of water drift is this? This is clearly a keel. A treasure that is beyond a quasi-immortal weapon is only used for drinking water? The best elixir. Supergrade elixir. Or is it still above the super level? And the village elder, seeing both of them silent, asks, what's going on? Why are you all stunned? And then, both of them fall on their knees in front of the village elders, and say to them, Senior, please accept me as your disciple. And the elder laughingly says to both of them, I said, why did you come into our small mountain village? It turns out that come and pay homage to the handsome man. You've come to the right place. However, you have chosen the wrong person to become your disciple. It is not me who wants to be a disciple. And both of them are surprised to hear the elder's words. Then the elder tells both of them, how can I recruit a disciple? The person who wants to recruit a disciple is Shaoli. Shaoli is omnipotent and proficient in all kinds of martial arts. He has been helping me with my old bones all these years. My crutches, water and many other utensils were all made by Shaoli. The jujube tree in the yard was also made by Shaoli. You guys, if you can learn even a little bit from Shaoli, it will be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. Get up quickly and go find Shaoli. Then both of them say thank you to the elder and leave, to find Li Fan. And both of them are running very fast, and are also thinking, such a peerless expert actually praised another person like this. How terrifying is that person? It's unimaginable. This is truly a great opportunity. The senior just now was at least an immortal in cultivation. This is the guide of the immortal, pointing out the future for the two of us. And now, both of them reach near Li Fan's house. And Lu Rang looks ahead and says the senior Li said that the immortal is right in front. Come on, let's hurry up. Now, before people from the outside come, hurry up and become a disciple. And Zixuan says the words on the courtyard door. And Lu Rang looks at those words and says these 3 words give me an indescribable feeling that makes me want to keep watching. And Zixuan is also shocked and he says, I can't detect the mystery, but these 3 words are more terrifying than the words left by an immortal ancestor of my dynasty. And then Nanfeng sees both of them. And now both of them tell Nanfeng about themselves and say, I am Lu Rang from the Divine Sword sect. This is Long Zixuan from the Holy Dragon dynasty. We are here to become apprentices to Senior Li. And Nanfeng happily says to both of them, I didn't expect someone to come so soon. Please wait a moment. I'm going to the teacher to tell about you both. And Nanfeng goes to tell Li Fan. But Lu Rang asks Zixuan, is this girl the disciple of that senior? And Zixuan tells Lu Rang, this senior is a real master, this girl is a few years younger than us, but the scriptures have guidance from the gate of strength. And Lu Rang gets surprised after listening to Zixuan and says, what? This girl is actually a venerable? In my impression, all sages are immortal. And Zixuan says, we have to be respectful. And Nanfeng comes back and tells them, the teacher allows you to come in. And when both of them go inside Li Fan's house, they are very surprised to see the surrounding environment. And Zixuan is looking at that place and saying, my dragon soul is trembling and reviving. There seems to be something extraordinary here that attracts my dragon soul. And Lu Rang is very surprised to see the spiritual energy of this place and he says, what treasure tree is this? Compared with this peach tree, the super-grade elixirs in the sect can be fed to pigs. Even the jujube tree in the immortal courtyard is far from comparable to the peach tree here. How terrifying is the master here? And Li Fan comes to both of them and says, why are you 2 in a day? And at the same time Li Fan is thinking looking at both of them, it seems that the disaster in the outside world is really serious. Otherwise, who would be willing to learn such useless things from myself? Then both of them bow down on their knees directly near Li Fan, and says to Li Fan, Senior, please accept the two of me as your disciples. And Li Fan says to both of them, don't be like this, get up quickly. Why do you two want to worship me as your teacher? And Li Fan is thinking, looking at both of them, he can't be too casual about accepting disciples. Ning Kaelan, please understand carefully. And Li Fan says to both of them, follow the rules when guests leave. And as soon as Li Fan says this, yellow light energy starts flowing at that place. And seeing that energy, both of them start thinking, this force forced me to get up. Is this the legendary saying that follows the rules? And Zixuan tightens his hand and says to Li Fan, Senior and Junior, although they were born into a fairly powerful family, they were not welcomed by the clan. This time, they were forced to come to the Sunli Mountains. The junior thought that he was destined to die, but he never expected that, wandered into the secluded place of the seniors. The junior just wants to be with the senior, listen to the advice and regret, and ask the senior to accept the junior. The junior will definitely work hard and make progress. And listening to Zixuan's words, Li Fan is thinking, another poor child. Now that the Sunli mountain range has been destroyed long ago, he is still forced to come here by his family. It is also pitiful. And at the same time Lu Rang is saying to Li Fan, Senior, I want to follow you and learn the art of farming. All my life, I have loved planting things. If one day I could plant a peach tree like this, I would be willing to die. And Li Fan smilingly tells Lu Rang, a drink and a peck are all fate. Since you two are here, stay. And now, Li Fan has chosen both of them as his disciples. And after knowing that Li Fan has made both of them his disciples, both of them become very happy. And tears start coming out of both of their eyes. And Zixuan is crying and saying, we really succeeded in becoming a disciple. God, have you finally opened your eyes? And while filling tea in the cup, Li Fan says to both of them, okay, come and sit. I've been tired since I've been here in a hurry. I want to drink a cup of tea to quench my thirst. And as soon as Zixuan drinks that tea, he feels something and thinks, the broken dragon soul in my body is being replenished. It's a pond. The pond in the courtyard is where I want to go. And Li Fan says to both of them, I just heard from you too, Lu Rang, you want to learn the art of farming, right? And Lu Rang speaks enthusiastically, yes, I don't respect my seniors as my master. I want to learn the art of cultivation. This is also my lifelong pursuit. And after listening to Lu Rang, Li Fan says, well, in that case, I will teach you the art of cultivation. And at the same time Li Fan is thinking his lifelong pursuit is to be a farmer. I have to say that this ambition is just a matter of luck. If he wanted to learn something advanced, he would not be able to teach him. And Zixuan says to Li Fan, Master, I want to go to the pond. And Li Fan listens to Zixuan and says, it seems that you want to learn the art of fish farming. Well, I will also teach you this. And Li Fan is thinking, it's not bad for one to help him farm and the other to help him raise fish. And now Li Fan stands up and says, okay, you two come with me, and I will teach you the techniques of planting and raising fish in turn. Nafong, bring me the teacher's hoe. And when both of them see Li Fan's hoe, they both get very surprised and they are thinking, a treasure far beyond a quasi-immortal weapon. Just by looking at it, you can feel the condensation of the avenue, and there is a strong oppressive force. Then Li Fan tells them, let's go to the vegetable field and teach Lu Rang how to farm first. And as soon as both of them see Li Fan's vegetables, they become even more surprised. And both are thinking, Master, do you care about this? Call it a vegetable field? Oh my God, what on earth is this place? Who exactly is Master? Then Li Fan says to Lu Rang, if you want to learn the art of planting and breeding, the first step is to learn to loosen the soil. Don't think that loosening the soil is easy. Just keep an eye on it. And Li Fan starts working with a hoe, seeing which both of them become even more surprised. And Li Fan says to Lu Rang, although loosening the soil is the most basic first step, only when you master the land can you grasp what level of crops you can grow. It seems simple, but there is also truth in it. And Li Fan starts giving the hoe to Lu Rang, and Lu Rang bows before the hoe and says, Master Ho has opened up a supreme avenue for his disciples. If the disciple understands, he will definitely study hard and strive to embark on the road of farming as soon as possible. And Li Fan says to Lu Rang, "Come on, this hoe will be handed over to you from now on." And Lu Rang grabs the hoe, but that hoe is very heavy. And now, Li Fan takes Zixuan with him, and while leaving he says to Zixuan, "Come on, I'll take you to the pond." And now Li Fan is feeding the fishes, and is saying to Zixuan, "In this pond, I have raised some koi carps for my teacher." Fish farming is also a delicate job, which can cultivate your moral character. If you learn to observe koi carp, you will also get a different kind of fun. Fish culture. The most important thing is to learn to feed. And Zixuan starts imagining and thinks about Li Fan. No wonder when I entered the small courtyard, I felt the broken dragon soul in my body began to come alive. I understood everything. What is fed in this pond is the real dragon of the pond. And now, a lot of energy starts coming out from inside Zixuan, and Zixuan is thinking, the reason why the Holy Dragon Dynasty became a Holy Land level force is because an ancestor once heard the shadow of a giant dragon from a distance, and learned from it. But now I can face it, but it is a pool of real dragons. And also Na Feng is a little nervous and says, what the teacher feeds in this pond are indeed divine creatures. And Xiling also says nervously, if the teacher hadn't been here in person, a few of us would have been killed alive. And Zixuan again bows before Li Fan, and Li Fan says to Zixuan, no need to be polite. Just get up and you will be responsible for these baits from now on. And Li Fan sees Zixuan doing this and thinks, Lao, it seems that he really had a miserable life in the outside world. He worked really hard to get a chance to live in the small courtyard. And now both are doing their respective work, and Zixuan is thinking I am too weak to fully observe the swimming trajectory of this real dragon. And Lu Rang is also thinking that too while working, this kind of treasure requires tremendous strength to lift. He exhausted all his spiritual power just by barely lifting it, let alone controlling it. And Li Fan is thinking about both of them. Can you fall asleep even if you feed a fish? This person who can't even lift his head several times is probably because he has lived a miserable life in the outside world and cannot keep up with his nutrition for a long time, which has caused his body to become weak. He needs to take good care of himself. After this, the scene shifts, and we see those people dressed in black and one of the men speaking. I still haven't sensed Zhang Xian's aura. He was killed too thoroughly. And the other black hoodie man says, this person must be hiding in the southern territory. And the first man says smilingly, I have a plan in my mind, let's go and find a force to go with. After this, the scene shifts and we see Luofu Holy Land. And at this place someone is speaking. Taoist friends want to take a step closer to entering Taoism with swords. Brother Yu secretly thinks that just by cultivating sword energy, he can take a step closer. But hearing his words, the other man gets angry and says, how dare a little ant speak nonsense about Taoism? Then we see two people, and this is the man, Holy Lord of Luofu. And the name of the other man is Chao Yijian. And just then, that black hoodie man comes near Luofu. And Black Hoodie's partner attacks Chao Yijian, and injures him. And the man says, and I ask what is the most powerful force in the southern region? And seeing the power of that man, Chao Yijian is thinking, no resistance, such terrifying strength? Is the other party a true immortal? And Chao Yijian says to that man, Senior, we are also new to the southern territory and are not familiar with it. Perhaps we only know about it at Taiyan Holy Land and Xiang Holy Land. And they say to Luofu and Chao Yijian, it's not enough to alert the snake yet, so let's use these two building ants as chess pieces. It seems that Taiyan Holy Land and Xiang Holy Land are definitely connected to the power that killed Zhang Xian. And the other man in that black hoodie says, do you two want to become the masters of the southern territory and dominate everything? Just do something for me and I will give you everything. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and both of them get surprised after listening to his words. And now both of them get ready to work for them. After this, the scene shifts, and we see the Taiyan Holy Land. And both Luofu and Chao Yijian have come to this place, and Luofu is saying, fellow Taoist, all the sects have arrived, this time it's up to you and me. And Chaojian says, Brother Tao, don't worry, with the current strength of you and me, carving up the southern territory is no problem. And also at that place, now both master and the woman have arrived. And the second master looks at them and says, what do the two holy masters intend to do by summoning all the sects in the Xiantian realm for such a huge battle? And Chaojian says laughingly, it's easy to say. I'll make a special trip to visit the owners of Taiyan and Xiang Holy Lands and discuss it. Discuss the redivision of resources in the southern territory. And after hearing Chaojian's words, the first master gets angry, and so does the second master. And both of them are releasing their energy, and the first master says to them, what an ungrateful thing. We kindly asked them to come to the southern territory to take refuge, but now they come back to bite us. And the second master also says, how unreasonable. I really thought our holy land in the southern territory was easy to bully. And Luofu looks at both of them and says, everyone has a share in the southern territory, and those who are capable will live there. If you can't do it, you should get out. Then the second master says, quasi-immortal? No wonder Holy Lord Luofu dared to stand up. It's just that if you want to rely on the power of a quasi-immortal to carve up our southern region, I'm afraid, and both of them get angry, after hearing what the second master said. And both of them start releasing their power, and Luofu says to them, if the quasi-immortal is not enough, what about the other two? And Chaojian releases a lot of his energy and says, how? Are you mute? I'm giving you face, I hope you can save some face, and if you insist on forcing me to take action, I'm afraid you will be in trouble for the death of your sect. And the second master says to the woman, Saint Qianning, Goddess Linger, we are forced to face the enemy. And after listening to the second master, the woman says, there is no need to endure it anymore. These people have trampled our good intentions underfoot, and now both masters release their full power, and say to them, do you really think that the southern region is a place where you can do whatever you want? And Luofu gets surprised and thinks, what? Are they both quasi-immortals? Could it be that there are real immortals behind them? But he says, however, even if you are quasi-immortals, you will still lose today. Our combined background far exceeds yours. And just then, Linger comes to that place and says, you've gone too far. The southern territory has opened the door of convenience for you to avoid disaster, but you repay kindness with hatred. Really looking for death. And Linger starts taking out a weapon from herself. And then, that black hoodie man comes to that place and says to both of them, retreat. And Luofu is surprised to hear this and says, the arrow is on the string, master. Why retreat? And the man tells both of them, fool. The other party has a fairy treasure on his body, and you two losers are no match at all. And both of them are surprised to hear this. After this, Luofu asks both of them master to stop. And he comes forward and says, two holy masters, we have already achieved enlightenment and become quasi-immortals. Once a war begins, the entire southern territory will probably suffer. And the second master says, what do you want to say? So Luofu tells them, it's very simple. How about letting the younger generation compete and decide the allocation of resources in the southern region based on their victory or defeat? And second master asks Linger, Goddess Linger, what do you think? And Linger says, the Holy Lord's decision is that no matter what you do, we will support you. Then the second master says to both of them, good. In this case, our two holy lands represent that the southern territory has agreed to your challenge. 3 days later, the young generation of the southern region will face the geniuses of the 4 major regions. The next day, the first master and second master are speaking. I hope the young generation in the southern region will not disappoint us. The Luofu Holy Land and the Divine Sword sect came to Qi Meng fiercely, and they were clearly ready to start a war. However, when the two goddesses got angry, their attitudes changed instantly, which seemed too strange. And the second master says, yes, I think they saw something from the two goddesses and felt shocked. And the first master says to Linger, Saint Qianning, I suspect that there are others behind them. And the second master says, right. And in just 1 month, Holy Lord Luofu and Chaojian, they have all reached the quasi-immortal realm. How could they advance so quickly? I'm afraid someone is supporting them behind the scenes. And Linger says to the woman, Qian Ning, maybe we should report this matter to Senior Li. And the woman says, I'll tell Senior Li right now. After this, the scene shifts towards Li Fan. And Li Fan is sitting in the chair and thinking, drinking tea and listening to music is a life like this. But there are still 8 out of 10 apprentices. How long will it take to complete it? And Na Feng is doing her practice. And then, she reaches some other place and says, where am I? Where is the road? And when Zixuan sees Na Feng, he gets surprised and says, Senior sister, have you touched the immortal way? And Xiling is also surprised and she says, Sister Na Feng is going to break through? And Li Fan is thinking, Nanfeng's piano skills have improved a lot, but it's a bit messy. Let me sort it out for her. And then, Na Feng hears a voice and thinks, this voice is the teacher, and the teacher is guiding me. And then, she opens her eyes. I saw that door. I have become a quasi-immortal. Then Na Feng comes to Li Fan and says to him, thank you teacher for your guidance. The disciple almost went astray. And Li Fan says to Na Feng, you play well. If you go far on this road, you will encounter all kinds of inner demons. It is normal. And Zixuan gets very surprised to see Na Feng and he says, Senior sister is only about 20 years old, but she has already become a quasi-immortal? And Xiling says, it's all because of the teacher. As long as the teacher is here, the immortal way that the entire Xiantian world looks up to is nothing. And then the woman calls Li Fan from a distance, is Senior Li here? And Li Fan understands that the woman is coming. And he asks the woman to come inside. Then Li Fan asks both of them, what's the matter with you? And the woman says, Senior, before I advised Seniors Yuanyang and Ling Chao to accept people from all regions and take refuge in the Southern Territory. But now, they bite back and want to rob the Southern Territory of resources. And Linger also says, Senior, in order to determine the ownership of the resources in the Southern Territory, those people propose to hold a competition among young people. Li Fan gets surprised after listening to both of them and says, you are not wrong. What is wrong is just greed in human nature. Don't blame yourself for being kind. It is the most cherished light in life. And Li Fan is thinking, is it a martial arts contest? To put it bluntly, it should be that both parties are going to have a fight, and I am not good at fighting in groups. And then Lu Rang and Zixuan come to Li Fan, and both of them say, they've gone too far. How can these people be so ungrateful? Repaying evil with kindness is shameful, and Li Fan is thinking, looking at both of them, gang war? Don't you happen to have 2 apprentices? And Li Fan says to both of them, do you two have any experience in fighting? And after listening to Li Fan, the woman and Linger are thinking, Senior Li, are you going to send out your own disciples? If Senior Li's disciples take action, then what is there to worry about? And Lu Rang and Zixuan say to Li Fan, Master, we will definitely win this battle. Disciples are willing to go. Listening to both of them, Li Fan says, good. In this case, you go with Qian Ning and the others. Since there is no weapon in the competition, then look, are there any weapons in your hands in this yard? And when both of them listen to Li Fan, they both look at each other and think, yes, we'll go find him right now. There are countless treasures in this small courtyard, but there are very few of them that we can control with our current cultivation level. Master asked us to choose the weapons that we can control according to our ability. Got it, I remembered. Then both of them go inside to get the weapon. And after some time, both of them have selected their weapons and Zixuan says, look at this. I got something for you too. But when Li Fan sees Zixuan's weapon, he is unable to say anything. Because Zixuan has chosen a fire stick as his weapon, and Lu Rang has chosen a chopstick as his weapon. And Lu Rang says happily, good. I can use this treasure enough. Then both of them say to Li Fan, Master, both of us have already picked out weapons. And Li Fan is thinking after listening to both of them, aren't these 2 fools? Let you choose. Of these 2 guys, one chooses a fire stick or the other chooses chopsticks. Is this to give someone away? Then Li Fan says to both of them, that's all, I won't say anything else as a teacher. When you fight, just stay far away and don't hurt yourself. And the woman happily says to Li Fan, thank you, Senior. In this case, we will go back and inform Senior Yuanyang. If they know that Senior has sent a disciple, They will definitely be overjoyed. And Na Feng is worried about Zixuan and Lu Rang, so Na Feng comes to Li Fan and says to Li Fan, if the two junior brothers can't win, let's go next time. And Li Fan thinks after listening to Na Feng. A girl who plays the piano suddenly said that she wanted to take her painting sister out to fight in a group. Too special a girl is disobeying. After this, the scene shifts and we see a man standing in the middle of a waterfall feeling very happy and saying, I have reached the supreme level. And just then, Luofu comes to that place, and there is another boy with him, and that boy says, Senior brother, I have also reached the 8th level of Mahuyana. And Luofu says to that man, you too have received the master's gift. This time, you must take over the entire southern territory from my Luofu holy land. And the man greets Luofu and says, Holy Lord, don't worry. Looking at the younger generation of Xiantian realm, no one can reach the supreme realm at my age. I am bound to win this competition. And that black hoodie man is also listening to all these things, and he is saying, after burning all the potential in life, in exchange for 3 days of reaching the pinnacle, he couldn't even enter the immortal path. What a waste. I just hope that you two losers can let me see some clues about the person behind this competition. I apologize. And now the day of battle has come. And people from many sects have also come to see this battle. And both Zixuan and Lu Rang have also come to that place to fight. And the first master is saying, this time, all the Holy Land sects from the Xiantian realm have arrived, so they have to rely on the two young masters. And Lu Rang tells them, don't worry, senior. The two of us will definitely live up to master's instructions. And Luofu and his two fighters have also reached that place. And Luofu is saying, I hope you two losers from both sects can live a little longer. And after saying this, Luofu starts laughing loudly. And seeing him laughing like this, the second master says to him, it's not certain who will win. But Luofu does not care about what the second master says, and he says laughingly, no matter who wins, it can't be your southern region. And now the fight is about to start, and a monk comes to fight, and the monk says the young monk Qinshin is willing to ask for advice from the people all over the world on behalf of Xiamo. And seeing that monk, the people around start talking. 9 sons of the holy Buddha of the Western Desert, the leader? It is said that this person has the appearance of an immortal. And the boy says to the monk, Luofu Holy Land, Toa Gao, please enlighten me. And as soon as the fight starts, the man disappears from his place, and the monk is shocked to see this. And that man appears directly near that monk, and gives him a dangerous hit, and says to that monk, hey, is it the appearance of immortality in the world? This is the legend. And that man throws that monk away, and he wins the fight, and everyone becomes very surprised to see the power of that man. That monk has been badly injured, and his cultivation has also been destroyed. And the man goes to the monk and says to him, Old monk, it is a kindness of mine to spare him his life. Then the boy starts shouting and challenging everyone and says, Who else is dissatisfied? Who else? And Luofu is very happy and he says, Yuanang and Ling Chao, you two are useless men. They are no match for our proud son. Kneel down and admit defeat. I can still keep you alive in the southern territory. And again Luofu starts laughing loudly. And those two elders are talking to each other. It seemed that there was someone really powerful behind the Luofu Holy Land. I started to doubt the other party's purpose. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Fortunately, all this was obviously within Senior Li's expectation. That's why he sent his disciples. And then, Lu Rang comes to that battlefield, and says, Toa Gao, I, Lu Rang, come to fight you. And a man looks at Lu Rang and says, Lu Rang? Isn't this kid an outer disciple of our sect? Have you been sent to the Cunli Mountains by me? He should have died over there. And that Chaojian is laughing very loudly and saying, How ridiculous! Are there no people left in your two holy places? This is just an abandoned dog of our sect. Ridiculous. And the first master comes to Chaojian and says to him, Chaojian, I hope you don't regret your words at this moment. Then we see the battle, and the man disappears again. But Lu Rang is thinking about Li Fan, how can he fight? Then he opens his eyes, and is about to punch the man, and is surprised to see Lu Rang's reaction. And with just one punch from Lu Rang, that man's condition worsens. And blood starts coming out from his mouth, and seeing this, the condition of both Luofu and Chao Yijian worsens. And also there is that black hoodie man in that crowd. And he is watching all these things. And he is talking to his partner. How come this child has just evolved with a feeling of a great way? And his partner says, behind this man should be the deposit we are looking for. And Lu Rang is saying to the people of the Divine Sword sect, and Chao Yijian and Luofu are looking at each other and saying, I have given the treasure to the two of them to come together. Yes. Owner. And just then, a bright light shines in front of Lu Rang, and two people come to that place to fight with Lu Rang. And that man is saying, you trash. Court death. But this does not make any difference to Lu Rang, and he says, idiot, is it just you? Dare you be so presumptuous? Do you want to die? And Lu Rang is thinking happily, I have two senior sisters, one is supreme and the other is quasi-immortal. There is also a master who is invincible in heaven and on earth. Is it difficult to break through the master? And then both of them move forward to attack Lu Rang. And seeing this, the first master gets scared and says, immediately send our sect's quasi-immortal weapon to young master Lu Rang. But Zixuan stops both the masters and says, the two holy masters don't have to worry. And both of those masters stop, and while watching the fight, they are thinking, yes. Lu Rang is a disciple of Senior Li. Will there be a shortage of quasi-immortal weapons? And we see the fight scene, and Lu Rang would have stopped the attack of both of them with his chopsticks. And the power of that chopstick is so much that the sword of both of them breaks. And because of the power of that chopstick, the girl starts disintegrating. And when Luofu and Chao Yijian see this, they get a big shock, and Luofu is saying, chopsticks? That's a chopstick. Is it an immortal weapon? Is there an immortal behind him? And when both of them see this whole thing, they too get a big shock, and the first man says, just one, is already a treasure beyond the level of true immortal. And the other man looks at that treasure and says, we must master this magical weapon. Once you get it, the identity of the person behind it will be revealed. Then the man turns back and see two men, but then both of them bow before him and say to them, Master, spare our life. Just now, the elder brother who was holding a quasi-immortal sword was beheaded. But the other man says to both of them, don't panic. Swallowing this medicine will bring you two to a higher level. In addition, I will give you a true immortal level weapon. You two don't have to be afraid. The magic weapon in Lu Rang's hand has already been animated. After absorbing the spiritual energy he heard, he is now no different than a useless person, and after listening to that man's words, both of them become happy. Just then, both of them come behind Lu Rang, and tell Lu Rang to put down his chopsticks and bow before us and surrender. And the power of both of them has increased a lot. And both of them also have a treasure in their hands. And when Lu Rang listens to what both of them are saying, he gets very angry. But then a dragon comes to that place, and he says that this battle is not over yet, and it happens to be Zixuan. And Zixuan says to both of them, I took over this battle for my junior brother. Just then, one of the men discovers the treasure, and with the help of its powers he attacks the ground. And a huge explosion is about to happen on that ground, but then, Zixuan uses his dragon roar, due to which a huge explosion occurs at that place. And due to that explosion, both of them get seriously injured. And seeing this, both the black hoodie men get surprised, and one of them says, True dragon magic? This is now Ryongwu technology? The true dragon clan has been extinct for a long time. Is there one lying dormant in the Shaoxian heavenly realm? And the other man says happily, Get him. It is extremely possible to obtain the treasures of the true dragon clan. This is the ultimate destiny. Yes. Definitely it is. Must get it. This is mine. You can actually get such treasures during your trip to Xiantian realm. And both of them start flying in the air, and one of them attacks with the help of his power. But then Zixuan starts moving his fire stick, and due to that a black energy comes out from that fire stick, which goes directly and attacks both the men, due to which both of them disappear within a few moments. And at that place, blood starts raining from both of them. And when Lu Rang sees this, he is very surprised, and he is thinking, I beg your darling. Is this fire stick so scary? I originally thought that the chopsticks in my hand were already very scary. And seeing all this, Linger is saying, seniorly. Such a big move, he destroyed 2 more true immortals. And the woman says happily, I knew it. With seniorly here, all plots will be shattered. And now sweat starts flowing from Luofu's forehead. This clearly shows that Luofu is very nervous. And he bows down to his knees, and along with him Chao Yijian also sits disappointed, and Luofu is saying, what's going on? Why do even the invincible immortals die so casually? And Chao Yijian also says, what kind of terrifying existence is hidden in the southern territory? Is this a dream? And both the masters come to them and say, 2 of you. Give us an explanation. Say who is behind you. And both Luofu and Chao Yijian are saying, this has nothing to do with me. I have no idea, right? We don't know at all. And the first master asks the woman, how to deal with Saint Qianning, Goddess Linger, Divine Sword Sect and Luofu Holy Land? Does Senior Li have any instructions? And the woman is saying, Senior Li didn't say anything, but since they colluded with a mastermind behind the scenes, I think Senior Li will definitely not forgive them. Let the 2 holy masters decide for themselves. And after listening to the women, the first master says, from today on, there is no more Luofu Holy Land and Divine Sword Sect in the Xiantian realm. And Luofu is thinking about looking at the woman. No, how can our holy land of Luofu be destroyed because of this? It's all this woman, as long as. Just take her. There is capital to negotiate conditions. And Luofu moves forward to attack the women, but just then, the woman takes out her treasure, and attacks Luofu with it, due to which Luofu starts bleeding from his nose and mouth, and there is a hole in his chest, and along with him, Chao Yijian also gets hit by the attack, due to which both of them are killed at that place. After this, everyone starts greeting the woman and Linger, and the woman is speaking to them all. You are so kind. We are all cultivators of the Xiantian realm. We are of the same lineage, and as long as we can live in harmony, that's it. This fight was not in vain. And then one of the men says, I dare to ask the 2 holy masters, there was a rumor circulating before, claiming that there was a peerless master accepting disciples outside the Tsungli mountain range. Did you release this news? And after listening to that man, the first master says, yes. Young Master Lu Rang and young Master Long Zixuan are both apprentices of that senior, but that senior, we are not even qualified to meet him. And after hearing the first master's words, everyone around understands that the hidden master is real, and people say, it turns out that the hidden master is real. After this, the scene shifts, and now Xiling is painting, but her hand is trembling. And Na Feng is watching all this from a distance, and she is thinking, Xiling has not written for a whole morning. Has Xiling reached a bottleneck? It seems that he encountered the same predicament as me before. And just then, Li Fan comes to that place and says, drink tea, hoe the ground, feed the fish, and play the piano as you please. Likewise, you must also paint as you please. It doesn't matter what you see, what matters is what you think. And when Xiling listens to Li Fan's words, she says, as you wish. What you see is not important. What is important is I think it is what it is. Teacher. I understand. And Nan Feng is thinking happily, Xiling has become immortal? From the supreme stage, cross over the quasi-immortal and directly enter the immortal path. And Li Fan is saying to Xiling, from tomorrow you can draw something else. And then someone calls Li Fan from behind, Senior Li, we are back. And listening to that voice, Li Fan is thinking, it was Mu Qianning's voice. It seemed like they were back from a group fight. Linger and Li Fan's 2 disciples come to that place, and Zixuan is happy and tells, thank you master for giving us the utensils. We have brought them back. Linger says to Li Fan Sr., thank you for sending Mr. Long and Mr. Lu. The matter has been successfully resolved. Li Fan says to Linger smilingly, it's a small thing, not enough words to thank you. But Li Fan is thinking, these 2 stupid apprentices, one holding broken chopsticks and the other holding a fire stick, how can they help? This is to save face for me. Then Li Fan says to both of them, you 2 are quite clever. throw the fire stick back into the kitchen, throw the chopsticks into the firewood pile, and burn it. And after listening to Li Fan, both of them get shocked and think, oh my god, this is such a treasure. Linger is telling Li Fan, this battle was fought beautifully. The outside world now knows that you are here, and also knows that you are here to recruit disciples. Next, I am afraid that countless people will come to become disciples, including many geniuses from various fields. I'm afraid this will affect Senior Qingxiu, please punish me. And the woman is smilingly saying to Li Fan, it's all Qian Ning's fault. Your lack of thinking has caused trouble for your seniors. And hearing this, Li Fan's reaction changes, and he is thinking, Lu must have let them brag about what a powerful master they had and deceived everyone. And Li Fan says to the woman, they only knew about me and wanted to become my disciples after meeting Long Zixuan and Lu Rang, right? And the woman says, exactly. Senior and Li Fan is thinking, sure enough, these two silly boys are fooling around outside. And then Li Fan starts writing something on the paper, and he is thinking, although I am short of apprentices, I would rather lack them than have too many. They cannot all be fools like Lu Rang and Long Zixuan. And Li Fan gives a paper to Na Feng and says, Na Feng, set this up outside the door, so that those who shouldn't come can retreat in the face of difficulties. And Na Feng looks at that paper and says, only those who can solve this problem can enter and become a disciple. And everyone gets surprised after seeing that mathematical question. And everyone is looking at that question. Seeing that question, Linger says, this is probably the supreme truth. And Lu Rang says, only the truly strong can unlock it. Then the woman says, as expected of Senior Li, we have never seen such a question before, and I am afraid it is an insurmountable difficulty for cultivators in the entire Xiantian realm. The next day, we see a lot of flying ships heading towards Sunli Mountain. And many people have come in front of Li Fan's house, and they are saying, this place is extremely extraordinary. It is indeed the place where the true Buddha lives in seclusion. The charm of Buddhism is endless, and the wonderful principles are hidden. Yes, I feel a rare kind of tranquility in my heart. Just taking a look at this small mountain village is far better than a year of hard training in the Ciheng Jingzhai. And a man is touching something and saying, is this where the senior lives? You can feel the sword's power just by getting close. And when he touches that thing, his hand starts trembling. And then, a mathematical cat appears at that place, and she asks them all a mathematical question. Given that angle 1 is 45 and angle 2 is 30 degrees, find the measure of angle 3. By the way, even a middle school child can answer this mathematical question. And also, I want to ask you guys, do you know the answer to this mathematical question? If you guys know the answer to this question, please comment and answer me this question. Further, when everyone hears that mathematical question, they become very surprised and start saying, is this the decree of the Supreme Being? Legend has it that only the Supreme Being in the fairyland can show the power of the decree. This is a question set by the senior, and only by solving it can one be qualified to become a disciple. I'm afraid this has already been arrived at the Supreme Immortal Path. And then, we see a girl, who after hearing about that question is saying, 2 is born, 3 is born from 2, and all things are born from 3. The figure composed of the 3 golden lines of this senior clearly contains the wonderful principles of the heavens. Who in heaven and on earth can untie it? Every golden thread looks like a peerless sword mark that cuts through eternity. If you can understand it thoroughly, you may become an immortal instantly. Then everyone bows before that mathematics cat and says, we will understand the great path of our predecessors right here. And some time passes, and a man comes to that place and he is saying, no one in the Hono Dashuan heaven realm is destined to do so. Fortunately, I can also glimpse a corner of the great road from this decree, which is considered a worthwhile trip. And then, a boy falls on the ground, his condition becomes very bad, solving this question. And his father says to him, it's difficult for you to understand this supreme road. Let's go. You are injured. Your father will take you away. But the boy says, no. I won't leave. Even if I die, I will follow the path of my predecessors to become the strongest. And his father, while leaving, says to the boy, Although you are a sword cultivator with a broken body, it is not a bad thing to have such a tenacious sword heart. Then he says to an old man, "It seems that I have no chance to meet my senior this time. Where is the disciple of the Holy Master who is destined to be a Buddha?" And the old man says he also refuses to leave, so just let him go. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Aren't the parents and children of Holy Lord Dugu among them? Then Linger comes to Li Fan, and says to Li Fan, "Teacher, that the question is too difficult. Thousands of people have come, but not a single one has solved it. Now, almost all have left." Li Fan says to Linger, "Hey, don't panic." But Li Fan is thinking, "Fortunately, I came up with a question, otherwise these guys who don't even know the interior angles of a triangle, or junior high school mathematics would be taking them as apprentices. Still claiming to be a genius in various fields? This is simply unscientific, not at all leisurely science." But then, Li Fan remembers something, which makes him cough. And Li Fan asks Nadfong, "Do you learn mathematics and geometry here in Xiantian realm?" And Nadfong says, "Mathematics? Geometry? This kind of terrifying treasure technique has never been heard of or seen in the Xiantian world. And Li Fan has made a mess at this place. Damn, that's too sloppy." Then Li Fan says to Nadfong, "Nadfong, take that question back and burn it." And Li Fan is thinking, it's not that these thousands of people are stupid at all, it's that the Xiantian realm is all cultivating immortals, and no one studies mathematics at all. So sloppy. And Nadfong asks Li Fan, "Why do you want to remove him?" So Li Fan says, "Because no one can solve that problem." Next we see a monk, who is praying with folded hands. And then Nadfong comes to that place. And that big mathematical cat, throws that paper out of there. And seeing Nadfong, the monk says, "Dare you ask the goddess? But that senior's disciple?" And Nadfong says yes to that monk, and then a boy comes to that place and says to Nadfong, "Goddess, why did you take off the title? Did that senior have any instructions?" And Nadfong tells them, "This question, Xiantian realm, no one can figure it out. Because this involves two supreme avenues, mathematics and geometry." Then the boy asks Nadfong, "Now that you have revealed the topic, does it mean that we can go inside to see that senior?" But Nadfong says the teacher didn't say it clearly. Then the boy asks the monk, "Do we want to go in?" And that monk says, "I have become a useless person, life and death are not important to me, I will enter." Then that boy is thinking, Kongming Temple is clean, and I came here to pay my respects to my senior. Yes, how am I different from a useless person? If Qingqin is like this, what should I fear? And now that boy starts shouting loudly, "Dugu Yuqing, the Dugu family, came here to pay homage to my senior." Li Fan also hears her voice, and Nadfong tells Li Fan, "Master, these two people persisted until the end, no matter what, refused to leave." And Li Fan says smilingly, "Well, since you are so determined, let's bring them in." Then both of them come near Li Fan, and bow on their knees in front of Li Fan. And both of them are saying, "The junior Dugu Yuqing comes from the Dugu family, and she only hopes to follow her seniors and learn the great way. This junior, Qingqin, is devoted to the Tao. I beg you, senior, to take this junior in." And Li Fan is thinking, looking at both of them, the attitude of these two people is sincere. Having been outside for so long is enough to show that they are determined. But what do they want to learn? And Li Fan says to that boy, "Do you want to learn calligraphy?" And hearing this, the boy says, "I have been passionate about calligraphy my whole life." And that boy is thinking, calligraphy? Yes, the senior is deliberately trying to teach me. That question contains a strong sense of swordsmanship, and it must have been written by the senior himself. And Li Fan says to that monk, "And you? You are a monk, but I have always refused to worship the Buddha or accept Amitabha in the temple. I have never believed in it." And the monk is thinking after listening to Li Fan, such terrifying existences say they don't worship Buddha even though they see it. I'm afraid it means that to him, Buddha is nothing at all. Even in the immortal realm, people do not dare to call Amitabha Buddha directly. Is this being in front of me someone who can casually talk about the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas? And then Lu Rang comes running to that place and says to Li Fan, "Master, I'm going to feed the fish." Li Fan asks him to leave, but when monk sees the big Sun Buddha bowl, he becomes very surprised and thinks, "This is the big Sun Buddha bowl?" "Yes. This must be the big Sun Buddha bowl, exactly the same as what is recorded in the classics. Shouldn't the sacred objects of Buddhism be hidden in the celestial realm and in the most holy spiritual mountain? How could it be? Could it be his true identity? There are thousands of Buddhist ways. Buddha can transform into thousands of bodies. And Li Fan is thinking about that monk. If this kid wants to learn Buddhism from me, I can't teach him. How should I reject him with all the rules and precepts? Then the monk goes directly and bows near Li Fan's feet and says to Li Fan, "Senior, Qin is willing to give up everything and follow the path of his predecessors." And Li Fan is thinking after listening to her words, giving up everything means returning to secular life. This is acceptable. Just stop banging wooden fish in my ears and chant sutras every day. Then Li Fan says to the monk, "Okay, then you can sweep the floor in the yard from now on." And at the same time Li Fan is thinking, I remember that in a certain TV series, there was a sweeping monk role, which suited him just right. Then Li Fan says to the monk, "Okay, no need to be polite, get up, it's getting late, after dinner, I will teach you things tomorrow. Nan Feng, Ziling, serve." Then when both of them go for dinner, they are very surprised to see the food lying on the table, and think, is this a dish? It's clearly a feast of holy medicine. And seeing the reaction of both of them, Lu Rang and Zixuan are saying, "Come on, brother, when we first came here, we felt very surprised, but as you gradually get used to it, you will understand that this is our daily routine." Then both of them are having dinner, and the boy says, "I now understand why Senior Brother Long and Senior Brother Lu are so outstanding." And Lu Rang says to both of them, "Two junior brothers, I will show you the vegetables in the vegetable field I planted tomorrow." These vegetables all grow in the vegetable field, and the monk makes a gesture and says, "Senior Sister Nafong, she and we see Nafong, who is having an orgasm, oh sorry. I mean enjoying it." Then Nafong slowly opens her eyes and says, "I'm sorry, fellow juniors, I didn't control myself well enough to become immortal." And when both of them hear that Nafong has now become an immortal, they are very surprised and both of them start thinking, how could it be possibility? Just by having a meal, you have become an immortal. Monster, absolutely monster. Next, the scene shifts, and we see sea of clouds in the sky. And at that place there are only those black hoodie men. And one of the men asks, "Any news?" So the second man explains, "Xiantian realm is one of the 21 lower realms connected to Xingyun City. I went to the Immortal History Museum to check all the records about the lower realms of Xingyun City cultivators and found this. This is the only person recorded in 2,000 years who went to the lower world and never returned." The man says, "Thanks for your hard work." Then the man says, 300 years ago, a demon cultivator, Ming Tianbei, sneaked into the Tianhun sect, took away the Tianhun sect's most precious treasure, the Tianhun pearl, and severely damaged the Tianhun sect. He escaped into the lower world to escape for his life, and his specific whereabouts are unknown. This person was extremely vicious and his cultivation was at the level of a heavenly immortal. His attacks were vicious and he killed countless immortals and immortals. Moreover, the cultivators he killed often had their vitality cut off and their souls scattered. The attack was vicious. Life was cut off, and the soul was scattered to the north. The demonic cultivator was vicious, killing people very thoroughly and leaving their souls scattered. From this point of view, it was consistent with the deaths of Zhang Xian and Luo Ming. And the other man says, forcibly descending from the immortal realm requires paying a heavy price. Even if you are in the realm of immortals, you may fall below the realm of immortals if you enter the lower realm. After recuperating for 300 years, this demon cultivator should have returned to the realm of a true immortal, or above. If it is a heavenly immortal, no. Immortals above the true immortals and mysterious immortals are the heavenly immortals. There are not enough people in Xiantian realm. Once a heavenly immortal appears, he will be sensed by the immortal realm. That's right, even if the other party recovers his cultivation level, he will only dare to stay in the realm of Xianxian at most. If the southern territory is really Ming Tianbei, we may not need to take action. Xinyan's city is chasing him. We only need to confirm one thing now about the existence of the Southern Territory, whether it is the demonic cultivator Gu Tianbei or not. After this, the scene shifts, and we see the ruins of the immortal platform. At the bottom of the immortal platform, there is a man. And he is looking ahead. There is a coffin in front of him, and the man says, after being nurtured by the Tiahun Pearl for 300 years, the Demon Lord's original soul should have awakened. Recently, there was an incredibly terrifying sword intent from above, penetrating through thousands of layers of earth and attacking. Fortunately, it did not target this place. Otherwise, I'm afraid both me and the soul of Demon Lord will be annihilated together. And the man starts laughing like crazy, vigorous demonic energy. Is the Demon Lord's soul about to come out? You are finally about to come out. The immortal realm and all other realms will tremble once again under your command. And then a little girl comes out of that coffin, and that girl asks, "Who are you?" "You are Ming Tianbei." And the man looks at that little girl and thinks, "Is this the Demon Lord? Is the Demon Lord a female?" And the man says, "I, Ming Tianbei, servant of the Demon General Gongya, is coming to pay respects to you. Your return will surely once again." And the little girl says, "Shut up. I sense the presence of my other souls here." And then, a demon comes to that place and says, "I'm Change, here to respectfully welcome the gathering of the Demon Lord's souls. Please, accompany me and complete the Demon Lord's true form." And that demon moves forward to attack that little girl, but the man comes in front of him, and says to that demon, "Change? Do you serve for Demon General Jingni?" But the demon emits black energy from a jar and says, "The soul I guard is the true Demon Lord. Do you, my profound demon, dare to try to stop me? The Demon Lord's soul shall return to its original place." Then the little girl casts a teleport spell, due to which both of them get teleported to another place. And the little girl says to the man, "Carry me and run quickly, my strength has not fully recovered yet." But that demon is not going to give up chasing both of them. He comes back to attack both of them. And seeing this, the man starts flying very fast. But then the little girl feels something, and she says, "I feel an extraordinary aura below." And hearing this, the man says, "That village? The vast and desolate Mount Sungli has already been destroyed. Why is this small mountain village still unharmed?" Next, we see a man in a black hoodie, and one of the men is saying, "It seems that the master from the southern region is living in seclusion in the mountain village ahead. It would be dangerous to approach uninvited." And the other man says, "We just need to confirm that the one hiding here is the demonic cultivator." And then the little girl and the man fly past them. And seeing this, the man says, "This aura. It can be confirmed now. The demon cultivator Ming Tianbei is indeed hidden here." And his other companion says, "Lord, from a distance, that demonic cultivator's cultivation level seems to have even surpassed the level of profound immortal." But the man smiles and says, "Even the great golden immortal has to kneel under the sanction of the immortal realm." Then we see both of them, who are running very fast. And that man is thinking, "What place is this? My power is being suppressed so heavily that I can't even take off." And after some time, both of them reach near Li Fan's house, and seeing that place, the man is thinking, What kind of courtyard is this? The aura of immortality flowers like the vast sea, and the harmonious sound of the great Tao quietly circulate. It would be quite dangerous to get any closer." And the man says to the little girl, "Demon Lord, the one who resides here in seclusion is probably a powerful being from the immortal realm." But the little girl says, "Go in and take a look." And after listening to the little girl, the man says, "My lord, don't go. He's probably indeed a powerful being from the immortal realm, but the immortals and demons cannot coexist, I'm afraid." And that little girl comes down and says, "How could such a powerful immortal exist in the small Xiantian realm? Maybe he was waiting for me all along, who knows? However, just to be safe, we need to disguise ourselves a bit. The clothes you are wearing are too conspicuous. Borrow me some power, I haven't recovered yet." And after listening to the little girl, the man is thinking, "Demon Lord, your clothes are not better than mine." Then the little girl uses her power, and changes her clothes, and also changes the man's clothes. Then she goes in front, and starts knocking on the door, and says, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" And Na Feng opens the door, and when Na Feng sees that little girl, she starts asking, "Little sister, who are you? What are you doing here?" And the little girl says, "Sister, there are bad guys chasing us. My uncle and I are on the run. Can you help us?" Na Feng gets surprised after hearing this, and Na Feng comes to that man, and looking at him she is thinking, this person is also a cultivator, and his aura is extremely extraordinary. And Na Feng says to that little girl, "Sister, come in with me first." But that little girl is thinking, this devil is still in this spiritual cute state. No matter how powerful you are in the fairy world, you still can't see through this devil's disguise. And as soon as she goes inside Li Fan's house, she gets surprised. When she looks in front, she sees that there is a phoenix, a dragon in front of her, seeing which the little girl gets very scared. She starts crying and holds Na Feng and is saying, I didn't mean to break in. I'm not a bad person. Please, I'm scared." And Na Feng is saying to that little girl, "Little sister, don't be afraid." And Li Fan is thinking while looking at that little girl, although the clothes are simple, but the skin is tender and tender, it can be seen that he is dressed like this on purpose, in disguise. His skin is pale, and he seems to be sick. Could it be that something happened to his family, and he is dressed like this to avoid being chased by his enemies? And Li Fan says she is no ordinary person. "However, since you have entered this door, let's stay for now." And hearing this, the little girl is thinking, what kind of unimaginable ancient giant is this? Has my identity been seen through by him? And that little girl says, "Thank you, senior." And Li Fan puts his hand on the little girl's head and says, "There is no need to call me senior, just call me big brother." Li Fan asks Na Feng, where is her uncle? So Na Feng tells Li Fan, her uncle is not like ordinary people who dare not come in when they are outside. And hearing this, Li Fan thinks, this uncle is probably a hired bodyguard or something. If a small mountain village is so united and there is a problem, everyone will come to help. What kind of bodyguard is needed? And Li Fan tells Na Feng, let him leave for now. If the pursuers come, he will suffer a lot. And Na Feng says yes after listening to Li Fan. Then she starts going to that man, and then the little girl also says, I will also go to my uncle, I have to tell him something. And now both of them come to that man, and Na Feng says to that man, my master orders you to leave for now. And that man is thinking, how can I leave the devil? Today's demon Lord Yuan Han still needs protection. And the little girl says to the man, Uncle, please find a place to hide. The seniors here will protect me. And after listening to that little girl, the man is thinking, the person whom the demon lord calls a senior. The demon lord means to let me go first. Next, we see the demon bursting out of the ground. And he is saying, the breath of the soul disappears when it reaches here. Think and learn? What a strong aura of avenue! Is this place the residence of a powerful person from the immortal realm? It turns out that the Gongya demon commander's lineage colluded with the immortal realm. Shameful! I want to see it. After all, a strong man from the immortal realm dares to snatch someone from the demon commander Jingye? After this we see Li Fan, who is sitting near the pond and fishing. And he is saying, what's going on in the yard? Is it Lu Rang who is going crazy again with Qing Chen? The fish all scared away. And the man also hears that voice, and when he looks back, he sees the same demon in front of him. But the condition of that demon is very bad. And the demon is speaking, you. What is it that you are colluding with? And seeing the condition of that demon, that man is also very surprised. And he is thinking, it seems that the demon lord does have friendship with some terrifying existences, and it should be safe to have fun you now. I should hide now and inform magician Gongya. After this the scene shifts, and we see those black hoodie men, who are talking. How? The identity of the existence in the Southern Territory is that demon cultivator? Without further ado, I'll keep an eye on who he is and notify the helmsman immediately. It's that demonic cultivator in the dark sky. Why split the helm? As long as Xingyin City in the Northern Immortal Territory knows that the demon cultivator who stole the Heavenly Soul Pearl is hiding here. Kill with a borrowed knife, that's it. This part begins, and now everyone is having dinner together. And Li Fan is saying to the little girl, "Eat quickly, you are still growing." The little girl is very surprised to see the food lying on the table. And she is thinking, even in the demon palace, you can rarely take the holy medicine once. Could it be that he saw who I am? You know that I have been sleeping for thousands of years, and you specially prepared the holy medicine to help me grow. The little girl says to Li Fan while eating, "Big brother, why are you so nice to me?" Li Fan is thinking about the little girl. This kid must have been on the run for so long and couldn't sleep well or eat well. Li Fan tells the little girl that you are still a child. I know you have experienced a lot of things, and there is no need to recall the past. You can forget it. If you want, you can treat this place as your home. But Li Fan asks him, "By the way, what's your name?" After listening to Li Fan, the little girl starts thinking, remembering the past. It seems that my identity and past have been discovered by my seniors. This senior seems to want me to abandon everything about the demon clan, and the little girl tells her name. My name is 9. I have forgotten my eldest brother's previous name. Can you choose one for me? Li Fan says, how about Xining? With this name, I hope you can forever enjoy peace at heart no matter what happens. And the little girl likes her new name, and Li Fan says to the little girl, Xining, a kid like you need education. As there's no school in the village, let me be yours teacher, okay? And the little girl also agrees to this thing. Now Li Fan is teaching calligraphy to the little girl. The boy and monk are surprised to see Li Fan's skill, and both are thinking, just by looking at it, I felt like an immortal existence sitting and watching the passage of time, whispering. Such a strong sword intention. The sword intention contains a lonely and sentimental meaning. Is the master telling us that on the other side of the sword is the true love that penetrates into the bones and hearts? Even the little girl is surprised to see Li Fan's skill, and she is thinking, this is the supreme immortal way. If I could get such a piece of calligraphy when I was at the peak of the Demon King's reign, I might have a great opportunity to reach the realm of the immortal king. Then Li Fan asks the little girl, can you recognize the words? And the little girl shakes her head and says no. While teaching the little girl, Li Fan tells, before my bed a pool of light. And as Li Fan speaks, the little girl also speaks behind him. After this the scene shifts, Holy Cloud City. We see a man with white hair. And his hair is very long. And then someone is telling that man, Metropolitan. Just now, a branch in the city received news that the demon cultivator who stole the heavenly soul pearl, Mingtianbei, is now hiding in the southern region of Xiantian realm. Hearing this, the sect master gives orders, and says, send people down to the lower realm to retrieve the heavenly soul pearl. If there is any obstruction, everything will be settled. The highest level of Xiantian realm can only accommodate Xianxian. I will send my direct disciple Xia Tong to go there. His cultivation happens to be still in the immortal realm and the backlash will not be big. Next, we see the sect master's disciple. And a man is asking him, are you ready? So he says, I am ready. And then a space crack opens, and the sect master's disciple comes out from that space crack. Now the sect master's disciple has gone to another realm, and he is saying, sure enough, the cost of crossing the boundary is very high. Even if you use the original boundary stone, your cultivation level will still be lost. Southern region? Mingtianbei, here I come. After this the scene shifts, Holy Land Taiyan. And the first elder is speaking to the woman. Since the two true immortals were dealt with by Mr. Long last time, the Xiantian world seems to have returned to peace. Now the major sects have begun to think of returning to the ancestral court. And the woman says to the first elder, I don't know where Senior Li is. In this way, I will ask for instructions again, Senior Li, if Xiantian realm is safe. Just then a disciple arrives at that place, and tells the first elder that the enemies have arrived. And the first elder is surprised to hear this. Then we see this man, which has come to attack the Holy Land, and he is saying, how dare a magic circle that is so dilapidated and has not even reached the immortal level stop me? Where is the devil cultivator in the dark sky? Say it and you won't die. The first elder is surprised to see that man, and he is thinking, immortal? Is this person in the same group as those two true immortals? And the first elder says to the man, I don't know what kind of demon cultivator Ming Tianbei is, Your Mightiness. But the man directly attacks the first elder and says, Noise. From now on, if you say one irrelevant word, I will kill one of you. Just then Linger arrives at that place, and she is very angry. And Linger says to that man, Just an immortal. Do you think you are the master of Xiantian realm? And Linger takes out the hairpin given by Li Fan. And seeing that hairpin, the man starts laughing and says, Eyelashes? This hairpin? Immortal treasure. There is such an immortal treasure in the little Xiantian realm. This is like a windfall. The woman is a little surprised. And now Linger gets ready to attack that man. And that man is also saying, Let me also see how much power is there in your attack. And Linger attacks that man, due to which one of his hands gets cut off. And seeing this, the man could not believe that a small hairpin had so much power. And it would have injured him a lot. And Linger says happily, How do you feel that a small hairpin has left you in a very bad condition? If you hurt someone, this is the price you pay. And that man is speaking to Linger, Is it so easy to get the Xuanxian level protective gear on me? I am from the fairyland. You ants dare to humiliate me, let's see if I don't crush you to ashes. And the man takes out something from himself. This is the power of the immortal spirits of the elders of our Tianhun sect. Even if you are a mysterious immortal, you cannot see what that thing. But Linger says, lonely and stubborn. And direct moves forward to attack the man, but before Linger can attack, the man runs away from that place. And seeing him running away, Linger says, That's all. After this we see the first elder, who is badly hurt, and the first elder is saying, That was the signal that the most powerful one had left on him. There is someone behind him. The woman picks up the first elder and says, Just now he said, someone was coming from the immortal realm. The first elder becomes serious and says, If he is really a visitor from the immortal realm, if he comes to take revenge from the immortal realm, I'm afraid the entire Xiantian realm will be destroyed because of this. After this the scene shifts, and we see the sect master, who are asking, Is there any news about Tianhun Pearl? And a man kneels down and says to the Sect Master, forgive me. My disciple Xiatong, who was carrying a mysterious treasure, died in the lower world without even sending any news. However, I left a ray of life on him, and I already know where he died. It must be the method of the demon cultivator Ming Tianbei. It is said that this demon was a heavenly being before he entered the lower realm. And after listening to that man's words, the sect master says, Use the original boundary stone and send enough people to get back the heavenly soul pearl and destroy the demon. Next we see another place. This place has a lot of cultivators. And one of the men is saying, How? Elder Liluo, has the sect leader made a decision? And another man says, The sect leader has spoken to take back the heavenly soul pearl and destroy the demonic cultivator. I will send the strongest Xuanxian level cultivator to use the original boundary stone to crack the boundary wall and slay the demons in the lower realm. After this, we see, Linger and the woman have come to Li Fan. And Li Fan is asking, looking at both of them, Say it. What happened? And the woman now tells Li Fan, Senior, something happened to us. Someone came up and was looking for someone named Ming Tianbei. He had a conflict with us and even attacked Senior Ling Chao. Li Fan is thinking after listening to the woman, from the immortal realm? Could they be officials? Mu Qianning's business is expanding. Those guys must be jealous. And when the little girl hears this, she's thinking, someone from the immortal realm is chasing Ming Tianbei? Could it be that someone in the immortal realm has discovered my existence? And the woman says, We killed him in desperation. And the woman apologizes to Li Fan and says, It's all our fault. You've caused trouble for your seniors. If seniors want to blame, please blame us. But Li Fan tells the woman, What's wrong with you? Just kill those moths. If those people want revenge, you can just come here. And Li Fan is thinking, in a world of cultivators like the Xiantian realm, death is a very common thing, not to mention that they are still worms who deserve their punishment. Besides, how powerful can the government of Xiantian realm be? Both of them become happy after listening to Li Fan, and the woman says to Li Fan, Thank you, Senior. I knew that with Senior Li here, no evil person could cause trouble. And Linger is thinking, obviously, Senior Lee doesn't pay attention to the existence above the immortal realm at all. Then dark clouds start appearing in the sky, and the clouds start thundering. Everyone gets surprised after seeing all this, and starts thinking, we really pissed off the big shots in Fairyland. Does this feel like a crossover? Someone is forcibly crossing the border? Seeing this environment, the little girl starts crying, and says to Li Fan, brother, I'm afraid some bad guys are coming to catch me? Li Fan calms the little girl and says, don't worry, it's just thunder. Xian Ning is still a child after all. Then Li Fan says to Nanfang, South Wind, everyone is disturbed by the celestial phenomena. Please play a song to calm everyone down. Nanfang says happily, yes, the South Wind plays the harp. And Nanfang is thinking, does the teacher mean to let yourself fight against those beings who are about to cross the border? The scene shifts, and we see Black Hoodie Men party, and the main person among them laughs and says, the Tianhun sect still has some strength, using a lot of primitive boundary stones, and the world tree can hardly stop them. The world tree in each realm is rooted in the energy of living things. After the battle in the lower realm of Tianhun sect, the Xiantian realm will inevitably be lifeless. When the world tree runs out of oil, it will be easy for us to capture the world tree. After this we see a huge space crack opens in the sky. And many powerful people come out of that space crack. And those people are saying, this world tree seems to be back to life. Where does the sound of the piano come from? Who is stopping me from waiting for the lower world? Oh! It can't be a demon cultivator. The demon cultivator is a person from the outside world and cannot be recognized by world tree. It is the natives of Xiantian realm who are blocking it. Invest all the original boundary stones, and after waiting for the lower boundary, massacre this boundary and cut down the world tree. And they all fly away towards the mountains. And as soon as they reach those mountains, there is a huge explosion at that place. And those people are saying, that true immortal disciple died in the southern region of this realm. Using their power, they start moving a rock upwards. And they lift it very high, and they are saying, how dare you hide demons and stop us from descending? You will be punished for this. This realm will be wiped out forever. And now they stand on top of that big tower, and the little girl's uncle is also watching all this. He is surprised, what is happening in this place, and he says, how dare a Xianxian speak like this? No matter what, I will protect the demon lord. Then many towers are erected on top of that mountain. The little girl's uncle is very surprised to see this. And now those people start using their power, due to which an earthquake starts generating. And because of that power, the little girl's uncle is facing a lot of problems. And he is saying, no. No. I cannot be reconciled. The demon lord has just been born. Why didn't Senior Lee, the supreme immortal, stop the other party? Did he fail? Due to this power, more people start having problems. And those people are saying, I wanted to fight in the sky, but I didn't expect that the person coming was still above the true immortal. All living beings suffer. Nanfang feels something, and she is thinking, just now I clearly felt the power of the origin of the world fighting against each other. This person is too powerful. The little girl is very scared, but Li Fan tells her to stay calm, and says to the little girl, don't be afraid, you have peace of mind that you won't be shocked if the sky falls. And Li Fan is thinking, eccentric. I have never seen such bad weather before, it is really strange. But everything could happen. Why is she so scared? No matter how bad it is, it's not God. Then Li Fan says to Nanfang, South Wind, play this song to embolden your junior brothers and sisters. And looking at that paper, Nanfang is thinking, what kind of song is this? Every note is full of terror and killing. Does the teacher want me to use this song to kill Xianxian? And Li Fan, being serious, says, I know that your music style has always tended to be soft, but you should know that the sound of the piano should not only be the warm spring breeze and the flowing water on the small bridge, but also the sound of the golden sword and the iron horse, and the sound of 50 strings playing across the great wall. And Nanfang says, I understand the teacher. Now Nanfang starts playing the sound, hearing which the boy gets surprised, and a lot of energy starts coming out from the sound play of Nanfang, which is shining spear and armor horses. And because of that power, all the evil people in that place start facing problems. And a man is thinking, what a powerful sound wave. That magic cultivation is not easy. And that man is trying to stop that energy. Just then a blast occurs at that place. Then Na Fong feels something, and she thinks, not good. It's going to break. And Li Fan is saying, strong as he is, the fresh breeze still blows. As soon as Na Fong listens to Li Fan, she thinks, just like last time, the teacher was enlightening me. Then a huge spiritual body of Na Fong is formed in front of the people, which is many times bigger than those towers. And when they see the spiritual body, they become very surprised, and they say, what's going on? The attack is getting more intense. We all belong to the same school. Don't hold back. This person is not simple. Fight to the death. Don't hold back. Work together to suppress it, and everyone together starts attacking that spiritual body, and one more string of Na Fong gets broken, and seeing this, Li Fan is saying, let him do whatever he wants, and the bright moon will shine on the river. Great sound. Isn't it possible for a single string to convey the meaning of the music? And after listening to Li Fan, Na Fong says, I understand, teacher, the sound is great and the sound is great. The great truth is simple, I understand everything you want to say. And this man gets badly injured by Na Fong's attack. But he says that we suppressed it, and he is speaking to his companions, but when he does not hear anyone's voice, he becomes surprised. And when he looks back, all his companions have been killed. And seeing this he goes into shock. Then after this, immortal rain starts falling from the sky, seeing which the first elder and the woman are very happy. And they are saying, this is the reign of immortals. Once it rains, the entire Xiantian world will usher in a golden age. I'm afraid I'll enter the realm of immortals soon. And the woman says, Senior Li is really terrifying. A being more terrifying than a real immortal, kill him at will. And Fast Elder says that war song was played on a piano, and it was most likely composed by Senior Li's disciple. After this, Xiling looks at Na Fong and thinks, Senior sister, you have achieved a breakthrough to Xianxian. From the immortal realm directly to the real immortal. Then Na Fong goes to Li Fan, and says to him, Teacher, does this piece of music have a name? And Li Fan says, certainly. This song is called Emperor Zun's Formation Breaking Song. The little girl is surprised and thinking, he is playing chess. It must be a big move that will probably affect the world. Panquang's past and present. After this the scene shifts towards the world tree. And there are black hoodie people in this place. And among them the person is thinking, take action at will to kill the 10 mysterious immortals. Who is hidden in the Xiantian realm? And that man's junior is saying, Leader, the Xianhuang Mist Sea is about to recover. With the energy of the 10 powerful mysterious immortals to make up for it, the world tree will soon recover and become even stronger. Hearing what his junior said, the man says, I can't control that much anymore. We can't delay the helmsman's grand plan of the fusion of all realms. Follow me to seize the world tree. Then they call the immortal jar, and with the help of the immortal jar they are trying to swallow the world tree. But they start having trouble with this, and the man is saying, not good. It wants to escape. It's the direction of the South Territory. Never let it go down. Fully pursued, now the world tree starts moving very fast towards Li Fan's house. And seeing this they start getting worried and are saying, hateful. It's coming to that forbidden place. And world tree runs away and reaches the courtyard of Li Fan's house. And there is a peach tree at that place. And she notices the world tree, then she comes back to her original form, and says to that world tree, don't be afraid, little twig, I'm here to help you. Then the peach tree uses its power and attacks the man, and the man becomes very surprised as to what is this power. After this the scene shifts, and we see another place, and at this place someone is speaking, what remnant soul dares to come here and cause trouble? Why don't you get out of here? And the other man is speaking quickly. Take me to the helmsman. And that guard is saying, Yu Chenbing? Aren't you in Xiantian realm? How did it become like this? Then we see another man, and that man is surprised and says, the fairy swallowing jar is broken. Even I can't break that imitation jar of immortality. Heaven and earth Xian Huang Xian? Heaven? Could it be related to the former first heaven? Elder Sandor, you have the Tao of space, which is not restricted by the lower realm. How about I bother you to take a trip? And the man calls an elder, and the elder says, please obey the command of the helmsman. Now the man leaves towards Sungli Mountain, and while leaving he is saying, here you can capture the coordinates of Xiantian realm. After a while, he reaches the mountain. With my heavenly cultivation, I can easily enter the upper limit of the world of Xianxian. It seems that the person in the Xiantian realm is at least a Xianxian. This land is so full of spiritual energy that there are signs of the birth of fairy energy. And this small mountain village can make me feel so uneasy, and there is a surge of terror God's chi machine. Could it be the dojo and burial ground of a certain immortal lord? Just then, the village elder comes behind him and asks him, who are you? What are you looking at here? And as soon as the man sees the village elder, he becomes very nervous and starts thinking, this old man. In such a thick fog, the old man seemed to be nothing. And that stick too. A terrifying aura. Run! And that man gets so scared that within a short time, he disappears from that place. And seeing him running, the village elder says, who is this? What are you running for? It was probably a petty theft, and I discovered it. Now that man is running very fast, and while running he is saying, this place is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I ran out without hesitation. Yu Qinbing, wait for me. After this the scene shifts, and the black hoodie man is speaking, thanks to the helmsman for helping me recover. Then someone from behind him says, come here. Yu Qinbing. And the black hoodie guy says, Elder Sandor, you are back so soon. This trip is going well. Then he gets a punch on his face, and the person punching him is an elder, and he says, you bastard. Fun your farts. Then the leader says, Song Feng. What are you doing? Elder says, this was a waste. I almost died in Xiantian realm. There is a forbidden place hidden in Xiantian realm. I saw with my own eyes the so-called small mountain villages in the southern region. That is a forbidden place. There is also a terrifying old man. You mean that being brought back alive? In the history of history, no one who has broken into the forbidden land has survived, except for the great figures who defy the heavens. Then the leader says, that existence discovered you. In this case, how could you still come back alive? In my opinion, that place is most likely not a forbidden area, but contains forbidden things. Mostly it relies on forbidden things to give you horrible illusions, but he can use them at will, so you can come back. The elder is surprised to hear the leader's words and says, could that kind of power be an artifact of the immortal lord level? And the leader continues, that's right, the fusion of the other 100 realms is about to begin, and the Xiantian realm will turn into powder in a matter of seconds. Not only can we get rid of that existence, but we will also have the opportunity to obtain the immortal lord level treasure. After this the scene shifts, Xingyan Castle. The sect master is speaking. That song actually made 10 Xianxian from my Tianhun sect die on the spot. And the other man says, Sect Master, what should we do now? The sect's strength has been greatly damaged. Once other forces learn about it. Then the sect master says to the man, release the news and say that in Xiantian realm, there is an immortal from Xingyin immortal residence. News about June breaking the formation song. And the man says to the sect master is saying that the people from the lower world are actually the descendants of the holy sound immortal lord. Then the sect master says, if it is really Xingyin Xianjun breaking formation song, I am afraid that the entire northern immortal territory will fall into madness. I am afraid that this piece of music is the only one with such power. Let this news distract other forces from us. Go do it! And now this news spreads very fast everywhere, already positioned. Break the boundary directly from here. The Song of Immortal Lord breaking the formation. Our 4 major sects join forces and are bound to win. Then we see some people who are saying, get ready to cross the border. Don't hold me back. What are you worried about? Damn bald guy. This guy. Cut out all their tongues. This part begins, and we see a girl wearing a mask, and the girl is saying, "These loud-mouthed guys are so noisy. I'd better come to this world first to protect the Demon King and escape. This guy Tianbei should be arriving soon." Just then the little girl's uncle comes to this place and says, "I am Ming Tianbei here, face Demon Gong Commander, yes." And looking at him the girl says, "Where is the devil? Why don't I feel her aura in this world?" The little girl's uncle tells the girl, enlightened by the Demon Lord, she received a terrifying and tragic guardian. The girl asked, "Senior? I asked you to protect the Demon Lord, but you handed the Demon Lord over to an unknown person?" The little girl's uncle tells the girl, "It's not the devil, it's the devil who forced her subordinates to leave. She said she would stay with that senior." "What you said? Where is senior? Let me have a look." And uncle tells that girl, and oh, the demon commander, the demon king, is the one who forced this subordinate to leave. She said he would stay with that senior. But the girl says to uncle, "Where is this senior you speak of? Lead me the way to have a look." When both of them are going towards the mountain village, the uncle is saying to the girl, "Demon commander, you look much better in this look than in the previous one." But that girl is getting irritated by uncle's words. "Stop talking nonsense and lead the way." Then uncle says, "We'll be there soon, the devil is in the mountain village ahead." When a girl sees the village, she finds it strange. This small village seems ordinary. Strange, but it is clear that there are terrifying Taoist rhymes and Taoist principles dormant. "You follow me closely, otherwise if something happens, I won't be able to protect you. The senior you mentioned lives in seclusion in this shocking cave?" An uncle is telling that girl, "Mo Shui, this is just an ordinary villager's house." And that girl is thinking, ordinary? There is murder everywhere in this mountain village. If this stone house is really ordinary, and now both of them are just about to reach that place, "Demon Commander, come with me, the senior's residence is not far away." After this we see Li Fan, who is harvesting peach fruits, and he is saying, "I left one basket for ourselves to eat and distributed the rest to the villagers so that they could also taste the peaches I grew." Li Fan's two disciples are watching all this from below, and Zixuan is saying, "It is said that flat peaches bloom and bear fruit every 3,000 years and mature every 3,000 years. In the master's courtyard, they matured so quickly. And such a magical medicine was given away casually." Lu Rang says happily, "This is the master's amazing method. The way of farming is already unpredictable." And Li Fan says, "You two come with me today." Lu Rang closed the door. And as Li Fan goes ahead, his foot falls on a sapling lying on the ground. But let me tell you that this plant is the world tree, which is still in the form of a plant. And Li Fan picks up that plant, and seeing him Li Fan starts saying, "Why is there a sapling here? Could it be that someone from the village sent it?" Then Li Fan says to both his disciples, "Just the opportunity. Lu Rang is here to teach you how to plant trees." Both of them are surprised to hear Li Fan's words, and Zixuan is thinking, "This feeling? The original power of the world." At the same time Lu Rang is also thinking, "This sapling is obviously almost dry, so why does it give me a feeling of vitality?" And now Li Fan is teaching his two disciples about plotting. "Watch out, planting trees is different from planting vegetables. To plant trees, you must dig deep enough. Remember the oral rules: dig a big hole, plant in the middle, spread the roots, don't hollow it out, lift the seedlings, tread them flat, water them enough, and pour enough water." Li Fan asks Nafang to bring water. Nafang brings water, but she is looking ahead and thinking, "When I fought against the 10 great immortals before, I felt that it was working with me to fight against the immortals from outside the world. Why did it fall into the lower realm and look like this?" And looking at that world tree the little girl is thinking, "This world tree obviously went through a great battle and was so smart that it took refuge here. But without Xianhuang Qi, even if the senior protects it, it will gradually wither away." Then Li Fan says while plating, "Straighten the saplings and cover them with soil. The most important thing for a tree is its roots. Whether the roots can penetrate deeply enough determines the future height of the tree. If the roots are not stable, no matter how high they grow, they will only be broken when the strong wind passes. Blessings, please note that if the foundation is not strong, the earth will shake." And Nafang is thinking, I grew up too fast, maybe it's time to strengthen my skills. Master was reminding me. The little girl is reminiscing about her past. In the previous life, I failed to attack the immortal king because of cracks in my cultivation. Senior is reminding me of the reason for my failure. In this life, I must follow my seniors and cultivate to perfection. And Zishuan is remembering Li Fan's words. Master is telling us that we must lay a solid foundation. And Lu Rang is carefully observing the way of plating. It turns out that planting trees is like this. Then Li Fan says, okay. It's time for us to give everyone peaches. And hearing this, the little girl becomes very happy and says, Big brother, I'll go with you. After some time, both the uncle and the girl arrive. And uncle gets shocked looking ahead, and he says, the demon king is ahead. And that girl starts thinking after seeing Li Fan, there is no trace of a cultivator in this person. The two young men next to them were just about to become immortals. They were like ants, but they dared to disrespect the demon lord. And Li Fan has placed his hand on the little girl's head. Seeing this, the girl becomes very angry and shouts at Li Fan, who are you? How dare you act so boldly? But the little girl says to that girl, Gongya is not allowed to be rude. Li Fan asks the little girl, Xining, this person you know? So the little girl says, Brother She. She used to be my maid. And hearing this, Li Fan says to Lu Rang, Lu Rang, I ask you to continue giving these peaches to people. I will bring Xining and the girl home first. And Lu Rang says, leave it to us, master. And after listening to Li Fan, the girl gets surprised and starts saying, it will mature only after 3 periods of 3,000 years are completed. Flat peach. They want to share it for free. And Li Fan brings that girl inside his house, and says to that girl, this is a humble house. But that girl is surprised and thinking, Forbidden Land. This feels like the supreme Forbidden Land. No wonder I can't see through him, he is the Lord of the Forbidden Land. And Li Fan smilingly gives him a peach fruit and tells him, are you tired after coming all the way? It just so happens that the white peaches are ripe now. Let's eat one. And the girl takes the peach fruit, and she's thinking, flat peach, unexpectedly gave me such a gift of a flat peach. What kind of power is this? While filling tea in the cup, Li Fan asks the girl, you came, but you want to take Xining away? But the little girl says, Gongya, all listen to the wishes of seniors. The little girl makes a crying face and says, Xining doesn't want to leave big brother. Li Fan is thinking while picking up a cup of tea, it seems that their enemies outside have not yet punished them, and this young lady and the maid are really terrible. And Li Fan asks that girl, then do you intend to stay here with Xining? And the girl says to Li Fan, Gongya is willing, thank you seniors for taking me in. Li Fan says to that girl, however, since you stay, you have to do something. Do you know how to do housework and so on? Hearing Li Fan's words, the girl thinks, home, housework? I am a generation of magic commanders. But she thinks, stay here first. Housework and other things, it's a big deal and it's hard to study. The girl says to Li Fan, I am ready to do it. But that girl feels something. Then we look at another place. Natural disaster is happening at this place. Then we see the spirit realm. There is a man at this place, who is doing a natural disaster, and he is saying, Master Chi Bo, the formation of the 99 worlds has begun to prepare for activation. And the leader is saying, within a moment after it is turned on, the Xiantian realm at the center of the fusion will turn into pink. Report to the branch hall. After all, the Holy Land also cares about possible taboo things. Where is Yang Yuantian? And the leader is thinking, it's Elder Zhou from Songqing in the branch hall. The old man actually came in person. And the sect master comes to the leader and says, I've met Elder Song, here. No need to say yes. I will be in charge of this fusion, and I will be guarded by the 7 golden immortals from the branch. If you don't find the taboo thing you mentioned, the consequences of deceiving the branch. And the leader says, my subordinates understand. After some time we see a formation, which is opening. And at this place there is a sect master and some people, who are speaking, the fusion formation of hundreds of realms. Turn on. After this the scene shifts and we see, the turbulent sea of void. There are many people in this place, and one of them speaks. This time, our 4 major sects in the northern immortal territory dispatched a total of 1 golden immortal, 25 heavenly immortals, and nearly 100 mysterious immortals. That immortal lord's formation-breaking song, our sect will definitely get it. After a while, thunder starts in the sky. The atmosphere of this place starts changing, and when the second master sees this, he becomes very surprised, and says, "What the hell does this happen?" And even the first master is surprised by this. And the second master speaks to the first master, "Brother Tao, I feel like this world is going to be swallowed up." Just then, a thunder attack is about to fall on them from the sky above them. Seeing this, the second master tries to stop that thunder attack. And also stop it. And smoke covers that place. And the second master gets slightly injured by that thunder attack, and the first master asks the second master, "Brother Tao, how are you?" So, the second master says, "It's no big deal, I just don't know where this enemy is." Then the old man comes to both of them, and the old man says, "The real threat comes from the turbulent sea." And the first master knows this old man, Master Kong Ming. And the old man continues, "Brother Ling Chao, please go find Goddess Linger and Saint Qian Ning immediately. In such a battle, I'm afraid Senior Li will have to take action in the end. I went up to see what was going on out of bounds." And now they leave that place, and the old man comes up into the sky. And when he looks ahead, he gets surprised. There is something like a black hole in front of it. And there is a lot of evil energy inside him, and that energy starts looking like a creature. And that elders are trying to use their power. And at the same time, the second master is also watching all this from a distance. And the second master understands that this is going to be dangerous, and that energy starts attracting that old man towards itself, due to which now the old man starts facing a lot of problems. But then someone comes and catches that old man. And the man asks the old man to get out of here quickly. And the man further says, "We have to find Li Fan, we have to go to him." After this the scene shifts towards Li Fan. Li Fan is thinking about the weather. Last time, it could be said that the weather was weird, but this time, it was a big change. Just then, the woman and Linger come calling Li Fan. And when Li Fan hears the voices of both of them, he gets surprised. Then both of them come in front of Li Fan, and nervously say to Li Fan, "Senior Li, what's wrong? Xiantian realm seems to be facing a catastrophe. I heard several seniors speculate that there might be something terrifying in the chaotic sea of void that wants to destroy Xiantian realm." And after listening to both of them, Li Fan gets a big shock. And he is thinking, "What? Destroy Xiantian realm? Is this true?" Then the girl says to the little girl, "Demon Lord, should I go out and take a look?" But the little girl tells him, "There are seniors here, just waiting us." The man comes to that place and says, "Dugu Shunlu asked to see Senior Li." And seeing that man, the boy calls him father. And Li Fan is surprised to hear this, and asks the boy, "Is he your father? If that's the case, ask them to come inside." Then the boy's father comes inside and says to Li Fan nervously, "Senior Li, something bad is going on. We went out to take a look and found a terrifying whirlpool coming from the turbulent sea of void. I'm afraid no one in Xiantian realm can stop him." And Li Fan gets more nervous after hearing this, and he doesn't know anything to say to those people. But he is thinking, "Damn it! What can I do if the world is destroyed? I'm not even a cultivator. No, even if you die, you have to die in style. You must not be embarrassed in front of your disciples." Then Li Fan turns back and says to the girl, "Gongya, pour some tea." And hearing this, the boy's father gets surprised and says, "With such a calm mind, can the Xiantian realm be safe? Tangman, he is indeed an extraordinary Senior Li. Still so calm at this time." Then the girl makes tea for Li Fan, and as soon as Li Fan is about to drink tea, he finds that the tea is cold. And Li Fan drops that tea on the world tree. And when that man has seen the world tree, he becomes even more surprised, because he is seeing the world tree for the first time, and at the same time he is saying, in the past, the world tree seemed to be hunted by people from across the border. Now it seems that it was Senior Li who helped it. A cup of tea can actually make the world tree glow. After this the scene shifts, and we see each other at a different place. And at this place another world is trying to merge. And a lot of energy is coming out from that place. And when this girl sees, she is surprised, and starts thinking, that's another world forcibly merging. This Xiantian realm can no longer hold on. Senior, why haven't you taken action yet? And Li Fan goes to the world tree, and starts looking at it, and he is saying, this tree is actually alive. If this world is really destroyed, as a mortal, you should not look for trouble. In that case then what should I do? The tree that is about to regain its vitality at this moment. Then Li Fan says to Lu Rang, I will teach you another method of cultivation. Go get a basin of water first. And Lu Rang goes to get water, and Li Fan is telling Lu Rang, water in time and cover with mature soil. If the prediction goes well, the roots of the tree will be replenished, and the young leaves will grow rapidly. After this the scene shifts. Due to Li Fan planting the world tree again, now a lot of energy starts flowing inside the world tree, due to which the other worlds were merging, it starts shutting down. And this hurts the leader a lot, and blood starts coming out of his mouth, and he starts saying, what just happened at this place? All this happened because of the world tree, because now it is growing again. After this we see many cultivators, who still wants to maintain that formation. And all of them are using their power to maintain that formation. But due to the power of the world tree, their formation breaks. And also all those cultivators now start burning in fire. But that leader is barely able to save himself from that fire, and that leader is saying, this is a formation that even Tai Golden Immortal cannot shake. What the hell is in the forbidden area? And now all the dark clouds that were present in the mountain village have gone away, and also the sky has now become clear. And seeing this all three become very surprised, and Zixuan is saying, this is the master's method of reaching heaven. Is this solved? And Li Fan starts thinking after listening to his words, what did I do? What are they talking about? Lu Rang is very happy and says, plant a tree. There is nothing better than planting trees. I made a decision. I want to rely on farming to cultivate a killing technique that will make the stars in the sky tremble. That girl is saying, compared to others now, can you actually use the world tree in this way? And the little girl is saying, fool, he didn't use world tree. It was him who gave world tree a great opportunity to live as long as heaven and earth. And Li Fan stylishly tells all of them, one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. As long as you change your state of mind, this is not a scenery. And after listening to Li Fan, all those people are saying, the disaster of destroying heaven and earth is just the scenery in the master's eyes. Then the monk understands Li Fan's words too much, and he says, I see. Master, I understand. Junior brother Qin Qin has achieved a breakthrough into Xianxian. After this the scene shifts, Xiantian realm a certain sect. And at this place many people get down on their knees, and begin to speak, the world tree appears. Praise the world tree, I will always be your servant. After this we see, Zhongmen sect. One of the particular sects in the Diyuan realm. Destruction is happening at this place. It is raining fire. There is a lot of thundering happening. Many people are being killed due to this, and they are saying, what happened? This destructive force is different from before. Not all the same. The younger generation will die anyway. The leader and sect master are watching all these things, and the leader is saying, this is impossible. The earthly spirit world is being pulled by some force. And the sect master is saying, you idiot. Integrating other worlds is not possible if you succeed, the immortal Lord will not spare you if this world is destroyed. Many cultivators are running to escape that destruction. And at the same time those people are saying, hurry, run away. Once the void turbulence occurs, even the immortals will die. There is no escape, the boundary wall has been broken, this world is probably going to be destroyed. Sect Master is using his power and saying, we don't want to die so close together. Come in, everyone. With his power, the Sect Master has summoned a very large bell. And all the cultivators go inside it. So that they are saved from that destruction for a while. And the leaders are saying in disappointment, Noda's earthly spirit world fell apart in an instant. And the sect master is saying, "You still have the nerve to say that although the formation has been destroyed, the integration of all walks of life may not stop, and we don't know what terrible things will happen." The elder is pointing somewhere and saying, "Look, helmsman. It's Xiantian realm. We are all led by Xiantian realm." And the leaders are saying, "Impossible. Only high-level worlds can forcibly absorb low-level worlds. The Xiantian realm is just a Xiantian interface." And the sect master rubs his teeth and says, "It's not just us. All 99 interfaces are attracted by Xiantian realm. It seems that there is a big mystery in that forbidden place." But then his bell breaks. And that power becomes visible to all of them. And after this, a very bright light shines at that place. After this we are not told whether those people are alive or dead. After this the scene shifts and we see Li Fan. Who is speaking? "Now that the matter is settled, there is something I have always wanted to do. It just so happens that everyone is here." And Li Fan says smilingly, "Everyone. I have been wanting to build a small courtyard for a long time. Can you guys give me a helping hand?" And the woman and Linger agree to help Li Fan. And both want to do this work happily. And the boy also says Yuqing is very good at carpentry. "You can leave all the woodworking work to me." And now everyone goes to help Li Fan in his work. And at the same time Li Fan is saying, "Okay, let's get started. I've already thought of a new name for the courtyard, so I'll call it Unparalleled Leisure Court." After some time, they have done their job. And Li Fan is saying, "The left one seems a bit higher. It would be nice to have a level. It feels almost done." And now they have completed their work, and Li Fan is happy with this. And everyone is very happy. But then someone says to Li Fan, "Xiao Li. Not good. There is a group of black people who call themselves the Saluo Holy Sect and are going to fight with our village. Half an hour ago. Small mountain village entrance. In this mountain village, the leader, sect master, and some of his people have come, and they all are saying, Yang Tianyuan, the holy sect of Saluo, came to ask for a battle." And Li Fan would have heard the voices of all of them. But he asks his disciples, "Have any of you heard of the Saluo Holy Sect?" But he says, "Never heard of that. They're not just a bunch of hooligans." And the girl is saying, "A bunch of country bumpkins from the lower world don't even know about the immortal forces." The little girl says, "Idiot, do you think this man who just saved this world with an understatement really doesn't know?" And the village elder says to Li Fan, "I've had harsh words with others, but we can't be angry." And Li Fan asks the village elder, "Are there many people on the other side? How is your physique?" So the village elder tells Li Fan, "Not many people. And there are no young people, just old men." After listening to the village elder, Li Fan starts imagining about those people. A group of old men are still engaging in blackmail. Why is it similar to Earth's group? Then Li Fan says to his disciple, Long Ningxuan, Jiang, Huachen, Yuqing. "Copy guy. Meet these guys." As soon as they heard Li Fan's order, their eyes started shining. And these people say, "Please come, master. It will definitely fulfill its mission." After this we see the leader, who is speaking out of fear of the sect master, Elder Song. "Why don't you forget it? I'm a little scared." But the sect master says to the leader, "Idiot. If you go back empty-handed like this, the immortal lord will not take your skin off." Just then, the leader realizes that they are coming. And sweat is flowing from the leader's face. And the portal in the sky starts opening, and some people come out of the portal. And a lady says, "Strangeness. This world does not exclude us from entering?" And also a powerful elder also comes to that place, and he says, "But even our breath has not been suppressed, and not a single blow of God's will has fallen. This small village is also weird. It actually has the aura of a golden immortal, and there is more than one." And now Lu Rang also comes to that place. And pointing his finger towards them he says, "Whoever comes first to die." Then, the elder moves to attack Lu Rang, and he says, "I'll take the number." But Lu Rang catches the head of that elder, and destroys it in one stroke. And Lu Rang says it was very weak. And when the leader sees all this, how Lu Rang has destroyed that elder in a single move, he becomes very nervous. And is talking to the sect master, one move will kill Elder Song, let's retreat. But the sect master angrily says to the leader, shut up. If heavenly immortals can't do it, then golden immortals. Chingo! Come on! And the boy also joins that battle and starts killing their companions. Then he says, who is next? Who wants to kill with my hands? And seeing all this, the leader is now very scared. And he is speaking to the sect master again and again, Elder Song. Let me beg you. Let's withdraw. But the sect master doesn't want to give up so easily, so he says, it would be a death to go back. This time I will do it myself. And Zishuan says to them, stop thinking, the next one is coming soon. Are you afraid? Snail Holy Sect? And after listening to Zishuan, the sect master gets very angry, and now he cannot control his anger. On the other side, Li Fan and the boy's father are sitting, and then both of them see an explosion, and seeing that explosion, the boy's father asks Li Fan, nothing will happen to them, right? And Li Fan says, don't worry, they're just a bunch of old, weak and disabled soldiers. And Li Fan is thinking, the apprentices are indeed cultivators, and they have prepared all the explosion scenes. Listening to Li Fan's words, the girl is thinking, in his eyes, immortal level strength is nothing more than old, weak and disabled soldiers. This man. This part begins. And Zishuan is saying, after all, you guys have so much courage that anyone can defeat me? And the leader's condition worsens due to fear, and he is calling his mother. And the monk is saying, using his power, the essence comes and goes clean. Why should the donor run away again? Then a tornado is created with the monk's broom, and the tornado kills the leader. Seeing such power of the monk, the lady, the old man and the man, all three get scared. And everyone is thinking, the old man had clearly stepped into Tai Golden Immortal with half his foot, and in an instant. The elder is thinking, could it be that they are also rushing to the Immortal Lord's breaking formation song? Just then a soldier comes to them and says to them nervously, Sect Master, the remaining Xianxian will arrive soon. Right away. First move, invade the forbidden area and seize the Immortal Lord's formation-breaking song. But the man asks the soldier to retreat, because this man is very scared after seeing the power of Li Fan's disciple. But the soldier is surprised to hear this, and is about to say something, but the man tells the soldier to retreat quickly. Are you deaf? But then the elder and the lady come to that man, and asks him to keep quiet. And so the man gently tells the soldier to step back quietly. And that soldier also says, yes, I understand. After this we see all the disciples of Li Fan, who are very happy, and they all come to Li Fan. And Lu Rang is saying happily, Master, we're back. A bunch of side dishes were taken care of by me directly. And the boy is saying, after a few strokes of polygonum, the remaining soldiers were defeated. It's us, and Li Fan smilingly tells them, okay, beat a few old men and see how proud you are. Work where you need to work, and study where you need to study. At the same time Li Fan is thinking, that's really impressive disciples. And the girl asks the little girl, Demon Lord, who is this person? Tully, King Ju Yuan doesn't take Immortal Sunluo seriously? And the little girl says, don't worry, let me investigate. Then the little girl goes to Li Fan, and says to Li Fan, Big brother, I heard them say that Xiantian realm and many other worlds have formed a new big world this time. What do you think? Li Fan makes a strange face after listening to the little girl's words, and he thinks, what do I think? I'll look out the window. I am just a farmer. Why do you ask me all this all the time? Then Li Fan says to the little girl, don't worry, just do what you are doing. When the girl listens to Li Fan's words, she becomes very surprised, and she is thinking, is the fusion of hundreds of realms a trivial matter in this person's eyes? Xiling comes to Li Fan, and she says to Li Fan, when reading the New World, it shouldn't be called Xiantian Realm. Master, what do you think it should be called? And Li Fan tells Xiling, if you want me to say it, just remove the word Xian, and call it Tianjia. Then just name the Baijia as Baizhou. After this the scene shifts, and there are two people wearing masks near a waterfall. And one of the men says, "Heaven is too bold, right? Although the new world is powerful. But it won't go beyond the geographical boundary." And the second masked man says, "It doesn't matter what you call it, the most important thing is who will be the emperor." And we are told this, the following months, hundreds of states kill each other, attack and annex. 4 major alliances including Di-Ling, Di-Yuan, Di-Feng, Xianzi and others were quickly formed. Only Xiantian Prefecture, the center of 100 prefectures, remained calm because of the presence of a certain person. After this, the scene shifts and we see Taiyan Holy Land. The envoy from the Earth Spirit Alliance came to pay a visit. And the old man says, "Talk about Chow Chow, Chow Chow arrives." And the second master says, "Let him in." Next we see Taiyan Holy Land Hall. A man has come to this place, and he makes a strange face and says, "Wang Wan, the envoy of the Earth Spirit Alliance, has been ordered to come and deliver a letter to you." First master talks to second master, mind to mind, and he says, "Those who come are not good and act according to the opportunity." And the man takes out a letter from him and says, "I wonder who calls the shots here?" The second master says, "I am Holy Lord Taiyan." The man throws the letter towards the second master, and the second master catches the letter, but in a way this is disrespectful behavior. But the second master is thinking, this person actually injected immortal power into the letter? He is testing. Second master says to the man, even though he has little skills, he still dares to do the same thing. And that man is feeling nervous and thinking, there are immortals in the world of Xiaoxuanzi. Then the second master opens that letter, and when the second master is reading that letter, he is getting very angry. And the first master asks the second master, "What's wrong, brother Ling Chao?" Second master starts twisting that letter angrily, and says, "The Earth Spirit Alliance asked us to move out of Xiantian Prefecture within 10 days. And hearing this, the first master also gets very angry, and he angrily says to the man, "Too much bullying. You want us to move away from our homeland just based on a letter?" But the man says, "I should probably remind you that this letter, it was written by a protector of the Earth Spirit Alliance. Do you know the cultivation level of that gentleman?" And hearing this the first master gets angry. Then the man tells them, "Heavenly Immortal." And by saying this man is feeling happy. But when both masters learn that the Spirit Alliance leader's level is Heavenly Immortal, they both become very disappointed. And now anger is clearly visible in the eyes of the second master. And the second master says to that man, "Who am I to be a strong person? When the hundreds of realms merge, we can still compete with the enemies in the upper realms. Nowadays, although I am not as good as the immortal, I am not afraid either. Long man. Not to mention mere heavenly immortals, even if Dalio Jinxian comes, we are not invincible." And after listening to the second master, the man starts threatening them and says, "You, just wait and see. Within 3 days, our army will surely defeat Xiantian Prefecture." And that man runs away from this place with his tail pressed. And seeing him running away, both the masters start laughing, and the second master says, "Ambassador Wang, don't leave. I haven't had time to entertain you yet." And the first master laughs and says, "Someone is coming. Go buy melon seeds for the king's envoy." After this, the second master comes to the woman and Linger, and the woman and Linger are speaking. "What? Let us be the leader?" And the second master says to both of them, "Although Brother Yuanyang and I humiliated the envoy, if the Earth Spirit Alliance army really attacks, given the current situation in which Xiantian Prefecture is in disarray, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist. If we say that the people who can convince the public the most in Xiantian Prefecture, they are none other than the 2 of them. Please don't shirk it, it's a matter of life and death for our Xiantian province at this time." Hearing the words of the second master, the woman says to him, "This matter is of great importance. How about I go ask Senior Li for instructions? He must have planned it." After this the scene shifts towards Li Fan's courtyard. And Li Fan is resting in his courtyard, and he is thinking, "What should you have for lunch today?" Now Li Fan hears the voices of the woman and Linger, Senior Li, Qian Ning and others come to pay their respects. And both of them come to Li Fan, and tell him the whole thing. And after listening to both of them, Li Fan says to both of them, in this case, You should form an alliance, at least there will be care for each other. After listening to Li Fan, the woman says, then just follow what the seniors said. And Li Fan says to both of them, correct, I have something to give you. After this the scene shifts, and we see Earth's Spirit Alliance Palace. And at this place comes the same man who had gone to give the letter to the first master and second master. And that man is speaking to the alliance leader. The leader of the alliance, Xian Tianzhou, not only refused to surrender, but also openly challenged him. And after listening to the man, the alliance leader says, is it? It seems that I am going to kill again. But my friend, one thing, is the competition in calligraphy and painting business so fierce now? 3 days later, there are many flying ships heading towards Xiantian realm. And there's the same man in that flying ship, and that man is saying, the Earth-destroying alliance thief Feng has been signaling for a long time, and the ants in the Xiantian realm haven't come out to greet him yet. And seeing that man, the second master says to the first master, isn't this the king's messenger? You left in a hurry last time, so I will treat you well today. First master laughs at the man and says, busy. It was such a rush. Seeing himself being made fun of, this man gets very angry, and with this anger, this man moves forward to directly attack both the masters, and is moving rapidly towards them. And seeing that man coming towards him, the second master says to the first master, Brother Ling Chao, this boy is mine. Then the second master directly attacks the man with his power, causing severe injury to the man. And blood is coming out of his mouth. And with this man's game is over. Then the second master says, isn't the person above leading your people away? Hearing the second master's words, the man with the mustache says, Wan is such a shameful thing. It seems that you are the strongest person in Xiantian realm? The second master says to the mustache man, I don't dare to take it seriously. The two people behind me are the leaders of our Xiantian alliance. As for the strongest person, and Linger says to that mustache man, you have no right to see it. And hearing this, the mustache man gets angry, and he moves forward to attack, and says, if you utter such arrogant words, you will be shattered to pieces. The man with the mustache extends his hand too much, but this does not make any difference to the woman. And then there is a huge explosion at that place. And Linger is about to use her power, and she makes a powerful attack with the hairpin, and says the clone should be broken into pieces. Linger directs her attack towards the mustached man. And that attack starts going directly towards the flying ship of that mustached man. And seeing that attack, the mustached man goes away in shock. Just then there is a huge explosion in his flying ship. And with this, the game is over for this mustached man. Then Linger says, do not overestimate your own capabilities. On the other side of this battle, we see a long tail. She is White Cat, and she is watching this battle from the small mountain, and she is saying, after the merger, Xiantian Prefecture seems to be becoming more and more dangerous. Then the White Cat jumps down the hill and returns to its original form. And she says, it would be better for me to go out less to play and spend more time in front of Senior Li. There are many soldiers at this place, who have come to fight. Then a man says, it seems that we can't reach an agreement. And a girl says, it is impossible for anyone to agree to such conditions. And another man says, don't you think too highly of yourself, Lao Do? Then the man with two braids says, then let's bump into each other. Whoever has the strongest fist speaks. Now the war has started, and all the soldiers are ready to fight. Then the alliance leader comes to this place, and he says, step aside. Just then, an elder arrives at the scene, and he says, the Earth Spirit Alliance is being unkind. Even if something good happens, I don't know how to be a brother. And someone else teleports to that place, and he says, that's right. Brother Ning. And there's this guy with two braids, and he says, it seems that the Earth Spirit Alliance has taken us into consideration. Stop talking nonsense, I want the Southern Territory, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. And someone else enters this place. And she says, everyone knows that Xiantian State's opportunity lies in the southern region. You made a good calculation. And this is the snake girl. And the man with two braids releases his power and says, you have an opinion, right? And the snake girl says to the man with two braids, do you want them to reap the benefits? Stupid bastard. Hearing the words of the snake girl, the man with 2 braids turns back, then he says, I don't have time to waste here with you. In this case, it's all on a first-come, first-served basis. Then the sect master says, good, just as you said. Then the elder says, wait a moment. Your Earth Spirit Alliance won't take action in advance. And the Alliance leader says, I am not your father, and I have no obligation to tell you everything. And the man with the 2 braids starts releasing his power again, and says, old thing. You wanna die. Then the spirit of the mustached man comes to that place. And his soul says to the Alliance leader, save me. Then the sect master asks the soul of the mustached man, in the end what happened? So says the soul of the mustached man, the group from Xiantian Prefecture, that group of dog thieves formed an alliance, and the leaders were 2 girls. They used hairpins to destroy my body. But upon hearing the words of the mustached man's spirit, the elder begins to laugh, and the elder says, it's really not as good as God. Old Ghostine, it seems that the opportunity in the southern region has no chance with your Earth Spirit Alliance. But the Alliance leader says, idiot, don't you understand that the body of an immortal has been destroyed? And the snake girl is thinking, could it be that Xuantianzi has hidden masters? And with this the scene shifts towards Li Fan. And Li Fan is feeding the chickens, and the chickens are very happy. And Li Fan is saying, didn't you feed the chickens today? Don't even think about eating the eggs laid by Xiao Hong then. Then Lu Rang and Zishuan are saying, don't. Master. I'll feed you. Take a break. Lao Lu, it's true that you have to worry about something as small as feeding the chickens. Just then Na Fong and Xiling come to Li Fan. And Xiling hugs Li Fan from behind. And Li Fan is blushing. And Na Fong is talking to Li Fan, Master, how about calming down? Na Fong plays a song for you. And Xiling is saying happily, Sister Na Fong, you want to monopolize Master again. Master, please see if I can improve first. And Li Fan is saying to Xiling, don't drag me. The feed was all scattered. On the other side, a man is speaking. The leader of the Fire Alliance is so skillful. First Master is speaking. It really makes me, Xian Tianzhou, angry. Second Master laughs and says, yes. Each of these guys is more arrogant than the last, and they don't regard us as human beings at all. And Linger is speaking to the woman, no matter where, everything is thanks to the wooden hairpin given to me by Senior Li. And the woman is saying, if it weren't for Senior Li, our Xiantian Prefecture would definitely be littered with corpses. Then the second master says, I have seen the power of this wooden hairpin once before, but I didn't expect the immortal to be so vulnerable in front of this treasure. But then someone shouts and says to them, ants from the Xiantian Alliance, come out, lead to death. And Linger hears that man's voice, and she thinks, came so fast. And the woman looks ahead and thinks, for main ships. When the first master looks at the sky, he is surprised, and he says, the 4 major alliances came out in full force. Now many flying ships have come to this place to battle. And seeing them, the woman says, people from the 4 major alliances are actually here. What to do? Sister Linger. Then the sect master says, this Earth Spirit Alliance Upashan. Who killed Zhu Xian, the supreme protector of our alliance? And Linger comes forward and says, it's me. On hearing Linger's words, sect master jumps from the flying ship and comes straight to the ground, and he says, just an immortal? I thought it was more than that, but it's not. Sect master starts creating one of his attacks, and he is saying, my aunt wants to fight me? This seat is more than enough for one person. The sect master attacks Linger. And Linger says while taking out her hairpin, for major alliances? I thought I was some kind of hero. And Linger, with the help of that hairpin, cuts the sect master's attack into 2 pieces. Then Linger says it turns out that they are just a group of ignorant people who only bully the minority. And a huge explosion occurs at that place. And all 3 are surprised to see that explosion, and all 3 are thinking, quasi-sacred weapon. Then the first master says, this man is a golden fairy. Alliance leader, don't be careless. And the woman says, 3 levels higher than Sister Linger? And the snake girl is sticking her tongue out, and she's thinking, this quasi-sacred weapon, it's mine. Then she attacks with her snake, and seeing this the sect master says, "Want to steal the treasure from under my hand? Don't even look at how much you weigh." And he also uses some kind of power. And the attack of the snake girl is moving directly towards Linger. And Linger is also ready to destroy their attacks. Then Linger notices something. Something is going to attack Linger from underground. That's why Linger starts jumping upwards from the ground. And a huge skeleton hand comes out from the underground, which is trying to catch Linger. But Linger survives those attacks, and she says, "It is indeed the behavior of a shameless person. Why don't you come together?" And Linger makes a powerful attack on them with her hairpin, which goes directly towards them. And seeing that attack, the sect master says, "I had already used 80% of my mana in that attack just now." And the snake girl sticks out her tongue and says, "This quasi-sacred weapon I like more and more." And snake girl makes another attack on Linger. But Linger closed her eyes. She is thinking about Li Fan. Then the elder says to Linger, "How dare the little girl be so arrogant with a quasi-sacred weapon?" And the sect leader says, "She is mine." And the man with 2 braids says, "Don't be arrogant." Then we see that all those people together have launched their attack on Linger. And Linger stands in front of those attacks, and seeing this the second master gets scared, and asks Linger to leave that place. But then Linger takes out the heavenly palace built by Li Fan. And she is going to destroy their attack from that heavenly palace. This part starts, and the sect leader is speaking. It turned out to be another quasi-sacred weapon. No, this aura has clearly surpassed the quasi-sacred weapon. And the elder is saying, "Don't be too busy to be happy, first let's take down this girl together." And everyone together is attacking the heavenly palace. And this starts causing problems to Linger, and she is thinking, "I'm sorry, Senior Li. I'm too weak to unleash the true power of this treasure." Now gradually cracks start appearing in the heavenly palace. And seeing this the sect master is happy and he is saying, "This girl can't hold on any longer. Let's all work together." Then there is an attack on the sect master, due to which the sect master gets injured. And seeing this, the snack girl gets shocked, and the one who injures her is the woman. She has injured the sect master with her hairpin. And this makes the snack girl angry, and she says to the woman, "Smelly girl, so shameless. You don't follow martial ethics." But the woman says to that snake girl, "You are so shameless." A group of big men bully Sister Linger alone. Now the alliance leader and snake girl move forward to attack the woman. And the alliance leader is saying, "I will kill you to avenge my brother-in-law." But the snake girl says, "Revenge? I think you want to seize the treasure." Then Linger comes to the woman and Linger says to the woman, "Qian Ning, don't panic. Let me help you." And Linger increases the power of her heavenly palace. And direct attacks both of them, and the snack girl gets knocked back because of that attack and she says, "What? A quasi-sacred weapon in the hands of a little Xian can actually exert such power. I must have this treasure." Then the woman says to Linger, "Sister Linger, are you okay?" And Linger says, "Fine. We can't embarrass Senior Li. Let's deal with them together. Let's join forces to fight against the enemy." Now both of them get ready to attack him together. And both of them take out their hairpins and prepare to do a combined attack. And seeing this, all 3 of them stop at one place and start seeing that a lot of energy from around starts going towards the woman and Linger. And a dragon comes out of that hairpin, seeing which the elders are surprised, and nervously say to everyone, "Not good." All spread out. Linger and the woman have launched their attack on those people. And that dragon moves forward to directly attack all of them. And destroys their flying ship, but they all survive that attack. And seeing this both the woman and Linger get disappointed, and say, "Missed. What should I do, Sister Linger? Damn it." Then the alliance leader says to both of them, "The 2 little girls are at their wits' end, so let's join together." And everyone together moves forward to attack Linger and the woman. But then the woman asks them to wait for a minute, due to which the alliance leader gets angry and says, "When death is imminent, what else can you say?" The woman says to the alliance leader, "As for me, I did kill an alliance leader. But it is true that I have no choice but to ask all the alliance leaders to give me Mu Qianing, some face and please come back. And after hearing the woman's words, the alliance leader gets very angry, and releasing his power he says, "How dare you tease us? Court death! This face today." Then the woman takes out the calligraphy written by Li Fan. And the snack girl is surprised to see that calligraphy, and she says, "Only the legendary level beings in the first heaven can write the decrees of the great Tao." Then the woman says to them, "Senior Li gave us this calligraphy in the hope that everyone would value peace and refrain from fighting. Everyone, please come back." And the snake girl says what to do. In front of such existences, we are no different than ants. So the man with two braids says, after being teased like this, "Just pat your butt and leave? I can't afford to lose this person." Then the sect master says, "Let's find out first, and then talk about it." And the snack girl shows her fake smile and says to the woman, "Miss, I'm the one who just offended you. I wonder who this Senior Li is?" But the woman says in the face of the snack girl, "Senior Li lives in seclusion in the mortal world and does not care about worldly affairs. You have no right to interfere. By the way, you laugh so disgustingly." And hearing this, the snake girl gets angry, and seeing her angry, the second master and the first master are saying, "Really, what a disgusting laugh." And the man with two braids is clapping and saying, "What a show." And hearing this, the snack girl gets angry, and she says, "What do you mean?" And the man with two braids says to the snack girl, "Thanks to the fact that all of you are golden immortals and heads of alliances, you were completely fooled by such a trick." The snake girl sticks out its tongue and says, "Are you saying that this decree is fake?" And the man with the two braids says, "The decree is of course true. But does the person who wrote the decree still exist today? You should ask these two girls." Then the woman says to them, "It turned out to be two little grave robbers, and today we will do justice to the heavens. How dare you turn a blind eye to Senior Li's decision?" And Linger says, "It's useless to talk too much, since they want to die, we have no choice but to fulfill it." And the snake girl says, "It's not that I don't trust you two girls. It's just that we really want to meet this senior. Could it be that this senior is afraid to see us?" And the alliance leader laughs and says, "Perhaps this senior was so scared that he didn't know where to go." Hearing such words from the alliance leader, the woman and Linger get angry, but then someone enters that place. And she is saying, "How dare a pack of dogs bark at this place?" And both the woman and Linger are surprised to hear this voice, and they are saying, "This sound? Could it be?" Hearing that voice, the man with two braids says, "Come out if you dare, don't hide and play tricks." And Jiang Shui comes to this place, and both the woman and Linger become happy after seeing Jiang Shui, but all three are shocked to see Jiang Su's power. And these people are thinking, this person's cultivation base is still above the golden immortal. And Jiang Shui is staring at those people, and Jiang Shui says to them, "I'm here, what do you want?" And while greeting the alliance leader, he said to Jiang Shui, "It turned out to be Miss Jiang, whom I have long admired." But Jiang Shui tells the alliance leader, "You were rude to the seniors earlier, therefore, you are sentenced to death." And Jiang Shui is going to do some kind of attack, and the alliance leader is also going to use some kind of power. Then suddenly a huge snow freezes at that place, and Jiang Shui kills the alliance leader. And seeing this, everyone gets surprised, and they start saying, "A golden immortal was wiped out in a flash of a finger. In this realm, even the Earth level interface is impossible. This is just the Xian level interface." Then Jiang Shui says to them, "Who is next? After all, who wants to die by my hands now?" And seeing this, the man with two braids starts feeling very scared. He opens a portal and tries to escape. But before he can escape, Jiang Shui freezes him and kills him. Then Jiang Shui releases her power and says, "Just now you 5 golden immortals teamed up to deal with 2 little girls of the Xianxian generation. How domineering you were. Since you 4 major alliances like to bully the smaller ones, let's go together now." Then seeing Jiang Su's power, the elder bends to his knees and accepts defeat, and he says, I'm willing. We are willing to respect the great decree of that senior, and from now on, we will never use weapons in heaven." And all the soldiers bow before Jiang Shui, and they say to Jiang Shui, "We are willing to value peace and never use weapons." And the woman also gets very surprised after seeing Jiang Su's power. Then Jiang Shui says, since Senior Li has given the edict peace is paramount, I will spare your dog's life. Then an elder raises his hand and says, may I ask, are you a student of that senior? But many people get scared by that elder's question, and they say, has the old man gone mad? Don't involve us if you want to die. Ji Yuanqing. Have you gone mad? Don't go looking for death. And Jiang Shui tells that elder disciple, I don't have such blessings. But with senior approval, I can train in his secluded place. And the elder says, may I ask this senior's name? I would like to say a few words of praise later. Then Jiang Shui says, well, I don't know, maybe you can call him Lord of the Skies. And the man is thinking, I'm worried that this terrifying creature is really connected to the legendary first heavenly realm. Then a man comes near the woman and Linger, and while greeting them, says to both of them, Miss, now Mr. Huang of our Xuanzi alliance is dead. If we are not abandoned, we are willing to follow under the banner of the Xiantian alliance. And Linger says to that man, good, from now on, you will obey the orders of the Xiantian alliance. And now this battle is over. And all the soldiers are happy, because now they are not going to die. After this, the woman and Linger come to the palace, and the woman is saying to Linger, thanks to Miss Jiang Shui, the calamity finally subsided. The two alliance leaders also contributed a lot. And Linger says the most important person to thank is Senior Li. Then a disciple comes to him, and he says to him, Chairman, there was an old man from Huang Tianzhou at the door asking to meet. And Linger tells him to ask him to come inside. Then the elder comes to them and bows down on his knees. Then he says, I, Ji Yuanqing, have something important to report to the two leaders. After this the scene shifts, and we see Li Fan's house. And at this place the boy is practicing, and he is scratching his head. And Lu Ring says to him, brother, you've been training all day, and you still haven't rested. And the boy says, I read the words that Master wrote to Miss Qianning earlier, and I felt my own incompetence even more. And Lu Rang tells him, in my opinion, there is nothing better than farming. After this, the elder is speaking, if the situation is urgent, I won't beat around the bush. Have you ever heard of the first heaven? And the first master is surprised to hear this name, and he says it is the number one, who once had a war with the immortal realm. The woman says, Senior Li, do you know? Then the first elder starts telling, I have heard some legends that the lower realm of millions is divided into 4 levels, heaven, earth, Xian and yellow. There are millions of people in the Xuanzi realm and Huangzi realm, but there are very few in the earthly character realm. As for the heavenly realm, only 4 have been born. These 4 heavens were rumored to have the strength to challenge the immortal realm. Later, a great war broke out. 3 of the heavens surrendered to the immortal realm. Only the first heaven could not surrender in a fight to the death. In the end, the first heaven was destroyed and all the legendary supreme beings were killed. And the elder says, however, the first heaven was not completely destroyed. Instead, it was shattered into many small circles, and these small realms will have the word heaven in their names to remember the glory of the past. And after listening to the elder, the woman says, doesn't that mean that Xiantian realm was once part of the first heaven realm? And the elder tells the woman, I come from the yellow heaven realm, and my ancestors left a lot of historical materials about the first heaven realm. Nowadays, the 100 realms are swallowed up by the Xiantian realm, and the new world is also named the heaven realm. I am sure that the Xiantian realm must have been a very important part of the first heaven realm. And after listening to the elder's words, Linger says, so, you want to meet the senior who made 100 realms join. And that elder says, the alliance leader is very smart, that senior is most likely the person my ancestors have been looking for, and I would like to ask the alliance leader to introduce him. Then the second master says, so that's how it is. Don't know why a great person like Senior Li would live in seclusion in this small Xiantian realm. And the first master also says, in that case, Senior Li's game is too scary. This is a timeless game. And Linger says, regarding this matter, we have to ask Senior Li about this matter. If Senior Li is willing to meet you, we will let you know. And the elder says, the 2 alliance leaders are unaware that, according to my ancestral records, once the various fragmented small realms in the first heaven realm merge, then the things hidden in the various fragmented realms will attract each other, and will cause a huge wave. Listening to the elder's words, Linger says, in that case, we'll leave now and let you know as soon as we have an update. After this the scene shifts and we see a boy. And its name is Xiao Yan. And he is very angry, and he is saying, "You insulted my Xiao family today, and I, Xiao Yan, will definitely make you pay it back hundredfold." Then he sees something in the water, and he picks it up. And he starts looking at it carefully, but then that thing goes inside his finger. Seeing which he gets surprised, and he starts asking, "What is this?" But then he hears a voice. And she says, "A ghost? And then a spirit appears in front of him, and that spirit says to that boy, the first immortal general of the immortal realm, Yang Michin. And Xiao Yan gets surprised after seeing that Yang Michin, and he says, "What are you doing?" And Yang Michin says to Xiao Yan, 100,000 years have passed. Why did I wake up? Could it have come out again? Son, do you want to be the protagonist in this world? If you have a destiny today, I will give you a blessing. And as soon as Xiao Yan hears Yang Michin's words, his eyes start shining, and he says happily, Miss Yang, what can you do for me?" And Yang Michin says to Xiao Yan, "Son, you're too weak, just think of it as a small gift from me." And Yang Michin uses her power, so that Xiao Yan makes a breakthrough, and Xiao Yan says, I broke through the golden core, real me." Yang Michin says to Xiao Yan, "Golden core? It is like an ant in my eyes. Within a month, I will make you an immortal, become an ancestor, and dominate this world." And Xiao Yan bows down in front of Yang Michin, and says thank you to him. And he is saying angrily, "Nailin Yenran, wait for me. I Xiao Yan will make you suffer." But Yang Michin says to Xiao Yan, "Don't be too complacent. If you want to be immortal, you have to listen to me. Follow the river to the ancient battlefield, where the greatest treasure is buried, and if you get it, you will dominate the world." But that side. It's the buried immortal mountains. Then Yang Michin says, "Immortal Burial Mountain Range." This name is quite appropriate. Countless immortals were indeed buried among them. And Xiao Yan says the seniors don't know that the Immortal Burial Mountain Range is a forbidden area in Huantian State. And Yang Michin says, "With me here, you don't have to fear anything. After you obtain the contents, I will teach you the method of integrating all realms. When the time comes." Then Xiao Yan said to Yang Michin, "Mr. Yang, the Huantian realm merged with other lower realms a month ago. Now this new big world is called Heaven." And Yang Michin is surprised to hear this, and says, "What? It seems that someone has woken up before me. We must not let him get to the Immortal Burial Mountains first." And Xiao Yan is also ready. Then the scene shifts, and we see each other at another place. And a soldier is saying, "Sect Master, the evil spirit flowing out of the Immortal Burial Mountain Range has become increasingly intense recently, and my subordinates speculate that a top-level evil spirit may be born. If we can get one for refining, then our Dark Moon sect will dominate the entire heaven, and Huako will be waiting for." And the sect master says, "Organize manpower immediately and explore the Immortal Burial Mountain Range." After this we see, there is a painting in a room. And inside that room the sect master intervenes, and the sect master is speaking while looking at that painting, Immortal Burial Mountain Range. Ancient battlefield. But according to ancient records this place was clearly a Taoist palace. What exactly is there? And the sect master keeps that painting with himself, and tells his followers, "Follow me into the Immortal Burying Mountains." After some time, sect master comes to a forest with his people. And the sect master is moving ahead, and at the same time the people who are with the sect master start talking. A day of training here is equivalent to a year of training outside. And then one of them makes a breakthrough, and he is very happy, and he speaks. I have broken through the Mahayana realm from the Void realm?" And the man starts laughing, but the sect master turns back and tells him, "Be careful because great excitement gives rise to sadness. There are many upset souls here, don't let yourself be affected." Then evil spirits come in front of those people, who are releasing a lot of evil energy from within themselves. Those people get very scared after seeing them, But the sect master uses his power and tells his people to follow him. And as soon as the sect master uses his power, that evil energy starts going away. Then when all those people go ahead, they see a lot of skeletons. And a man points towards a place and says, "Look ahead, what is that thing after all?" And when those people look ahead, there is a dangerous evil energy at that place. And at the same time that evil energy is sitting in the chair of bones. And there is a chessboard in front of him, and that evil energy is playing that chessboard. And seeing that evil, the sect master becomes very nervous. Then he starts roaring evilly. And everyone gets scared after seeing it. But the sect master tells everyone that we cannot move from here. Then he says evil, only a young man with a lot of blood can take a chess piece. And that evil one, moving his hand forward, points towards a man. And an evil energy passes through that person. Seeing this he gets scared, but the man goes in front and tries to pick up a pawn, but his hand is trembling very much. But he gathers courage and starts playing chess. But then his eyes start turning black, and his body explodes and he dies. This part begins, and we see the sect master, who is very angry, and he says angrily, "Do you think you can stop me by organizing a chess game?" And he squeezes his fists tightly, due to which his hands start bleeding. And he says, "If I can't solve this game, someone else can." That mountain makes a very loud noise, which a yellow-haired girl notices. Then she comes out and looks, and she says, "The buried immortal mountains are exposed, the ancestral prophecy coming true?" And another boy also sees this thing and he says, "Patriarch, is the immortal king you speak of coming?" Then the yellow-haired girl says nervously, immediately sends an order to the heavenly realm, inviting cultivators from the 4 directions to the buried immortal mountains to seize the opportunity. The birth of the immortal king brought blood and chaos, but also brought hope. Those who had the opportunity to obtain it would calm things down and establish the first realm of heaven again. Afterwards, news of Huang Tianzhou quickly spread throughout the skies. After this the scene shifts, and we see Li Fan, who is listening to Nanfang's play, and Nanfang is engrossed in her play, and everyone is very happy to hear Nanfang's play. Then Xiling comes to Nanfang, and hugs her, and says to her, "Congratulations, big sister, for breaking through the next level." And the boy says, "Impossible! A song that destroys the heavenly realm." Fortunately, I had also broken through the true immortal realm, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get along. It's just that senior brother Lu has been trapped in the true immortal. Now we see Lu Rang, who is talking to the grass, and saying, "Grow up, little grass, daddy loves you." The boy comes to Lu Rang, and the boy says to Lu Rang, "I've heard of people who regard thieves as their father, but this is the first time I've seen someone who regards grass as his son." After some time, the woman and Linger come near Li Fan's house, and Li Fan asks them to come inside. Then both of them come near Li Fan and greet Li Fan and say, "Senior, thank you for giving the judgment on the dispute between us and them. Other major alliances has completely ended." After listening to both of them, Li Fan is thinking, no matter how chaotic your circle is, what matters is the work. And the woman tells Li Fan one more thing, and she says, "By the way, senior, there is an old man from Huangtianzhou Prefecture who wants to come and visit you. He claims to have an important problem that only you can solve." And hearing this, Li Fan is in deep thought. They must have recognized me as a calligrapher and wanted me to enter a calligraphy competition. Then Li Fan says, "I won't participate in what he says." But Li Fan is thinking, right now it's still important to recruit disciples. After all, this is a system task. After completing it, I might be able to cultivate immortality. And as soon as Linger listens to Li Fan, she thinks, as expected, everything is in Li's senior plan. Then Linger says to Li Fan, "Senior Li, of course you don't have to go personally, it's just that the younger generation of the Alliance and major powers are already heading to Huang Tianzhou. What do you think?" And Li Fan thinks, "True, it depends on the age group." The boy and Lu Rang come there and both of them say, "Master, let me go." And Lu Rang also says, "Master, I want to go too, so we can take care of each other on the way." And Li Fan says to both of them, "I was just about to call you too. Quickly pack up and leave." Both of them become very happy after listening to Li Fan. And Lu Rang starts filling the grass in a pot, and seeing this Linger gets surprised, and she says to the woman, didn't he want to bring the grass pot? The boy takes out his pan, and he says to Li Fan, Master, I want to bring a pen, but I really can't control this pen. Li Fan thinks after listening to that boy, it's true, I feel that this pen is a bit heavy, and not very suitable for a calligraphy competition. And Li Fan asks to wait for just a minute, and Li Fan catches the white cat and plucks some hair from its head. But the white cat feels a lot of pain. Then Li Fan makes a brush from the white cat's hair, and this makes the white cat very angry. She takes out a knife, and looks at Li Fan angrily and says, You! How dare you pull out my glorious hair? And Li Fan laughs and says, Cat, hair, pen. Yuqing, take this pen. This cat pen is much lighter than teacher's. Li Fan gives that cat pen to the boy, but seeing that cat pen, both Linger, Lu Rang and the woman are surprised, and they are thinking, this was no cat pen, it was definitely a white tiger immortal pen, which could even be included in the immortal armaments list. And the boy starts writing something with that pen. One brush stroke has its own wind and thunder, and lasts for centuries, and it is the Tao of the world. Then the boy says thank you to Li Fan, but Li Fan laughs and tells him, no need to say thank you, just go to the study room and take the sunset painting painted by me with you. Li Fan is thinking, although Yuqing's calligraphy was quite proficient, it was still not enough to meet an expert. The boy is thinking, Master, for this trip he gave his treasure to escort us. After some time, Lu Rang and the boy are now leaving for their journey. And Li Fan comes to the gate to drop them, and Li Fan is saying to both of them, if you meet someone who wants to seek this path, you should bring them back here, as I still have a few minor skills that lack a successor. The most important thing is to have a special hobby like you. Hearing Li Fan's words, both their faces change, and both are looking at each other, and they are thinking, I'm afraid the little skill the master mentioned is some kind of scary path. Master has taught each of us how to play music, paint, calligraphy, farming, etc. and all sorts of skills. He still needs to pass it on to others, he really knows everything. Then Lu Rang laughs with a creepy smile and says, don't worry teacher, I'll definitely bring back some candidates that are to your liking. Li Fan says goodbye to both of them, and they both leave for their journey. Then Li Fan turns back, and says to the girl, Gong yes, even though you're just a servant, you have to learn some things, like the tea ceremony, you're very lack in skills. The girl bows her head and says, I also asked Li Qian to give me a hint. After some time, next to the teleportation formation in the Taiyan Holy Land. And the first master and second master have come to this place. And the first master is speaking to Lu Rang and the boy. The two senior disciples Li will come out on their own. Wait a moment. We will open the teleportation array immediately. And the boy says thank you to both of them. Then the first master and second master teleport both of them to another place. Then both of them are saying, did Mr. Lu bring a grass pot? First master says it wasn't ordinary grass. I felt a terrifying sword aura on it. After some time, Lu Rang and the boy get teleported to another place. But Lu Rang is getting a headache because of that teleportation magic circle. And the boy puts his hands on his face and says, you. Don't throw you up. I'm warning you. Next, we see a flying ship. And in that flying ship a girl is saying, this is the sacred drink of the Duanmu family. And that girl was talking to this F-boy. And this F-boy is saying, why don't you two drink to relieve fatigue? And the girl says smilingly, no merit, no reward. My sister and I would like to thank your Lord Duan. And the other girl says, Mr. Duanmu, someone vomited in front of you and can you still drink? Just then Lu Rang and the boy come to that place. And Lu Rang vomits, and F-boy sees them. And seeing them, F-boy covers his nose, and he says, turn, stay away from those two hobos. Lu Rang and the boy come to their flying ship, and they both say, please forgive me brother, can you give us a lift? But F-boy says, forget those two, let's go. But people around say, who are those two, they look so poor. And a girl comes behind the F-boy, and she says, wait a minute, those two people don't seem like ordinary people, how about giving them a lift? After listening to the girl's words, the F-boy wants to make an impression on the girl, so he says, since Miss Jinglan said so, how could Duanmu refuse to comply? Then Lu Rang and the boy are saying happily, thank you, thank you. Where are you guys from? Are you going to Burial Immortal Mountain? Then the F-boy says, we're members of the Earth-Wind Alliance, so of course we're going to Burial Immortal Mountains. And Lu Rang laughs and says, good, we can form a team and explore Burial Immortal Mountain together. Fuckboy is surprised to hear Lu Rang's words and he says, form a team? I don't know where you guys are from. Where did you study? Lu Rang tells him, we're from the village. And hearing this the F-boy says, sorry, everyone on my ship is a leader of the Earth-Wind Alliance's younger generation, so I don't need to work with you two. You two take a seat in the corner. And Lu Rang gets angry after listening to the F-boy's words, but the boy tries to calm him down. Then both of them sit in a corner, and Lu Rang is saying to the boy, that boy is annoying. And the boy says to Lu Rang, the master asked us to go to Burial Immortal Mountain, and it's not too late to beat him up until the place is cleared. And Lu Rang becomes happy after listening to the boy's words, and he starts smiling evilly, and says, I can't believe your mind. Is that evil? And the boy says, learn more from yours brothers. Just then the F-boy comes near both of them and says, this is my Dwanmu family ship, not a place for cats and dogs to defecate in the open. How dare you vomit here? Don't blame me for kicking you out. And after listening to the F-boy's words, Lu Rang gets very angry and he moves forward to directly attack the F-boy and he says, damn it, Dugu, don't. Hold me back. I'll tell him what. Your mouth is your beast. Means. But a guy comes in front of F-boy and he says, hey you hicks, you dare to show off in front of your brother Duan? And F-boy says, if it wasn't for the lady who asked to let you on board, you'd be corpses by now. Then two girls come to that place and one of them says, in a ship this big, are two more people not enough? Treat others with humility, is it too rude to treat them like this? Seeing those two girls, F-boy says to his man, don't you know the common sense of these two villagers, just let them stay here. And the man says, if it wasn't for your Lord Duan, I'd have kicked these two hicks out already. And the boy calms Lu Rang and says, forget it brother, what the master explained more important. And Lu Rang says, when I get to that place, I will definitely kill that donkey. After some time, all those people are about to reach their destination. Then F-boy is saying, how many immortals have been buried in this Burial Immortal Mountain, the evil spirit is so strong. And another man says, your Lord Duan, it looks like we'll have a great opportunity this time. Then the F-boy walks up to those two girls, and asks them, how about we enjoy a drink together? And both the girls agree to this. After this, all three of them are drinking together. Just then the boy comes to that place, and the boy says to those two girls, wait. I advise these two ladies not to drink the wine. F-boy gets angry after seeing the boy, and he says to him, what are you looking for? And two people are talking, that person is really rash. Maybe they got greedy after seeing your master Duan. And a girl asks the boy, why is that? So in response the boy says, the reason why this wine should not be drunk, I think your Lord Duan must know clearly in his heart. And after listening to the boy's words, F-boy gets very angry, and he says angrily, you two humiliate me. Again and again, do you think that I, your two, have a good temperament? But the boy tells him, since you said there is no problem with them wine, do you dare to make an exchange with the two girls? And F-boy says, who do you think you are? Hey! Why should I obey your orders? But Lu Rang teasingly says to him, have you seen it? This boy was greedy for the bodies of the two girls, and wanted to do something wrong, and he became angry after being exposed by my little brother. Then both the girls say to that F-boy, thank you Mr. Dwanmu for taking care of me all this time, me and my brother will say goodbye. And this F-boy really wanted to fuck both those girls. But its plan did not work. And his heart is broken. But this F-boy says, Miss Jinglan, do you also doubt me? And Lu Rang is saying while leaving this place, little brother, let's go too. This ship is full of smoke, don't scold us both anymore. But this F-boy is very angry, and he says, come whenever you want, and leave as you please. Think our family is easy to bully? Come on. Kill them. Then Lu Rang and the boy are surrounded by F-boy's men. And everyone is going to attack both of them together. But the boy starts beating all those men very easily. And seeing this, F-boy and his men are shocked. And that F-boy's men are saying, this person's cultivation was extraordinary, and even the Supreme was not his opponent when he raised his hand? I thought they were pseudo-immortal. This age could be called the pride of heaven. And Lu Rang is saying smilingly, little brother, you are too serious. Why are you attacking so hard? Isn't this the same as slapping your master Duan's face? Then two people come to that place, and one of them says, the two people who hurt our Duan's family over there, don't you think that's too domineering? And looking at both of them, a man says, it's a fairy. After all, your Duan family is a big family in the Earth-Wind Alliance. And F. Boyer is laughing inside his mind, looking at both of them, and saying, remember, in your next life, in this world, aptitude isn't the most important thing, but background is important too. But Lu Rang has no problem with those people. He puts his finger in his nose and says to them, regarding the matter of taking your Duanwu family boat, I honestly regretted it the whole time. If I had known beforehand that this boat was full of these despicable and shameless people, I would have rather walked into the burial immortal mountain range. And both people get angry after listening to Lu Rang's words. And both of them move forward to directly attack Lu Rang. But before they attack, Lu Rang takes out his grass, and a dangerous killing intent starts coming out from inside that grass. Seeing which, both of them stop, and one of them says, what kind of grass is this? Why do you have such terrifying killing intent? And the other man says, I think his value is still higher than the fairy. This kid has a lot of background. And Lu Rang is speaking to both of them. Compared to his background, your entire Earth-Wind Alliance is not qualified enough. Now both of them are scared after seeing the killing intent of that grass. Now that is why both of them are smiling and saying, neither of us have eyes as big as a mountain, so please blame me. And people around are confused as to what is happening right now. And one of them is saying, your Duan family immortal actually apologized to those two countries, bumpkins? And F-boy is very surprised, what just happened? But the man says to Lu Rang, I don't mean to offend, two hyens please. And the boy puts his hand on Lu Rang's shoulder and says, forget it, brother, let's go. Then both of them pass by that F-boy, and also push him. And Lu Rang tells that F-boy, next time, don't get involved in such recklessness, you little rascal. And at the same time both the girls say goodbye to the F-boy, and both of them also start leaving this place. But F-boy is getting very angry, and he is saying, Fatty, let's wait and see. When my brother from the Earth-Wind Alliance arrives, I will have you die without a body intact. Then that F-boy is saying, Uncle, could it be that these two are masters? And the man says, that fat man has an indescribable magic weapon. Once he uses it, we will all die. Hearing this, F-boy gets nervous. After some time, those two girls and these two boys come behind the bushes. And both those girls are saying, thank you, if it wasn't for you two, perhaps our sister would have received a letter from your Duanyang. And the boy says, no need to thank you. Then Lu Rang asks both of them, Miss Lianzhan, Miss Xia Yao, you don't have to be polite. I want to ask, do you have any special hobbies? And hearing this, one girl gets shy, but the other girl gets angry, and she says, what do you do? Think we are? Lu Rang says to that girl, if not then just say no. Why must I shout? Then the boy points to one side and says, brother, the mountains of eternal burial are ahead. Then they all reach the entrance, and there is a guard near the entrance, and he says, who are you? Anyone who is not the leader of the younger generation should not enter here. And both the girls show their tokens, due to which the guard asks them to go inside. But as soon as she sees guard Lu Rang and the boy, she says, what about you two? And Lu Rang points towards those two girls and says, we are with them. But the guard does not believe Lu Rang's words, and she says, do you think I'm stupid? The Xian sect only accepts female disciples. You wild mountains and villages also have the audacity to come here to humiliate yourselves. But the girl turns back and says, they are both our retainers. Hearing the girl's words, the guard allows them to go inside, and she says, it is said that the women of the Xian sect are all pure and flawless, but it seems that is not the case. Then they all start going inside, and a banquet is going on inside. And as they all go inside, a man appears in front of the two girls, and he says, Saintess Qinglan, Xiao Yao, you guys are here. By the way, where is your second brother? And seeing that man, F-boy raises his hands and says, Brother Ning, I'm here. Then F-boy goes to that man, and that man is saying to F-boy, isn't your Duan brother together with the two saints? And he tells F-boy, Brother Ning doesn't know, those two people are scammers of those two saints, and made a misunderstanding between us. Then Lu Rang and the boy come near them. And Lu Rang points his finger towards that F-boy and says, Your Duan, the villain is here you, how dare you slander us? And the man looks at Lu Rang and the boy and asks, What family do? Where do you come from? And Lu Rang tells him, We came from our village. Why? After listening to Lu Rang, the man says, In front of so many people, you two insulted your second brother. Could it be that you guys are looking down on me, Alliance Earth-Wind? Lu Rang again points his finger towards that F-boy and says, Did I insult him? He poured dope to harass the two girls. As soon as other people hear Lu Rang's words, they all start talking to each other. And seeing this, F-boy gets very angry. And he starts speaking to Lu Rang, You slanderer, my Duan's family is well known, how could you insult me to your heart's content? But Lu Rang tells F-boy, But you are such a lecherous bastard, you have truly disgraced your Duan's family. And F-boy gets even more angry by this and says, If I remember correctly, the main alliance has already sealed off this place, and those who doubt are not allowed to enter, and who are you two? Quickly get out of here. And Lu Rang again points his finger at F-boy and says, I doubt? Isn't he the one who doubts? This part starts, and the man is saying to Lu Rang and the boy, Let's finish outside. And after listening to that man, Lu Rang says to him, Do you want to violate that decree and release bloodshed? But this man says to Lu Rang, You two country people have no right to enter this contest. Get out yourself, don't make me do it. Lu Rang says to the man, I don't qualify? Then do you qualify? But this man smilingly says to Lu Rang, You still don't know who I am. And within some time, a fight between these two is about to happen. And seeing both of them fighting, people are saying, Looks like this kid really is a villager. Even Master Ning didn't know about it. Then this man says to Lu Rang, Hey, do you know who my grandfather is? Then Lu Rang comes forward and punches this man. Then Lu Rang tells him to the man, I don't care who your grandfather is, I just don't know you. And seeing this man beaten, everyone gets a shock. And everyone says with surprise, Ning Xiaoran is the #1 genius in the Alliance. I heard he has broken through to the immortal realm. What's the point? That person will definitely die. Ning Xiaoran's grandfather is Ning Tianhao, the leader of the Earth-Wind Alliance. Then the man is trying to get up. Then an old man comes in front of him, and that old man says to Lu Rang, Your Highness is no longer the younger generation. Why did you come here to bully the younger generation? And everyone starts talking about Lu Rang, that is an old monster. What a shameless old monster to come here to bully the little one. Listening to those people, Lu Rang is thinking, I'm said to be old. Son, why am I an old monster? But Lu Rang relaxes and says, Since you all think that I am old, then I will teach this kid how to behave. Why are you not sure? And Lu Rang is thinking, It doesn't matter, just pretend you don't care. Then the old man says to Lu Rang, This place is jointly guarded by the Great Alliance. If you lose the big ones to bully the small ones to attack the younger generation, you will be responsible for all the consequences. And Lu Rang says to that old man, Don't compare, try it if you have the ability, and walk away if you don't. The old man gets angry after hearing Lu Rang's words, and the old man starts pointing fingers at him. But he takes his hands back, and says to Lu Rang, Don't blame this old man for not reminding you. Everyone is in shock. Then Lu Rang says to this man, And you, son? And Lu Rang is thinking, Since you have started it, let's start to the end. Lu Rang says, This is very easy. And this man looks at Lu Rang and says, You? What do you want to do? I'm from your family. If you dare to attack me, the gods in my family will never let you go. But Lu Rang does not care about his family. So again Lu Rang gives another punch to this guy, and Lu Rang says, Your second house? Old angel? The golden fairy is here, and your grandpa is fearless. Then a junior comes near this man and starts to wake him up. And this man is saying to Lu Rang, His Highness took action against your Duan's family, we will keep that in mind. Seeing Lu Rang's power, this girl is surprised. And it is saying, Are you really two seniors? In response, Lu Rang laughs and says, Miss Xia Yao, don't get me wrong, we are not old masters, we are all young descendants of Yushu Lin Feng. And the boy says, Yeah, don't listen to their bullshit. Then someone says, Senior Huang Tianzhou Ji has arrived. An elder comes to this place, who now works under the woman and linger. And this elder, after coming to this place, is asking, Is everything here? And the old man comes in front of him and he says, Elder Chi reported to me that they were all here. However, someone in the field creates a problem. And the old man points his finger at Lu Rang and says, This person's cultivation level has entered the immortal realm. But he pretended to be of the younger generation and made trouble here Ning Zhaoran and Duanmu and made him knee down. And the elder is staring at Lu Rang. Then the elder says to Lu Rang, What do you mean, sir? As the older generation, do you want to take action against my second family's descendants and bully the younger ones? And after listening to the elder's words, blood starts coming out of Lu Rang's mouth. And Lu Rang is thinking, Don't be so bloody, this year I am 21 years old. And I plan to find a wife. Old monsters one after another, older generations, how will I mess around in the future? How can you compensate me for ruining my reputation? And people around start saying the opposite about Lu Rang. And the old man points his finger at Lu Rang and says, so arrogant, You think there is no one in my Duanmu family? And the elder says, Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the Xiantian prefecture's decree that peace is the most important thing. Then the old man says to Lu Rang, It was this kid who first broke the rules, so I can't blame me. But the elder stops the old man and says, However, disputes should not be raised here. Lu Rang is getting angry, but he is controlling himself. Then the old man says, Do we just tolerate this kid and let him hang around here? And this elder says, How about this, since he considers himself the younger generation, let him step forward and sit on the bone chair in front of him. And everyone is happy after listening to the words of the elder, and they are saying, Hee, if the old one sits on it he will definitely die. Senior Ji's way is good, if you want to pretend to be the younger generation bear the consequences. And says to elder Lu Rang, As long as His Highness can get out of the bone chair alive, I won't blame the past. Hearing the elder's words, Lu Rang thinks, What chair is this? Is it so evil? When Lu Rang looks ahead, he gets surprised because in front of him, there is a skeleton chair. But it doesn't make any difference to Lu Rang. In fact, he becomes even more happy, and he goes straight and sits in that skeleton chair. Everyone is happy to see Lu Rang sitting in the skeleton chair. And they all are saying that it will die right away. And today its game will end. But even after some time passes, nothing happens to Lu Rang. Lu Rang sits very comfortably in the skeleton chair. And Lu Rang laughing and saying, How? Is this chair scary? Why don't you let me, an old man, have no more bones? And the old man is surprised, and he is saying, Is this child really under the age of 40? And everyone is also in shock, and they are saying, What? Real fairies under 40 years old? Is it against the sky? Impossible. Looking at the four great alliances, no one can do this move. Being able to break through to the immortal realms under the age of 40 is rare in 10,000 years, isn't it? And the elder is also thinking, strong cultivation. Then we see the protagonist. He is also very surprised to see Lu Rang. And he's thinking, even in the immortal realm, those below 40 years of age are called true immortals, and they are rare geniuses. In this world, you have enemies. And Xiao is saying, I'm the real protagonist, not Mr. You will help me get rid of it. And Yang says to Xiao, Don't worry, put everything in, moreover he is even the strongest genius in the immortal realm, can't do anything to you. And this girl is also surprised when she comes to know that Lu Rang is less than 40 years of age. And Lu Rang is saying to all those people, Right, to be honest, in our village, I'm the most trash. And many people get surprised after listening to Lu Rang's words. And blood starts coming out of their mouths. And Lu Rang is smiling and thinking, They are surprised, this is what I want. But it seems that the elder is angry with Lu Rang. He starts grinding his teeth and scratching his mustache. And Lu Rang is sitting calmly in the skeleton chair, and he says calmly, "The sons and daughters and saints of the Great Alliance." Lu Rang asks them, "Do you have any special hobbies?" "Miss, I think you are beautiful. How about you come back to the village with me and be a cook?" Let me tell you, Lu Rang is doing Li Fan's work, because Li Fan had told Lu Rang and the boy while leaving. They found new disciples for Li Fan. Those who have some hobbies. That's why Lu Rang is repeatedly asking these people whether they have any hobbies or not. But this girl starts getting angry with Lu Rang's words, and seeing her angry, Lu Rang turns back and says, "It's okay if you don't go. Our village is currently recruiting people, and we will bring them back to the village to raise pigs, graze cows, etc. Is anyone ready? Register and don't wait until late at night." Everyone is getting angry after listening to Lu Rang's words, and they are saying, "What do you think? We are? Offend at will?" But the elder says to them, "Enough. Let's start destroying the formation." As soon as Lu Rang listens to the elder's words, he is shocked, and he asks, "Destroy it? Formation?" So the girl tells Lu Rang, "Don't you know yet? There are 9 terrifying chess games in it, which can only be solved by the younger generation of predestined people. Then some movements start happening at this place. An energy starts coming out from this place, seeing which everyone gets surprised. And chess comes in front of them, and F-Boy says, 'So terrible. This game of chess is like 2 terrifying armies fighting each other, life and death hanging on a fine line.' And people around start saying, even Lu Xing, the chess genius of the Diyuan Alliance, said so. Then we? Then this girl is saying, 'This is not a chess game at all, it contains hundreds of scary formations.' Another boy is saying, 'Look. Lu Xing began to break through. An F-boy is playing chess, and he moves a pawn. Also an evil hand moves the black pawn. Similarly, both of them are playing chess. And Lu Rang is watching his game, and he is thinking, this guy's got something.' But now sweat starts flowing from F-boy's forehead. And looking at this F-boy, it seems that he is getting nervous right now. And when another boy sees F-boy, he says, 'This chess game is so bad, is it so difficult even for Lu Xing?' But F-boy moves his hand to move his pawn, and seeing him move, everyone becomes happy, and starts saying, 'Lu Xing managed to break the formation. He was worthy of being the little chess master of the Wind Mountains.' Someone in the Earth Spirit Alliance had also ruined this game. It was Mu Chenxi, the saint of the Xuanzhen sect. Heavenly Demon Sandtable Xuanzhen sect? It is said that it is the result of the painstaking efforts of the successive sect leaders of the Xianzhen sect, and it can destroy all formations in the world. And a man is saying, as expected of Mu Chenxi. And this girl is thinking, follow the teacher's teaching. And the man is watching from behind the F-boy. Then this guy comes up and says, "I can't wait to break through," and the old man says, "It seems that our Earth-Wind Alliance can only do this." And this boy gets angry and says, "Ning Xiaoran, do it." Then the man takes out a crystal ball and says, "All I have to do is ask you to take action. Lin Qixing, please." Inside the crystal ball we can see a face, and that person now starts going directly into this man, and he is saying, easy to say, "It is my old wish to be able to reach the late stage of this world." Now that guy starts going in. This is Tianyan Chess Saint Lin Ju. This guy uses chess to play the right way. It can be called Taishan Beidou in today's chess world. And everyone is surprised to see that man, and a lot of energy is coming out from inside this man. And also now this man moves a pawn, and this man is thinking, my Earth-Wind Alliance will never lose. And everyone is surprised to see this, and they are saying, Lu Xing broke the 2nd game of chess. Saint Mu of the Xuanzhen sect has cracked the 3rd game of chess. His Xuanzhen sect treasure was wasted. Without this thing, it would be difficult for Yi Chenxi to continue breaking the formation. Ning Xiaoran broke the 2nd. And another man is saying, although there was Lin Qixing who could help, but judging from his appearance, he had already reached his limit. Lu Rang is also watching everything, and he is saying, this kid has been working on it for a long time, but there hasn't been any progress at all. I don't think this old man can do it at all. And this man is saying, since your highness looks down on our Earth-Wind alliance, why should you follow us? But then he feels something, and this man directly fades away from this chess. And now he cannot play this game any further. And seeing this, Lu Rang says, "Let's go, this kid can't do it, he has no future with them." Lu Xing also broke into the third game. At the same time, something happens to this man which he had not imagined. And we see that man has grown up now. Meaning that due to playing chess, its live force has reduced a lot. And Lu Rang is also surprised to see this thing, and he says, "Is this Lu Xing? I'm sure that's Lu Xing's great-grandmother." But this does not make any difference to Lu Rang, and he says, "Okay, I think this Lu Xing is probably dying, let's go over there and take a look." But we see that someone is moving that chess pawn, and the person doing this is none other than the protagonist. And seeing the protagonist, everyone starts talking. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of it? I don't know, he seems to be a native of Huangshan's Hao. And Xiao, listening to all of them, is thinking, who's this? I am the protagonist of this world. Xiao is happy from inside, and he is saying to Yang, "Lord Hu, hurry up, teach me how to break the second chair." And Yang says to Xiao, "Do you think I don't need to think? This chess game is very scary, do you think it's easy?" And Xiao says, "Sir, that's not what I meant." "I'm sorry, sir." And Yang tells Xiao, "Straightforward fighter." And Xiao follows the instructions given by Yang. This elder is surprised to see Xiao's ability, and he says, he actually finished 3 games in a row by himself? Even better than little chess player Saint Lu Xing. And another elder says to Xiao, "Brother, you were born in Huantian province. I feel very guilty. Our family is a golden immortal. We invite you to join us. As long as you let us follow, we will give you anything you want." Hearing the words of that elder, Xiao points his hand to one side and says, "How about you and you, come over there." This. And looking at Zhao's desires, I don't think that Xiao is a protagonist. But Xiao can become a very good pervert. A perverted protagonist. Us bro us. Lu Rang is surprised to see Zhao's wishes, and he says, "Good people. Is this person here to choose a concubine?" Us bro us. And this girl laughs and says, "This person is still young, and he has already broken 3 chess games in a row, and the big sect will definitely win." And now there is a girl on each side of the perverted protagonist. Which is a heart-burning scene. But never mind. But Zhao's heart is still not full. He points towards these 2 girls. Xiao wants to make both of them his own. But the other girl teases Xiao and says, "Who wants to be with you? Even though the kid next to you has a good cultivation level, he can't enter here at all. Just by following me you can get a chance here." Hearing Zhao's words, Lu Rang says, "Look at his triumphant appearance." And this girl laughs and says, "You should stop this 4th game of chess first, and then talk about it." And Xiao makes a strange face and says, "Easy, not only 4th but 9th. Hearing Zhao's words, people around are surprised and start saying, "What? He wanted to retire all 9 games consecutively. Who is this person?" And now we see, Yang is helping Xiao, due to which Xiao is able to play this chess. And Yang is saying, 9 vertically, 17 horizontally. And everyone is surprised to see Zhao's progress, and they are saying, "Heaven, the 4th, is broken? Peerless wizard. He was definitely a predestined person, and he would most likely obtain the inheritance of the 1st heaven." Both the beautiful girls are saying to Xiao, "I am willing to follow his son. Thank you for your cooperation." And Xiao is teasing Lu Rang and saying, "I'm giving you one last chance." But Lu Rang is not responding to Zhao's words. But the girl behind is laughing too much. Mother father bed manners. But Xiao again says to Lu Rang, "Lu Rang? As long as you give both to me, I will give you the honor of being my first follower. If you stay with me, even if you are a dog, I will have a bright future in them." And now Lu Rang gives a very good answer to Xiao. "Well, you are indeed very good. I have a place to introduce you. How about raising pigs in our village?" And after hearing this answer, Xiao becomes very excited, and he says, "Well, you are indeed very good. I have a place to introduce you. How about raising pigs in our village?" "Sorry for this. Xiao gets very angry after listening to Lu Rang's words. But now another girl comes to Xiao, and Xiao is now surrounded by girls. This is heart-burning. He is enjoying this time a lot, and the girls are saying to Xiao, Master Xiao Yan, don't pay attention to these mountains. Villagers quickly break through. Master Xiao Yan, quickly take us in. Yes, Master Xiao, as long as the formation is broken, the slave family will be yours from now on. While Xiao is having fun with those girls, he is saying, you all come with me to solve the 5th chess game. And Xiao starts playing chess again. But Xiao is saying to Yang, Sir Yang, quickly help me. Yang is also having some trouble in this game of chess. And she is saying to Xiao, wow, I've broken through 4 great formations in a row, and my soul has been drained too much. This 5th chess game is scary and not limited to just looking at it, it almost makes my soul lose my mind. But then Yang says to Xiao, I ask permission. Want to rest. And Yang goes to rest, and Xiao gets a big shock after seeing this. Then he doesn't know what to say, but those beautiful girls are saying to Xiao, Xiao Gongzi, come on. After destroying the formation, the servants will immediately come to serve you. Mr. Xiao, I know you can do it. But what do these innocent girls know? Without Yang, Xiao cannot do anything. But Xiao wants to continue this game of chess to save his honor, and he is thinking, man, can't say no. Even without Master Yang, I am still the protagonist of his world. As soon as Xiao moves the pawn, the girls become happy, and they say, I seem to see an invincible being rising. And the other girl speaks. Being able to follow him and being blessed by him might not be a good thing. A lot of energy is coming out from inside Xiao, and now both these girls start fighting among themselves for Xiao. And both are saying, you guys move aside, I'm the first to follow, I'm young, Master Zhao's favorite. And the other girl says, I am the most suitable Taoist companion for Lord Xiao. And both the girls are tired of fighting among themselves. And one of the girls says, now we are just followers, wanting to compete for it. Help. Ask Mr. Xiao first. Then Xiao starts coughing, and blood starts coming out of his mouth. And seeing this, Zhao's beautiful girls get surprised. This was bound to happen. And seeing this is giving great relief to my heart. I like it. This part starts, and we see Xiao. And foam is coming out of Dao's mouth. And seeing him, both the girls are saying, Mr. Xiao Yan. Failed? No, how is this? Possibility. Young Master Xiao Yan just broke 4 sets in a row as if nothing was wrong. I thought he was truly the pride of heaven, but it turned out he was the rusty tip of the spear. Better go, there is no future following him. And now those girls leave Xiao and go away. Same thing should have happened with this protagonist. He was trying to be a great protagonist, but his ass was ruined, and this was not enough. Lu Rang also says to this protagonist, a young man, I take back what I said before. You are not even qualified to feed pigs in our village. And now he doesn't even have a girl, nor the job of feeding pigs. But Xiao gets angry and says to Lu Rang, what makes you arrogant? I broke through 4 formations in a row and became the #1 prodigy in the world. Who are you? Even for a while, you can't solve it. Lu Rang tells Xiao, who says I can't solve it? I just haven't moved until everything is done. I will destroy the formation. After this, Lu Rang calls Li Fan and says, Teacher, there is news from your young brother. Lu Rang contacts Li Fan with the help of a crystal ball, and Lu Rang says, Teacher, if I encounter a small problem here, can you help me? Li Fan is a little surprised to hear this. This chessboard. And Lu Rang is saying, yes, there are some end games that I want you to solve. Hearing Lu Rang's words, Li Fan is thinking, go. I haven't logged in for a long time, and I'm often tormented by the system. Then Li Fan tells Lu Rang how to play chess, and Li Fan says, 10 vertically and 9 horizontally. Tianmen guards the palace, and the dragon head comes out of the horse's path, you can win. And now Lu Rang is ready to play as told by Li Fan. And he starts playing. And at the same time, that evil hand also moves the pawns, and Li Fan is telling Lu Rang, feel free to move. Complicated changes. No need to think about dangerous games of chess. And Lu Rang is not facing any problem with this chess, he is playing this game comfortably. And seeing this, everyone gets surprised, and starts saying, rather than using complicated changes to fight, he used simple moves to complete it. Such a chess game is easy to understand. And this man is also surprised to see this, and he says, the simpler the way to solve a chess game, the more thorough the understanding of the chess game. This guy's chess skills are far superior to mine. And Li Fan is looking into the crystal ball and telling Lu Rang again, come on, quickly! I will teach your older sister how to practice calligraphy and play the piano later. Right now, teacher, don't worry. 11 vertically and 7 horizontally. The decapitated black dragon connected the top and bottom, surrounded and attacked them, and took Hualong directly. And Lu Rang is also playing the same game as Li Fan is asking him to play. And this man is in shock and is saying, abandoning the boys and fighting for first place, how could this be explained? And another man says, it seems that Xiao Yan, the strongest at the moment, has not come this far. And the third man says, Xiao Yan? That's still far from enough. When Xiao Yan faced the chess game, he thought hard. How could he be like Lu Rang, who casually moved and secured victory with just a few pieces? And Lu Rang says, oh, this formation is starting to suck. And all the chess pieces start flying in the air. And there are skulls around. And seeing this, the man becomes even more surprised and says he could force the formation leader to change the game. Who is this person? Let alone the difficulty of this chess game. Isn't that too much? And this was Lu Rang's game plan. And Li Fan is looking at chess in the crystal ball, and he is thinking, oh? This guy stopped attacking and started defending. And Li Fan is telling Lu Rang, vertical 1 and horizontal 4, the stars and the moon sing together, forcing the beetle to retreat, the two chi interconnect and lead the blue dragon out of the cave. 1 and 4 can split a field and cut off its head. And Lu Rang says okay to Li Fan. And hearing this, Li Fan starts smiling, and as soon as Lu Rang moves a pawn, a lot of light starts emanating from it. Seeing which, everyone starts saying, forcing the opponent to change chess, and resisting the retreat, the 10 pieces were broken. How far did this piece's chess skill reach? Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. This person was truly a peerless genius. And this girl is saying to the boy, I didn't expect young Master Dugu's older brother to be so strong. I think young Master Dligly and the others must come from famous families. But the boy laughs and says, Miss Jinglan is full of praise. We are really from the village, and senior brother Lu Rang is really a farmer in the village. And Lu Rang is carefully watching this chess game, and suddenly a skeleton gets exploded in front of him. And those people are saying, what's that? Why did the skeleton explode? Could it be that the spirits in this array are not dead yet? And seeing this, a man is thinking, this is so scary, is this spirit still alive in them immortal burial mountains? Amazing! The breath of immortality thrives in this spirit. And this girl is saying, being able to play the next game with an opponent is already a great opportunity. If I could see this play, maybe I could go further. On the other hand, when Yang sees this, she is saying, such a familiar aroma. Remember, it was him. The general later standing next to me. And Xiao says to Yang, Sir, you are finally awake. And Lu Rang is watching the chess game and thinking, these are called old monsters. And Li Fan is telling Lu Rang, don't be distracted, the other party has been deceived. It fortifies in the northwest, slaying the dragon across the road, transversely, 10 and 17 cover the sky and the sun. And Lu Rang starts playing chess again. And everyone is surprised to see this, and they are saying, 19 and 21. And as soon as Lu Rang moves a pawn, energy starts emanating from that chessboard. And that energy starts going directly inside Lu Rang, due to which Lu Rang's eyes turn white. And seeing this, everyone gets surprised, and they start saying, it was too scary for this boy to have been inherited by a big man in fairyland? And sometime after this, we see a man. No, this man is Lu Rang. Earlier Lu Rang was fat, but now Lu Rang has become a gym boy. And he has also become handsome. But his clothes are torn, but Lu Rang is happy, and he is thinking, I broke through to Xianxian level 6. Even his body was reshaped. And seeing this, everyone is jealous. Extraordinary opportunity. This child was clearly the seed of immortality. And this elder is also watching all this. But this elder is smiling, and thinking, very good, all the opportunities I get now will be mine in the future. And when Yang sees this, she thinks, why didn't I meet this guy? Instead, I met a loser who only loves women. Even now Xiao is watching these girls. Xiao wanted to become a very powerful pervert protagonist. But now nothing like this is going to happen. And now these girls are saying, after seeing Lu Rang's power, it seems that in the end we will have to rely on Master Lu. Master Lu is so handsome even looking at his back. Time can change any time. It is said that every dog has its day, and today is Lu Rang's day. And Lu Rang is smiling and saying, great, last round. Then the final boss arrives at this place, which is a huge skeleton, seeing which Lu Rang is thinking, this is the final chess match. And Lu Rang has just arrived at another place. And we see a very big chessboard, which is on the ground itself. Now Lu Rang comes in front of that skeleton. And Lu Rang and that skeleton looked at each other. And also other people have also come to this place, and they are saying, it's about to start. The final chess match. And the skeleton moves one of his pawns, and Li Fan is seeing all this happening in the crystal ball. And also he was hungry, so he is eating noodles, but Li Fan is telling Lu Rang about this chess doubles game? The person across from him wasn't good at basics. Was he planning on using his computing power? Lu Rang and that skeleton was playing chess rapidly. And both are very focused in chess. And these people are also watching all this, and they are saying, it's very scary. He could actually fight immortals and fight back and forth. The eternal momentum has risen again. Heaven and earth revolved. And this girl is saying, this chess formation would most likely be destroyed if the sect leader stepped into it. The other girl says, don't worry, this room feels comfortable. And Lu Rang is saying, teacher, I feel like I'm starting to understand the tricks I used to learn from you. Check out mine next. The right solution is here. Just then, Lu Rang wins this chess game with the final move. And also the structure of this skeleton now starts breaking. And finally Lu Rang has won this chess. And seeing this, Li Fan becomes very happy, and he says, that's great, bro. Your ranking has increased again. And this girl is saying, our world. Actually. Out of position. Lord Immortal. And now all the girls are going crazy for Lu Rang. And at the same time those girls are crushing Xiao with their feet, and those girls are saying, Master Lu's slave family, I want to be your personal maid if you order. I will immediately destroy Guanmiyang, the traitor. Lu Rang is saying to all those people, on the road now. When I recruited people to return to the village to raise pigs, no one paid attention to me. On hearing Lu Rang's words, a girl says, Mr. Lu Rang, my favorite thing is raising pigs. And another girl even says, I was born in the year of the pig, and I have a good relationship with the pig. And the third girl says, even more dangerous, unlucky. No one can help me, my ancestors had wild boar blood. I use a special pig dunge for my training, and I really love pigs, you can choose me. And Lu Rang is saying to them, my master is an expert from the outside world. Those of you who want to be my master should come to the Tsunli Mountains in the southern region of Xiantian Prefecture. Your fate is in my master's hands. And now a crowd of people has gathered outside the door of Li Fan's house. And those people are shouting loudly. And Li Fan is sitting comfortably, laughing, and he is saying, I'm not actually a ruler of heaven or a teacher, I'm just an ordinary person.